have a truly happy marriage, truly happy marriage, simply by working on ourselves to develop high emotional intelligence, to be in control of our emotional state, which makes us feel really good about who we are. And it gives us a sense of self, and it allows us to create a healthy relationship with ourselves. Instead of feeling disconnected, scattered, reactive, irritable, needy, in a constant state of worry about made up scenarios, as a woman, when we develop high emotional intelligence internally, we feel grounded, we feel at peace, we feel in control, vibrant, alive. We feel supported in ourselves. We have the ability to see things for the reality. Key piece, when we live from high emotional intelligence, we live from a place of taking accountability and responsibility for our experiences, taking accountability and responsibility for ourselves, that we actually have a responsibility for who we are and how we show up in life and how we show up in our marriage. And from that place, that's the internal experience we have. And it creates a whole new lens and perspective of your marriage. From low emotional intelligence, we have the lens and perspective in the marriage that our husband is the problem, and blaming our husbands and constantly working to try to get them to change. And it creates a very, very negative, destructive lens of the relationship in the marriage. However, when we're coming from an internal experience of high emotional intelligence, we feel good about who we are. We want to be problem solvers. We take accountability. We're grounded. We're at peace in ourselves. That creates the lens through which we see the marriage. And then we can actually see our husbands, who are good men, through that lens. We see their kindness. We see their thoughtfulness. We focus on the good things. We focus on what's to come and the possibilities. Whereas when we're in low emotional intelligence, we focus on everything that we feel is wrong. We focus on everything negative. We're critical. We nag. We're controlling. We worry. And that's the lens we create. And then that's the relationship we get.
There we go. And like I was gonna say to Melanie,
You're famous at the moment, Glenn.
Why?
and been famous.
all that craziness from autocorrect has been is being played over on Andrew's channel at
You
the
saw
moment.
that. You saw that coming though, Jess. Right? Totally. That was totally.
He's like, I don't know if that's you, Glenn. I'm like, that's Glenn. I can tell. That's his voice.
Oh well, I want to welcome Jess, Mike, and Melanie to the stage.
What's up?
Now,
Hello.
I think it's kind of hard to argue. I mean, I'm sure that some other psychologist could come out and say something completely opposite from their perspective, but that doesn't necessarily negate what this doctor says, right?
Well, she contradicted herself.
No, she kind of put it out there. Hold on. I've been trying to get this out, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good.
Melanie in the chat. Melanie in the chat was saying something like, "Well, then go see your sister, brother, this, that, or the third."
No, I didn't.
Oh snap! You're a dude.
My pronouns are she, her. My voice is not. My voice sounds like a guy's. I'll admit that.
All right. Well, all right,
I
cool.
was gonna jump off. I just wanted to comment.
But no, I was saying in chat, like she said.
Okay, Jack.
Zero emotional intelligence, but then she's like, "This is a skill that you build. Anyone can have it." She's speaking out of both sides of her mouth. Which one is it? Do women have zero emotional intelligence, or is this something that they can learn?
Yeah, but
start with zero.
Well, I would say that it's something that they could learn, but since they think that they are already the most emotionally intelligent, then they're not actually learning anything. Does that make sense? Like, if you think that you already know it all in this, then what are you learning? Then you don't need to learn anything.
Yeah, and my contradiction with what you was typing in the chat is you want to pour out, let's bring up the word trauma bond, but yeah, go to your friends, go to your aunt, go to your uncle, go to your sister. You think people got the time to deal with your problems when they got their own problems? Like, put on your big boy pants. Like, grow up.
The confusion is just because you show emotion, they think, oh, you have emotional intelligence.
Yeah, but then you got to pour out. That's how therapists get paid. Come on, people, grow up.
Yeah,
generally speaking, are men able to show?
You guys, one at a time. You guys, please go ahead, Mel.
Are men stigmatized for crying?
Yeah.
Yes, and rightfully so.
Rightfully so. Do you think that's emotionally intelligent?
Yes, it is, because learning to.
I think if men could get laid from crying, then there would be a lot more men crying.
There's more to life than getting. Sorry, how life.
No, but what I'm getting at is like, everything that men and women do, or what men do, is motivated by sex, in the sense like there's more. Yes, there's more to life than sex, but it's motivated, it's driven by sex. Sex is what drives dominion. Sex is what drives, you know, a lot of things. I mean, internet would not be the internet if it wasn't going to be able to, if porn wasn't available. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like every new invention or every new like app or data or technology, if it's not able to utilize it for sex or porn, it doesn't end up becoming anything special.
Yeah, they sneak it in there because it's super marketable.
So what I mean by that in saying that if women see men crying, because we there's a study that's done this, like we see a baby crying, both men and women run to the baby, like trying to soothe the baby to get the baby stop crying. Both men and women, when they see a woman crying, they run to the woman to see what's wrong with her. They don't know her, right? And they try to soothe her, try to see if they can help her. When both men and women see a man cry, they are repulsed by it. It's like women see that guy crying and it's like, oh shit, this guy doesn't have his shit together. He's unstable, like he can't compose himself, you know, he doesn't have what it takes to lead, or he's not the good choice. You know, that's how they look at it.
Yeah, they'll even
it's almost like he's expected to have an emotional intelligence.
Yeah, they'll even think you should be like upholding that at a funeral. Like
I think you're confusing cause and effect here, because what you're describing,
I'm not saying like that's the
how
effect.
Society also treats stigma. So what you're saying also makes sense in the sense that we've stigmatized men who cry, so therefore people are repulsed by it.
Yeah, and good.
No.
I think.
Well,
like,
what's the purpose of
I think
it?
it's more of a learned behavior, though, right?
Is it natural to want to cry when you're sad?
Yeah, I think it's natural to feel upset.
Do you think that men stuff their emotions down?
But I think that, like, you know, just because men don't express their emotions like women do, that doesn't make them wrong. It makes them just different. And if men and women are different, like, you would think that even the way that they express themselves would be different.
Yeah, we reverse.
The way that men tend to express is lashing out. So
no, but real men,
objectively worse.
Real men reverse the polarity and turn it into a positive direction.
I would say men that don't know how to have regulation, good emotional regulation, right, will be the ones that are lashing out.
Sure.
I think men that are able to understand, like, okay, you know what? I'm walking away from this right now, because if I stick in this, you know, environment any longer, if I continue this arguing or fighting any longer, I'm going to end up crossing that line where there's no turning back.
And then you deal with it later.
Hold on, let me ask all the guys right here, right now, especially Lawrence. How many times have you had somebody confront you and you know you can just like literally pick them up and swing them around like a toy and throw them and like stomp on them and kill them, like, you know, just like, come on, why? And then
not being violent is not the same thing as
but you walk away because you can project, you can already see it's like in a flash. You're like,
that's just self-control. That's not emotional intelligence.
You get arrested on a Friday.
That self-control is emotional intelligence.
Hey, could I
you're not getting mad. You're not getting mad.
Hold on,
really
Mike
Mike
wanted.
It'll
to say
kind of.
something.
Go ahead, Jack. We can barely hear you.
Or Jack, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Let me switch it around, see if it does. Can you hear me better?
Much better.
There we go.
Okay. So my before I go, I on this. So the whole reason I had to stop for a minute now. Hopefully, I can articulate it as well as I was thinking. So I mean, so when it comes to men and emotional intelligence, we have to. I mean, simply put, when it comes to dealing with emotions, men and women definitely deal with it differently. And men, we have to, because we don't have any other choice, to take our emotions and then put them and use them for something good, and that's how we do it. And and because we don't, and that's because we don't have any other choice. Because if we did it the way that women do, we actually, I mean, there's a lot of men in jail that's how they do it, and then that's what happens. They go to jail. Because if we react, because women react, men are proactive. That's what we do. We take care, we plan ahead, we proact, and women react. But if men react, we go to jail or some shit. And also the whole crying thing. I mean, you'd have to, from Fox's point of view, I'm assuming that she or he or whatever, Fox's belief is that men stuff emotions. And it's like, that's not true. That's a big lie that was told. Men don't stuff emotions. We actually, the only time that could maybe be relevant is that maybe men aren't doing anything. They're just sitting and not doing anything with their emotions. And then
Jack, I would be careful speaking on behalf of all men because I don't ever speak on behalf of all men. Because I would say that there are men that do bottle up their emotions and they're very passive aggressive, and the next thing you know, they go postal, right?
Yeah,
there are those men out there, right? And that's to one extreme,
right?
But then you also got the other, to the other side where there's men that really know that they just channel their emotions. They take that whatever they're feeling and they channel it into something productive, and that will help them move forward so that it's being used constructively,
or they let it out at the right time.
You want me to give you a fine example? Like I was almost gonna become a detective, and then I seen something, and I was like, no, because this will change you. You see, like, I ain't even gonna get into the descriptive manner of it, but you will see some stuff in the street that happens every day that you won't see in the newspaper, and you start seeing it and getting conditioned and just jaded to it, diluted to it, and then it bottles up. You get so used to seeing, people with sheets over their bodies.
Desensitized? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, same word.
I mean, those are kind of different, but I mean.
No, but I mean, that's like, yeah, I guess you're right, because that's not really, but that is a part of emotional intelligence to know how to, like, hey, I ain't gonna freak out.
Here's the
Glenn,
thing.
I have a question.
Sorry, real quick. It's coming from a point of view of a woman, though. So what happens is some guy will step up to another guy, call him all kinds of shit, and then the other guy is just going to be like, no response. And then the woman's going to think, oh, he's bottling it up, and that's low emotional intelligence, and now he's going to explode at me later. And really, when you ask the other guy, it could be, yeah, I wasn't bottling it up. I was just going to respond later without violence. I was going to talk to my friend about it. Or he could say, actually, it just didn't bother me at all. I don't know who that guy is or why he's dealing. Like, there's so many other options, but the woman immediately jumps to, he has low emotional intelligence because there was zero reaction. It's like, that's actually high emotional intelligence.
Yeah, you don't perceive him as a threat. You're like, I'll murder you right now.
Yeah, or it's like, I don't know who you are.
Okay, I have a question for Glenn real quick.
Yeah.
You've hung out with a lot of guys. I don't hang out with that many guys or any boys clubs or anything. How often do you see men talking about when they're sad and why they're sad? Aside from being drunk?
Quite a few.
Okay.
All the time.
Shit done.
Actually, I actually talk a lot of guys. I have a Discord where guys are able to reach out to me and hit me up. Like I have a friend recently who just lost his father. Right. And he hits me up and he's like, bro, I just need to talk. He's like, I just don't know how to.
Yep.
And he just sharing me with his heart, like what he's going through, and what the loss of his father is doing to him. And so, no, guys do that. Guys do reach out and share their emotions and share, what they're battling with, what they're struggling with. But they do it to people that they trust and they know that they can confide in.
We don't do it with women.
We're very selective.
Okay.
If we
just a quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up. Do you kind of understand my perspective where like the stigmatization of men who cry and stuff like that might push some men away from talking about their feelings?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand. I think it's when it's publicly, right? There is a stigma. But like if it's like if my friend that lost his dad called me up crying, I wouldn't think less of him.
Yeah, that's one-on-one.
You know what I'm saying? Like he knows that he could confide in me, that there's trust there, there's this relationship there, that he knows that he could do that there, and I could do that there with him as well if I needed to go to him.
And you're not a threat to him.
This is a specific situation that where that would be where somebody would want to talk to to a Glenn, right?
But,
Because
like,
you
they
cannot
asked-
do anything about it.
What was asked was, do guys
but
do this? And I'm like, yes, they're doing. I use this as an example because this is the most recent example that I have to utilize. But there's been other times. I mean, I'm just using that one.
Generally, crying is not going to be a useful or a helpful solution to guys. It'll probably make it worse. The reason it would be in this case is because you're already in a situation you cannot impact. But I think that men's mental health is improved by fixing the problem that they face, not by dwelling in it and then crying.
No, but I'm saying like if they are upset enough to where they're crying about it, men do feel comfortable to do so when they know they're in a
Trusting environment.
An environment where this
Or they're
person's
drunk.
not going to be like having any negative ideas or just whatever. Like it's
Well, you know what?
It's very selective.
You know what?
Just
But like I said,
go work out, or we go for a jog or something.
no, it's not even that. Like you were saying, it's very selective, and like the one thing like men got that we hold on to worse than if we got to take a pee, we'll hold on, forever, until we squirt.
That's not healthy for you, by the way.
I'm just saying, I'm putting a weird perspective. Just listen, I'm not done.
Analogy I've ever heard. What?
I know. I was trying to be nice and get vulgar, but I'm trying. There's ladies on the panel.
I don't know who.
Bro, all right, look, can I start over?
There's always something.
We don't want to be the subject of ridicule or looking soft.
I got a
We'll
question.
do that.
Hold on.
We'll do that 1-on-1, but we ain't gonna do that 12-on-1 because
I got a question.
Laugh at you.
I got a
what's
question
up,
for
Mike?
Melanie. So, most often times than not, right? So the most dangerous people are emotional men. I mean, if you notice every single one of these shootings or whatever the case is with these schools or whatever the case, it's always emotional people. So are you advocating for people to be emotional and show that to the world like that? Or do you think that it might be a little bit more destructive than anything?
I guess being emotionally unstable, intelligent.
That's a new one,
right?
I think that question was for Melanie.
Mm-hmm. It is.
It's got the little gizmo.
Cosmic Fuss, you're muted.
You got the cute gizmo ears. You can hear us.
It's a Furby, right?
Lead the fifth.
It's a salty mogwai. Is
One of them little things.
So I would say this: like I think what we have been trying to do is raise our boys like we raise our girls. In many ways, like telling them use their words, like just all the ways that like just school in general just kind of teaches everybody like a blank slate. We just kind of expect boys and girls to be able to be the same, and I think that's part of the problem. Is not understanding that men and women are both different. That means boys and girls are going to be different in the way that they process things or understand things or comprehend things or experience things are going to be different. And trying to force them to all behave and act the same way or deal with their conflicts the same way, you're kind of setting them up for failure in a sense as if almost as like you're raising boys to be defective girls. And that's what you were pointing out, Mike, is that like all the young men that have caused these horrible tragedies on school campuses, I would say have grown up in that environment where that was the thought process. Like we're going to all teach them the same. And when that doesn't work out, we see these extreme reactions here because these young men lack emotional, control. They lacked, being able to take their emotions and channel them into more productive, uses.
There we go.
And I think that is not being taught. What is being taught is to express your feelings, share your feelings. Well, they are sharing them. They're just sharing them with the machine gun
in a way that you don't like.
Hold on, Mike.
Right,
Mike, can I ask you a question, Mike?
Sure.
Well, he was just saying, do you think is there a real difference? Jesus Christ, I hate this phone. No, I'm not working out. Is there a real difference between emotional intelligence and emotional control?
I think it's synonymous in a sense.
I agree.
Sure.
I like that.
I think it's synonymous. I think they run parallel.
Yeah, I'll take
I think you have to recognize what
could
it
be
is
both
that you're
and.
feeling, you know, of course. And if you ask most people to define, you know, that whole ordeal with emotional intelligence, they couldn't even tell you.
Right.
Oh, just being in touch. Well, no, you have to understand why you actually feel the way they're feeling. That's behind it, and I believe that there's a deeper sense to it than just the surface level BS that everyone talks about.
And if you look at where like if you look at this from like a quote unquote evolutionary standpoint, right? You're looking at then as a man, you're supposed to be protector and defender and the strongest. And if you're out there crying your eyes out because someone stepped on your toe, some other guy's going to look at you and automatically, instinctively, what's going through their head is this guy's a weak bitch. I can move in on his woman. I can move in
100%.
on his property. I can take everything from him and I'm going to win. And that's why men, yes, it's a good thing that they're taught to control their emotions, bottle it in, don't react. Because even an angry reaction still tells another man that guy's weak because he did not control his emotions.
Out of
He's
control.
weak, and now I know how to provoke him and how to cause that
Yeah,
weakness.
you didn't even give him the death stare or nothing. Not even.
Yeah,
the-
what should
I tell
happen
you
is, like
what
you
I,
were saying, control it, go step aside, go find a way to do it, express it in a constructive way. Also, though, what I think needs to be taught to men a lot more is have your inner circle of men, have that inner circle of trust. So you have your acquaintances, you have your friends, you have your best friends, and that best friend group is going to be
That
very
is
small. That might just
You
be
just
one
said it.
guy. Might be one guy you can talk to about this stuff because you can trust him not to move in on you when you're
Yeah, you
showing that
cooking.
weakness.
You just
I tell
cooked
my
it.
son. I tell my son to either. I got a heavy bag in my backyard. I tell him to get on the little gloves. I tell him to punch the bag, lift the little weights, or go do some push-ups. Even though he sucks at them, he needs
Go
to
dig a
sit down.
hole. That's what my
What?
dad used to tell me. Go dig a hole.
There you go, right there. That's what I tell my son because I mean he's got stupid issues going on and I can't do nothing about it. So I tell him to go punch the bag, go lift the weights.
Hey,
Actually, how to do-
when I was young, my parents put me in martial arts class. I got my butt whipped for like at least 2 months.
Yeah.
But I stuck with it.
But yeah, that's what you need though, right? Like that's what boys need. That's what Glenn was kind of talking about.
You know, well, that's a little bit different. I think that's understanding the ability of mastering violence.
Yeah.
I think that's that's a part of intelligence, but knowing when and where and how to apply the necessary amount of force needed to protect oneself is important. But see, that's not what's being taught anymore. These young men are not, they're not even encouraging that to be taught. And we see these kids go from 0 to 100 when they maybe only needed to apply 5% of force.
Yeah, and they got guns.
It's not even the kids. It's
Well,
the
they're afraid of
people that are out,
getting punched.
Yeah, they never seen their own blood.
I'm 34, 35, and it looks like a lot of our generation are the ones going around talking about, being stupid about their, lashing out, and then they're getting upset over fucking first world problems. They didn't get their mermaid dollars the right way, and they're crying about it, or they have to work at Starbucks, and then they get so overwhelmed being a barista, which is the fucking easiest shit in the world. What the and you're crying about it? Like, get the fuck out of here.
You know what made me cry last year? I had to pay $47,000 in taxes.
Oh
It made
man,
me cry.
I don't blame you. What the fuck?
Hey, Glenn, I have to hop off here. I just wanted to say real quick, we're doing a Jess White birthday stream tomorrow.
Yes.
We might be doing a bake-off if she can get her ingredients, but it's like storming and stuff over there. So I might be the only one baking.
Yes, you would.
Which is a woman's job anyway, but I'll be doing that.
Yes, you would.
Yep. But just thanks everyone for coming on. Some dude.
Nah, John, you cool cat. I hope we
Mike
get to have
Ball.
a talk again, bro. Real right.
Yeah, Flow State, Cosmic Fox, good seeing y'all. Glenn, thanks for being here. And I swear to God, my beard was the only thing that gave it away, Glenn.
Bro, the neck tattoo. I saw the neck tattoo.
Yeah, we were right.
The beard
gave it away.
It was close. It was definitely
the
close.
beard
It was
gave it away.
backwards, and it looked like a 2-year-old wrote it, bro.
Yeah, next time I'll shave, but then my
You almost had it. That's your
Then your
Halloween
wife will
costume.
not
I'll look
Yeah.
like a 9-year-old Asian if I shave my face, so that'll give it away. So I don't know. What to do
Just
now.
give it a nice shape up and make you can do that with a printer. Make sure that tat on the neck is right. That looked like a 2-year-old did that.
Yeah, I'll have to.
But, know what? I
Sheesh.
appreciate your level of detail that you were really committed to this. Like
Yeah,
I
he had
was
the
committed,
black shirt, the hat, the tattoo. I was like,
everything.
uh-oh.
Like you were even the neck, the
Yeah,
tattoo
he
behind
came
the
in
ear.
hot. Yeah, he
The
came in
tattoo
hot.
behind the ear, man.
He came in hot.
That's commitment right
Yeah,
there.
and Glenn, I also got that tattoo in the other place in the picture you showed me, but I
What
couldn't show
the
that on
hell?
camera.
He
So
was, yeah, he was.
I was really dedicated.
I didn't think you were gonna go that far with it, but
Really?
Yep.
What the hell?
John's a
good
big
for
fan.
you. I wonder
He's a
who drew it.
really big fan.
Well, I drew it. It was supposed to say Glenn Lawrence presents production of men, but all you could really see
It ain't
because of
that
the
long.
size was
Be like, It ain't that long. You spell that.
yeah.
Okay.
Don't get it. It's one letter.
Anyway,
bro.
all right, I'm hopping off, guys.
Just
Get to you
one
guys.
letter, man.
Be
That's
good,
what you
John.
Don't get.
No
Yeah.
worries. I got Melanie's message in the back chat. She said she had an emergency to handle real quick, so that's why she's not with us. So
I'm
it's
back
fine.
now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, great.
Hold on. Hey, yo, I gotta bounce for a little bit, man. The rooms are always so intellectual and entertaining. I really think, like it's like a warm up. It's like a snowball effect that goes uphill. When we start building and talking the way people should talk, we always come to a kind of a cool conclusion. So
Well, the
appreciate
idea is like the goal is maybe not we all don't have to agree, but as long as we're able to understand
yeah.
this where the person's coming from. I don't have to agree with where they're coming from,
Yeah.
but it helps me to understand where they're coming from.
100%.
You
Yes,
know?
sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, and I
100%.
appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. I gotta go. I'll holler at you.
All right,
All
take
right.
it easy.
See you.
All right. Yeah, I gotta go to John. I'm gonna go hang out with John, even though we live like really far away. So
Okay, take it easy, Jack.
all right, see you guys.
See you later, Jack. That's hilarious.
Yeah, good seeing you.
Everyone's a boom, 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 boom. It's cool.
It's fine. Five
It's
is
like
good.
Part of the
10
circle.
is good. It doesn't matter.
It's funny is I never run more than 3 people on mine. I always do. Like if I'm gonna do it, it's gonna be 4 max.
Well, you know what? I have no problem doing that, but sometimes it ends up being an echo chamber. And
Hence
one
why
thing
I
one
avoid
thing
it.
I don't want is an echo chamber.
Yes, and it repeats and it
You're
constantly like just
motherfucking
circles.
welcome for being the only degenerate around Glenn Space.
No.
Yes.
You're not the only degenerate. Like AJ's
Who
a
else?
degenerate.
I'm a literal Furby.
We even let Furbies up here. They're degenerates too, right?
Oh
Like,
no, not 2. They absolutely are at the top of the list. What are you
It's,
talking about?
it's
Yeah.
yeah, that's a creature born of pure degeneracy with no other traits of anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Even
I
worse,
mean,
this was made by AI.
So you've got the Satan AI creating a hybrid mutant demon gerbil, which is of course the sex rodent.
Oh, man.
Sex rodent.
It sounds like we need to top off right now. I mean, this is some crazy
So,
topic shit that we're talking about. So
guess,
we're just gonna.
I'm not sure how much Melanie you heard before you took off. You had to go handle your situation.
I'm sorry, I
but-
was completely gone the whole time.
Okay. So what we presented is like, we are raising men today as the same way we're raising girls. Like we have this like completely blank slate mentality, thinking that like, that boys and girls should be doing the same thing. And, they should be able to, they should react the same way. They should process things the same way. And it's like, when we do that, it's almost like, we're affecting the hardware by trying to download some new software, and it doesn't make it work properly. And that's why I think we see these young men that are these violent individuals on these campuses that do such horrible acts of, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to really cross the TLS line.
Yeah.
I think that's because they are taught a way to that they're told that they're supposed to address things this way, and when the things that they try to address that way are not getting addressed, and they're not taught to handle their emotions like men of yesteryear were addressing their emotions, then we see them go from 0 to 60. They don't have that regulation, that is that stoicism does help with. When we don't teach any stoicism and we just tell them that they're allowed to express their feelings and share their feelings Well, they're doing it in a way that is very counterproductive and very, detrimental because there's no regulation.
Sure. My question would be, like you said, that we're taking the hardware and trying to override it with software. Do you think that like a boy born with, those sort of junk, that they every time, every single one is always going to want to behave like a guy?
No. I don't think that. I think there's nature and nurture, right? Nature is how you like the software, the hardware, and nurture is the software. And you may have an inclination towards the software because that's what you're drawn to.
Okay, so I know this is just an analogy. I just kind of want to pick it apart because it doesn't make sense to me. Because I don't think we're overwriting anything by not telling someone born as a boy that they have to act like a man when they grow up, instead of just saying, well, if you want to be a man, this is how you act, and if you want to be a woman, then this is how you act.
Well, shouldn't we tell them that rather than saying that you should all act like this?
I don't think. Well, that's how I think we used to enforce gender norms.
But I don't even like the word gender because, like, and
that's how we used to enforce.
Because it was always sex, right? I mean, it was a sex. There was male sex, female sex. Gender is more of a modern, construct. In term, and I get it. It's useful for whatever people find it useful. I just think that, like, there was expected behaviors that was acceptable per sex, right?
Sure.
And I don't see a problem with having those old expectations to a degree.
Yeah.
But I also don't think that it's not so black and white. I think there's more of a spectrum.
Okay. But what about like getting rid of the idea that whatever someone's born as determines what they have to act like?
Well, I think in the reality of it, it's at the end of the day, that's the world is going to expect that from you. So I think let's say this individual is born a man, right? But he wants to identify as a woman. Well, when it comes down to brass tacks and it's like survival, they're going to be like, you were born as a man, you man up, take care of us, like, to a degree.
It's not even primarily a socially imposed thing. Primarily, it's a hormone imposed thing.
Yeah.
So what is that? Why do we bring survival into this?
Because I think when it comes down to it, like when you put it all the way down to the very, like, when you bring it all the way down, it's going to come down to survival. Like, okay, when the gun's going off, we expect men to run towards the gunmen and protecting the women and children, right? And so, like, it's always that, like, at the end of the day, when shit hits the fan, I think we're still going to expect boys or whatever, males, to eventually resort to doing male tasks. I think we have this expectation of that at the end of the day.
But isn't survival like so much more complex now? Like, survival can even be like having friends who accept you for who you are in today's society.
How's that life or death?
Well, no, nothing is really not very many things today are life or death. Like, I can even be homeless and I won't necessarily die. So how we survive has become just more complex. Do you agree?
I don't think it's complex. If anything, it's gotten easier.
Yeah,
Sure.
I gotta agree with that.
Well, I don't know.
We have made our simple lives more confusing, I think,
Yes.
to have problems to solve.
We
we've
overcomplicate it. Yeah.
We've created more problems because we ran out of problems to solve.
So what if one person's solution to at least some of these problems, especially the ones pertaining to sex, is to be like, well, the way that I feel doesn't match the way I was born, and I'd like to express myself for who I am.
That's not who you are, though. That's rejection of who you are. Biologically, for a man to say I feel like a woman is to ignore the massive biological influence. It's actually to reject it. It's a
to think that
self-rejection.
everybody must identify with their genitals.
Yes,
Well, I think so. Yes, because I think what you're doing, personally, I think that is a sign of a mental health disorder, right?
Yeah.
If you're saying that this,
And I'm not saying it out of malice. I'm saying that
exactly.
I'm
and
saying it in the
I'm not
same
trying to
sense
be
that
rude. I'm just being honest.
you
My
wouldn't-
opinion is that it's a mental health disease, and we need to. We would want to encourage the person to embrace who they are, rather than hate who they are and want to be something different.
So
gender.
I want to understand what is the distinction for you between a condition, which may not always be harmful to somebody, versus a disease?
Well, I think it's in the majority, like I would say more often than not, it is very harmful to society and to the individual themselves.
Primarily, it's the individual.
The individual, I mean, we have seen a lot of people deconstructing or detransing or whatever.
Less than 1% of people who are trans.
No, it's not less than 1%. The people
Yes,
the people who are pro-trans exclude those people from, as they were never really trans in the first place.
No, then we wouldn't have 1%. We'd have 0%.
Well, I'll just pull up the statistics. See what I can find.
I'll pull up my own as
But
well.
I also know that they also have a higher self-deletion rate. And they also
that goes down when we allow them to transition to the gender they want.
It doesn't though.
No, it's
Yes, it
actually I'll just pull up some statistics. If you have some statistics that you could find that you could reference, that'd be great as well.
And also the risk of violence to them is not greater. A few years back they were stating that it was. And I dug into the FBI stats. It's only higher for trans people.
That's on trans people. That doesn't make sense. The FBI
Crime statistics. The FBI tracks all sorts of crime statistics.
So that's the only thing you're focusing on is crime.
When I'm talking about being a victim of violence, yes, that is only a crime. Yeah,
and of course you control for the fact that trans people are 1% of the population, right?
Yes, of course. It was a percentage.
Okay, so it says this is here, I'll pull it up. This is as of October. This is updated as of now. Here, let me share the screen. Self-deletion and self-deletion behavior among transgender person. Background, blah, 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 blah. Result, the suicide attempt rate among trans person ranges anywhere from 32% to 50% across the countries. Gender-based victimization, discrimination, bullying, violence, and being rejected by family, friends, and community, harassment and intimate partner, family members, police, public discrimination, and ill treatment at healthcare systems are the major risk factors that influence the suicidal behavior among trans person. So, I mean, that's 32 to 50% across the countries. Like, if you're saying, it is
okay, but let's look at why.
That's
But they explain why, right? It's the victimization, discrimination, bullying, violence, being rejected by family and friends, community, harassment. So these are things that we're trying to remedy.
No, it's literally the definition of a delusion. This is the only disorder in all of medicine that's being treated differently.
In the DSM-4, it was listed as a mental health disorder.
Are we at the 5? Are we at DSM-5 now?
Yes,
but if you if you look at the diagnosis or the definition,
homosexuality was listed as a disorder for a while too.
Right, but if you look at the definition of delusion, it still meets that criteria.
Yeah.
Well, just because you don't agree with something doesn't make it delusional. What's your basis for being a delusion?
Well, if in reality, this is like you're this thing, and you're not this thing that you want to be, and you are gonna dress up in a way that you're not, then you are in a way playing like make believe. And you wanting everybody else to play make believe with you.
Sure, we've all heard this. Can I just critically think for a second? Where does identity come from?
I don't know. All sorts of places.
Our brain. It's our brain. It's our brain, particularly our prefrontal cortex.
Well, it's society as well. It's not just us who gives us.
Sure, but it's not your balls, right? Or your vagina?
Well, you
Like,
think that your balls
no
don't
identity
influence your
story in
brain. No, both of those things have a massive influence on your brain.
What did I come back to? Balls
we're
and
talking
vagina.
about,
Nice.
So
Yeah, I'm
hold on,
arguing with
Matt,
the
this is
gerbil
good.
about balls.
there might be influences, but that doesn't mean it sets your identity. We're born with those
does.
things, right? But we don't form an identity in our brains until 5 or 6.
Okay, so could I identify as a zebra?
Sure.
I'm
See,
black.
this is where the logic and the everything breaks down. If anybody can identify as anything, then your identity doesn't actually describe anything except for useful, right? So then, gender identity has been
Actually, your
rendered
identity
useless.
depends on your worldview. Your identity.
Well, I grew up in
comes
Long
from your
Beach,
worldview.
California. I'm black. You know, I grew up in Long Beach, California. So
I actually
I'm
have
both
my
both
black card. It's been signed by
Would you
both
say that
No,
Rexa
no,
and
I'm not.
between the
I
ages
don't
of
have a
5 and
black
6 have a
card.
strong
I am
worldview?
black.
Hold
You know
on,
what I mean?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying.
Would you say that children, because you said identity is based on worldview, but we know that gender identity forms in kids around the age of 5 or 6. So would you
That's
say
fucking
5 or 6-year-olds
retarded.
have a strong worldview?
I don't know if gender identity is established around 5 or 6. I
Pretty
haven't
much
heard
every
that.
researcher on this
It's
subject
not a feature that develops self awareness. Your awareness of yourself as distinct from your mother develops around 4 or 5, right? So
I haven't seen
acting
that.
like gender identity is its own separate part of being aware of yourself is disingenuous. Kids don't develop a gender identity. Wacko adults around them assign it.
Okay, so you said that the body can influence the brain, stuff like that. How does the body influence gender identity?
Well, like the testosterone in a man, is 17 times higher than a woman. So,
But we're talking
Then-
about boys and girls, like 5 or 6-year-olds.
Right. We're talking about gender.
Even
Yeah.
boys have more testosterone.
The-
Okay, great.
than
Let's
girls
But
do.
this
focus
isn't
on the
something that
hormonal
develops.
pathway for a second.
Gender identity is not
Let's
something that
Let's
develops.
focus on the hormonal pathway.
I'm
First
saying
of all, we can agree that different
hormonally,
boys.
it would definitely impact the way that they present and their
I think
identity.
you're making an ought statement. You think it ought to, but here's the problem.
No, I
right?
think it does.
It absolutely does.
So here's the problem: is that if you have lots of testosterone but no receptors, then your body's never going to notice that you have lots of testosterone. You need the
Well,
receptors in the cells to
Yeah,
actually.
no shit. You have to be able to
But
absorb.
you
those-
already-
Right. And we
But
can
you
agree
have
that
them.
also different people have different levels of testosterone, right?
Actually, so here's the problem. For the last 4 or 5 generations, we have been, as they've been tracking testosterone, we have seen that men at 30 and like now, let's say 40-year-old man, like, okay, I'm 40. Men that were 40, my
Damn,
generation,
yo.
have lower testosterone than men at 40 from the previous generation.
So my
And
question
we're
is,
seeing
though,
this decline in testosterone in men, and there's a lot of contributors that factor into this. From whether
It's still
it's-
standard deviation above women. That's
Yeah.
consistent.
so my
yeah.
question is, though, what is someone with far lower than average, so let's say like half of the nominal rate, which would be medically significant?
Mhm.
What are they supposed to identify as? Because their brain's
There's-
not going to know that there's
They have a
testosterone.
chemical
Actually, they
imbalance.
have a
That's a
chemical imbalance,
disorder.
so it's better.
No,
for them
that's actually not chemical. That's genetic.
it's a hormonal imbalance.
it's
It's not genetic.
No, that's not. It's not an
If it- if
hormonal
it-
imbalance
it's
to
a
have
birth
more
hormonal
hormones and
deficit.
receptors.
It's not a gender.
That's not how it works.
It's not a gen. It's not a. It
So
doesn't
these
make
people
it a
could have
different
normal
gender.
levels of testosterone, but their body won't be doing much with it because they don't have
But
enough receptors.
if they had normal levels, I have never heard of a man having normal levels of testosterone and then them struggling from having a hormonal imbalance.
This
That's
is
'cause it's
the,
not a
this is the
hormonal
intersex
imbalance.
argument, but intersex is a birth defect. It's not a gender or sex.
Well, this isn't even intersex. We haven't gotten into intersex yet. We've just gotten into how is the brain supposed to know that it has high testosterone if it doesn't have the receptors for it? Because that can be a genetic inheritance.
You don't.
Is this like a hypothetical that we?
This is so
like-
detached from reality that
Systems
it's
biology.
Well, I'm just saying this is a hypothetical scenario, right? Because
Right. So how? No, this is it's not hypothetical that the brain needs receptors.
No,
to
I'm
if your
asking
body
you,
has
this is a
developed
hypothetical scenario that you're presenting because I have not heard of this. So, are you presenting a hypothetical scenario? Or are you saying there is people that
I'm
have?
saying that this is a
they have-
viable way. This is a viable way
No,
that
I'm
someone could
asking
have
you-
high testosterone.
I'm asking you: is there cases where there's somebody that has normal or high levels of testosterone, but they don't have the receptors. Are there cases like that we could,
I can't say for certain with 0 receptors, but we all have different levels of receptors.
So this is a hypothetical.
No, because we all have varying ranges of
and if you have testicles, then your body has already recognized the testosterone. That's how they got there.
No, it hasn't. That's actually just that comes from the germline. That's not the body recognizing something.
Testosterone in utero is what develops sex.
How does the body recognize something? Can you explain that to me? It sounds like pseudoscience.
I don't need to explain it to you.
It doesn't. That's not how the body works.
The body doesn't recognize it?
Maybe the immune system
Then how do we develop anything? How do we develop
this is fun.
organs?
So we start with a bunch of undifferentiated cells in something called the germline, right?
Correct.
And then various genetics and chemical signals, and we can get into that.
Right. You have to get the sex hormone doses at the stage of development to get your genitals to form. That's a recognition of it.
What happens if I'm in the womb and I'm exposed to because my mother has like high T levels? What do you think happens there?
Your mother having high T levels, like higher than normal?
I'll question everything then.
If she's already pregnant with you, then her T levels will never be so high that she turns into a man.
No, but what I'm asking is, how does that affect my gender and my perception of my gender?
It won't.
It actually does. That is the number one thing.
If you've already had your started development, and I mean, yeah, you can have a birth deformity. I suppose anything can happen.
Not a deformity.
Yes, these are deformities. There are two sexes.
Determine outcomes. These are things that determine outcomes.
There are two sexes in all of nature.
If it doesn't meet in the normal range,
what is normal?
Wouldn't it be deformity?
Reproductively viable. If you are not reproductively viable as a man or a woman, you have a birth defect.
Wait, when you say normal, do you mean nominal?
Sure.
Well, the problem with nominality is that you still haven't discussed how much of a range we can have with it being like within target functionality. Until we lose target functionality of the system, it's not like considered like a disease or anything dysfunctional. So what's like how much can these receptors go up and down is the real question. So what happens if, say, my mother has higher estrogen levels in the womb, and so even though I was born as a boy, I have a lot more estrogen receptors in my brain? What could that possibly do?
Well, what could that be by? It could be even more estrogen receptors. It could be due to what you're eating.
What will that do?
Taking.
I already described that it's due to the high levels of estrogen.
What do you think it will do? I don't think it will. It's not going to do anything as far as changing your sex.
So men have slight levels of estrogen in our body, believe it or not. I know this.
Yeah, women have testosterone.
Yeah, and if I have a higher amount of E receptors than T receptors, it's possible that the E signal could overpower the T signal.
No, it's not. Not if you have a dick and balls. You've already been wired for T.
What if I don't have as many T receptors as well?
Then you're just a more effeminate man. You're not anything else.
That's because you're doing appeals to a normalcy, but you don't actually have any medical basis for this.
You would be an outlier. That's it.
And trans people are technically outliers. We're less than 1% of the population.
You guys would be.
Absolutely. I wish my cat, his name Karen, could come up here, because this is her field of study. Like like this is exactly what she studies. She says, but you only have a set amount of receptors of estrogen.
Karen, come up here.
But we're talking about how many of
and
those
she's
set
saying
amounts.
she's saying that you're wrong. I just emailed her because I'm not a biologist.
If you have more than one
I
transcription
don't even
factor,
pretend to play one on television. She's sitting at her desk listening to this stuff.
If you have more than one transcription factor for the same gene, you don't just have a fixed set of estrogen receptors. It depends heavily on the system's biology, not just the genetics. There is a phenotype that comes out of a genotype.
Are you trans?
Yes. Is that not obvious by now? Holy shit! I'm gonna put
You
my
could.
I knew
furry. I mean,
I have no idea. There are all sorts of weird people out here. I never would have guessed Mr. Slave is straight.
Talked to me like 2 days ago.
I know, and you're a weird Furby. I don't know your sex preferences.
That's trans isn't a sex preference. That's called my sexuality.
Okay, whatever you want to call it. I don't know who you are, what you identify as, or what you do. I just know that you're a weirdo with an avatar who hates Republicans.
My cat name is Karen. Says that you have a set amount of receptors.
That just doesn't make sense. 'Cause phenotypes vary wildly from even a single phenotype.
She works in this she's in this field
Okay.
like
So-
I mean I think like
She can come on and try to explain it, but I'm talking from a
well,
systems
she's
biology
literally
level.
at work right now. So
And Melanie,
So, for example, sometimes people have double versions of the same chromosome. That can happen.
do
It doesn't
you?
cause a lot of huge problems, but one thing it can do is that say there's nothing saying that you can't take 2 copies of the estrogen receptor gene. Well, then now every cell is going to have twice as many. That's just how it works. And then if you have more transcription factors, which is a protein level response, then there's no telling how many. If you have 1,000 transcription factors that are all working independently within the same cell, you could have 1,000 estrogen receptors.
again,
So
I'm not even a biologist. I'm not a doctor. I don't even try to pretend to be
You
one on
don't even
TV.
have to be though. If you want to breed a dog, how do you figure out what his gender identity is? You don't. You just go look at right. You just go look at his
Dogs
crotch.
have the capacity to identify something.
But look, here's what I was
anything
going to
other
with this.
than
I
a
was going to say the biological argument for why transgender is real and good and not a mental disorder is terribly weak. But the it's my life and I'll behave how I want is fantastically strong. I absolutely support your right to live as a trans person, but to try to rewrite biology into something it's not is
Not rewriting it. You're the one who wants to pretend like there's this inseparable link between genitals and identity, even though
I
one
think
is
it's
in
a
the brain
choice.
and one is in between your legs. So
you should look up the guy who invented gender as a
John Money.
I don't
John
care.
Money. Like,
My
understand,
question
like,
for
the
you
whole
is my
John
question
Money-
for you is
hella perverted.
do humans have the capacity, just in general, to identify as something we're not, like, or that isn't innate to our being? Like, for
That
example,
is
can
a
we identify?
delusion. No.
No. Okay, well, you should let me
Outside of
finish.
gender,
You should
outside
really
of-
let me finish because,
I
for
will.
example, can someone identify as being a sports fan even though we aren't born as sports fans?
But being a sports
But
fan
being
is
a
not
sports fan is-
objectively, demonstrably
Yeah.
false.
That's
Okay.
not complete.
You still haven't made it objectively, demonstrably false that someone can identify with something other than their genitals.
Look, your
Just because
gender, your
someone
sex
wants
is all it's referencing is what genitals you have. Gender identity is an attempt to distance those, but they don't really
Do you
distance.
identify with your big toe?
No, because my big toe doesn't
Weird.
determine how I reproduce.
But it does determine how you walk.
Actually, it
wouldn't that-
does. Your big
Yeah.
toe does.
You know what? I kicked off a big toenail during sex one time, so that's
Those
funny.
your pinky.
Yeah.
No.
Your big toe does, like, plays a vital role.
Humongous, actually. Hmm.
Have you ever had your toes sucked on?
Oh my God.
Look, when it comes to toes, all right. Look, I only got 5 of them, so I can kind of
You have
speak
10.
on this subject. No, I got 5.
I can
Oh
get
shit!
you
Sorry, I
toe,
missed
dude,
that. I wasn't looking at the
with
screen.
polish.
Fair enough.
Yeah, no, that's. I mean, look.
I'm a fucking ableist. I should go self-delete. I'm sorry.
I don't
No,
think
you're
you
good.
should
You're good.
delete at all.
No,
I'm
no,
kidding,
not
I'm
that.
kidding.
Not that.
I'm being fucking ridiculous. It's fine.
I don't think I would never encourage that at all.
No, okay, sorry. I wasn't trying to get sympathy. It was just a joke. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
I
No, I
get
know.
5
You
toes
are
down.
already at higher
And
risk.
Melanie, listen, I wish I had another leg to stand on too, so it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Y'all need Jesus.
Indeed.
Oh, that was funny. That was funny.
So, State, you're saying the next time I encounter this argument, instead of making any biological argument, I just start singing "It's My Life" by Bon Jovi.
I do know
yeah,
the song.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. I
It'd
can do that.
be a stronger argument. It'd be a stronger pro-trans argument. You can't change reality, right? But you can make a damn good point for what the fuck right is it mine or anybody else's to tell you how to be. You want to wear dresses and tuck your shit, then have fun, right on, But if you want me to accept that there aren't 2 sexes biologically, then go fuck yourself because I'm not buying the gaslight.
Yeah, like here's my question to you. Like, do you think that, let's say, like, I know this person is a dude, I have to acknowledge what they're trying to pretend to be, even though I know that they're a dude? Do you think I should be forced to do so?
Well, if you respect them, yeah.
So I should be forced to play in their delusion, or
No,
play
you-
in their
no one can
make-believe
force you to
world?
believe anything. It's about
Well,
common courtesy.
it would be if I would have to force to accept that they think that I have to force to accept that they're a girl when I know they're not a girl.
Well, let me
and
ask you
I-
this.
Is that like
It's-
it's almost like I can't go to a
is
bunch of black
someone-
guys and calling them like, what up, man? You know what I'm saying? And
It's
expect
someone
them-
who took hormones and got the surgery, so that way you might call it mutilation, but I think it makes it closer to a vagina than anything.
okay.
How old were you, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
We're not there yet.
No. Okay. All right. I'll let.
So does that not disqualify someone from at least being a man at that point?
No.
You no longer have the dick and balls that you
got the
absolutely
chromosomes
rely
go
on to make
the way
all of
down
your
to the
arguments,
cellular.
and
It's all
their
the way down to the
hormones
cellular.
completely
It's
change their
all the way
phenotype.
down to the cellular. Your cells don't change.
Their hormones have completely changed the phenotype. That's what hormones
No,
do. They
no, they're
regulate
not. You're
cell
if,
types.
at the end of the day, if you did a blood test, you'll still come up as you're a male.
No, actually, because you'd have to do a genetics test, not just a blood test.
Okay, it would still be male, right? If you did genetics
So
test, right?
chromosomes don't mean much at the end of the day if you don't have the genitals.
But that's
and
actually they
hormones.
do mean much when that's how we identify
Let me finish.
whether it's a male or female.
May I finish? Just it doesn't mean much at the end of the day if you've got the bottom surgery and the hormones change your secondary sex characteristics.
It does
an
mean much
injury.
because at the end of the day, you're still that.
Can you see people's chromosomes or something?
So do you have to
doesn't matter
do you have
whether I
to
have
keep
to see 'em.
a
It's still,
It
it's
does.
still that
retainer
Because if you
in?
meet someone randomly on the street and they otherwise convince you, and you're still obsessed over their chromosomes, you're the one who's a bit delusional, in my opinion.
I don't think so. I'm just saying like there's some things that just can't change, and you just can't change that you have chromosomes that are of a
Sure,
male.
we change the things
So-
that we can, like secondary sex characteristics and the shape
But
of
it
our
still
genitals.
means at the end of the day, you're still that male. You just did a whole
No.
bunch of work to make yourself look like a
Is
female.
99% of the
far less
population
male.
delusional? Is 99% of the population delusional?
Well, no, 99% of the population isn't trying to enforce what Glenn is trying to enforce.
What am I trying to enforce?
Gender
I'm not
roles.
trying to enforce anything.
Gender roles.
I don't think
I
it's
would
gender
I
roles.
would I would say probably 50-50 on that, Melanie, to give
You
good
think
faith.
50% of the population is anti-trans.
I would say probably somewhere around there. It's
I-
probably
I'm
way
just
higher.
being
It's probably way
reductionist.
higher.
I'm just
It's
being
prob-
reductionist when I say anti-trans, and I disagree with you. I think it's maybe 10%, but honestly, I meet way more people who are okay with the way I am.
I think it's
I
majority.
think more people are just are so concerned or afraid of being looked at as like not being what is the word what is it
Most people are probably self-aware enough to realize they don't know any better than like an actual doctor.
I think most people are afraid to just not like be labeled as a anti this or anti that, and so that they're just like they pretend.
Oh, okay. Do you think again maybe they're just humbled by the idea that they're not actually sure how it works, so they don't have a prescription about how trans people should live?
No, it's coercive. It's
think
very
I
simple
think
how it
they're
works.
just trying to be nice, and they're more concerned about public opinion and worried about being labeled as something.
So you think everyone should have an opinion on this despite having no medical knowledge of transitioning?
I think everybody has an opinion on everything.
Well, you
whether
do
or not
on
they
our
have
vote,
a
right?
professionalism, you know.
You do on our vote, right?
What's your opinion on canal jumping?
Canal jumping,
I
like
don't know what
jumping
that
a
is.
canal.
Well, no, you said people have opinions on stuff they don't know about all the time. So what's your opinion on
Yeah.
canal?
Oh yeah, no, I can have a position without having a position.
What is
actually.
canal jumping?
I think we should value the opinions of medical professionals over the people who just form
Absolutely,
opinions out
I
of
should be
ignorance.
able to scrutinize. I should be able to scrutinize, even though I'm not a medical doctor. I should be able to scrutinize when I think I see medical malpractice. That I
Mhm.
should be able to go and say, you know what? No, absolutely not.
Who's more
am I
likely
a
to be
doctor?
wrong though? Like an
Am I a
actual
doctor,
doctor?
though?
Doctors
Who's
lie
more likely
too.
to be wrong? Who's more likely to be wrong in this scenario? Someone who understands medicine or someone who doesn't?
99% of the if 99% of the community is coming together saying no, this is not how it goes. Well,
But they can
I would
only
say
cite-
probably them.
They can only cite ignorance as a reason to do it. They don't cite the actual medical.
This is such a clear and obvious case of doctors are lying for political reasons
All
and
doctors.
social reasons. All doctors, yes,
Well, not
we're
all
going along with
doctors hold
Not
that.
all
all of the
doctors
ones who are
recommend
going
that.
along with this and
But-
saying it's actually changing your gender.
It's not
uh,
all doctors. There's a lot of doctors that disagree with this.
Absolutely, they do. Absolutely,
Everybody
they
who's
disagree.
pushing the
Okay, well,
narrative
yeah, there's-
that you have
but
changed your
it's the
sex
majority
because
of
you put an
doctors.
axe wound in your crotch, they're lying and they know it and we know it.
By the way, women, that's what men think of what you have as an axe wound.
No, that's what I think of what you have.
even though
They have
one of the
vaginas,
surgery is to make it as close to a vagina as possible.
but it still tries to close up because it's trying to heal because it's a wound.
Actually, that's not a wound. It's fusing because the two cell types don't know to stay separated. But
Right, because it's a wound,
you know
not a
epithelial
vagina.
tissue is. You know what epithelial tissue is? Can you tell me what the
I don't know
epithelial
what it is. It's not. Is it
It's
critical
skin.
to me
It's skin.
understanding
It's
the
essentially skin.
situation?
It's essentially skin. It's skin. Okay, it's what you
Okay.
have on the outside of your body, and that is what grows over.
But the fact that you
There.
weren't born
So
with
it
it, and the
heals
fact that
with
you're having
epithelial
like
tissue.
those that have that surgery have a complication with that,
Women
the way
never
it's
have
healing.
complications with their
But
vagina.
a woman's vagina never tries to close up.
Actually,
Jeff,
yeah.
maybe
Yeah,
we
they
can
do
ask
try to
this.
say-
I
yeah, they
don't mean
do.
to be offensive
There's
here,
a
but
condition where that does
you ever
happen.
heard of a woman's vagina trying to close shut or grow
No.
shut?
Yeah, I forget what the condition's called, but there's something where it'll actually shrink and
Another
effectively
outlier.
close up.
Disregard it. It's an outlier. Just
But
go ahead.
are they not women anymore?
Is that a normal, healthy state,
Yes,
or is that a disease that they have?
It's a
They
state that
are-
a woman can be in one way or another.
So it's
It's a disease. It's a state of disease and unhealth.
It's an
And
abnormal.
do we-
It's
do-
an abnormal.
do we try to turn
abnormality,
them back
right?
in- do we
Condition.
try to turn them into men, or do we try to treat the issue at the source? We try to treat the issue at the source.
But see, we're not changing their. We're not cutting anything off or changing anything.
So what about
It
women
was
with
wo-
incredibly low estrogen levels?
What
Like,
if
so
what if,
low
what
that
if,
like
what if what if we
can't
could do this
reproduce?
all day though?
Yeah,
Like,
forever. But at the
But
end
how
of the
do we
day,
remedy that? How do we give them estrogen?
no,
So
we just let
exogenous-
people do whatever they
exogenous
want, and
hormones-
you stay
exogenous
being a
hormones-
dude who'd made a decision, and we continue to understand the world as it is. You don't
Women
need to
can get-
gaslight everybody around you.
Women can get exogenous hormones and surgery that helps the functionality of their genitals. That
Yes,
really
if they
sounds
were
so close
born
to
with
me
an
to what trans
abnormal-
women get.
if they were an
Why is it-
abnormality when they were born with a condition that makes their bodily functions not operate properly, yeah. But yours
Why is it so important to you that-
trans is not their body wasn't wrong with thing wrong.
Well,
with
you're
their body.
saying that,
Why,
like, the
why is
body
it so
will
important that
adapt.
everybody
You're
completely
You're acting like this is
scramble
so
what
out
we
of line,
all
like
know?
this is so new. Like we've never done
Melanie,
anything like this
why
before.
is it so critical that everybody scramble what we all know is reality and support your delusion?
Well, no,
Why
you're
can't people just
taking an inch
support
with
you
reality.
living delusionally?
You're taking
without-
an inch with chromosomes and sex-based reality that holds some truth, more so in the animal kingdom, and you're taking a mile with it because this doesn't apply to humans once you try to apply it to identity.
I'm not trying to apply it to anything but humans.
We're only talking about sex.
When you say that we have to identify with our genitals, you are taking that mile.
We
No,
do,
I
and
didn't
you
say that
demonstrate
you
that by
have
gender
to.
affirming identity is changing your genitals
Thank
or
you,
attempting to.
Maybe,
So
maybe Flow State was talking over you, and I thought you were him.
go ahead, Glenn.
I'm not saying you have to identify with anything. You could identify as you want to. It doesn't make it correct.
So, is someone allowed to identify as a sports team that you don't like?
Sure, I'm sure there's people on this panel right now that don't like the Dallas Cowboys.
I
So
hate
why
'em.
can't that's kind of what like trans people are doing, right? Like you may not
No.
like the team you're on, but people
No, no,
still
no, no.
identify with it.
it's not a team, though.
Not a team, and it's
Actually.
not. It's
Hold on, I need to test logic. So I'm being honest. And Melanie, this is all good faith, okay? So I'm asking a question. If I were to tell you honestly that I am black right now, I'm a black American, what would you say to me?
Well, trans people have had to undergo years of study and actually proving the validity that the treatment that we want helps us be who we are.
It's not
people
valid
who
treatment.
identify as a different race
It's pseudoscience.
want to prove that treatment makes them less suicidal and less depressed overall, then that's totally valid.
but it doesn't
but
though.
they have
Like,
yet to do the
overall,
same
it
work
doesn't.
that trans people have done to become medically valid.
Hold on, real quick. So Melanie, so if I told you I was black, what would you think in your head in that moment? You know, what would you think in your head if I said, listen, I'm black. Listen, it makes me economically, all this, whatever BS, right? It makes me better. It makes me feel better. All this
lowers your
stuff.
credit score.
So besides the point, does that, is that valid or what would you think in that moment? Would you be like,
Here's
no,
how you
he's
have
not
to
black?
think of it, right? Like your ability to identify internally as anything doesn't really hurt anybody. It's when you try to get your skin color changed. It's when you try to appropriate culture that
Like Michael
can be
Jackson to
detrimental.
a white guy?
Sure, that it can be detrimental to black communities, and that's when we say, hey, you at least have to be there needs to be a medically valid reason to do this.
So what is the medically valid reason you needed to put on blackface for women?
That's not. There's no answer to that question.
Okay.
The medically valid reason for transitioning trans people is because we can't force someone to identify one way or another. If they don't identify with their genitals, that's just the way it is.
What
And
if
the only way
what if my medically
your depression
invaluable
and suicide? Let me finish, please. And the only way to treat their depression and suicide is to make sure that we make it as easy as possible for them to live their damn lives.
But what we've noticed is that actually doesn't necessarily work, and it causes
does. It
more
works way
problems.
better
No, I
than
just
trying to
read you
force
the
people back in a
the
box.
suicidal statistics on this, and it's 32 to 50%.
But
So
you
obviously
misread
it's
what
not
we're trying
working.
to. We misread what causes it. It's all the things that it's like comes from
So then it
stigmatizing
still
trans
doesn't
people.
work.
It's all the things that come from stigmatizing trans people and trying to
It
force them back
still
into a
doesn't
box.
work. It still doesn't work.
That
though.
wasn't referring to the helping them with the medical transition. You misread that.
It still doesn't.
I wanted to
work.
read the second part to point out what we're trying to remedy are the functions of stigma, and that's exactly what that paragraph listed out right after those statistics. Let's read it
says,
again.
in
Let's read it again.
conclusion-
Glenn, let's read it again.
I'm
Put your
reading
money
it
where
right
your
now.
mouth
In
is. Let's read it again.
conclusion, in spite of facing number of hardships in their
No, bring it on
day-to-day
screen,
life,
please.
I will. In spite of reading a number of hardships in their day-to-day life, it says that. Hold on. Day-to-day life, the transgender community holds a number of resilient factors. Further, this community needs to be supported or strengthened. The resilience factor to draw culturally sensitive and transgender inclusive suicide prevention strategies and increase protective factors to tackle their high rate of suicidality, whatever.
The paragraph before was the one that you read last time, by the way.
I read this one. I know.
Okay, could we focus on that? Because like I said, everything that it talks about after that statistic that comes from the first sentence is things that come from stigmatizing trans people, right?
Yeah, but this is just like the abstract. There's a lot more to read and to go through, and we may not be getting all the information. So there's a lot of information that we are not getting into.
Rejection and lack of support from the families and society, gender dysphoria associated with extreme stressful experience, child abuse, early discontinuation of schooling, forced marriages, lack of livelihood opportunities, sexual and financial exploitation by the partner, and police and rowdies, I don't know what that means, and lack of legal measures for protection are some of the characteristics of transgender person. About 62% of the transgender respondents are either have problems with their family members or they do not have any contact with their family. Hence, they are living away from their families. They left their families because of ill treatment, being not accepted as transgender persons, and being felt embarrassed to live in the community. 56% of them have discontinued their education at either primary level or secondary level. Majority of the transgender persons have opt sex industry. Some of these sentences don't make sense. And
having a mental illness and living in a delusional state is harmful. I agree. That's absolutely true.
And, so can we treat this by forcing them to live as men?
Can we treat alcoholism by encouraging them to drink?
No, I'm asking you, have you looked at any of the statistics of what happens when we try to do conversion therapy? It's the same as gay people. It doesn't work.
But also
it makes them more suicidal, more mentally ill, and more depressed.
But some do become sober, right?
No, for alcoholism. No, I'm saying with conversion therapy for gay and trans people, it doesn't make them quote unquote less mentally ill like those people thought it would. It makes them more depressed, more suicidal, and thus more mentally ill.
You don't think alcoholism?
If you want to live as the opposite sex, you should do that.
Why does it say this though? Like, here's another article from same National Library of Medicine. Suicide-related outcomes follow gender-affirming treatment.
Yeah, so let's see what the results are. You can't just look at the headline. It's just saying these are what the outcomes. It doesn't say that it's higher or lower yet. So can you put it on screen?
I know it actually says something else a little bit more.
And Melanie, in good faith, if you have anything that you want to show, you can go ahead.
Yeah,
and tell
I mean, if you have anything that shows something that's
in good
different.
faith. I mean, if you have,
I like to read the entire article so I make sure that I know where it might even contradict me. I appreciate your bravery of bringing this up on screen. It's just I like to check my sources, and I'm not brushed up on all the stuff I had prepped for the last time I seriously debated this. Next time I come, I'll try to have some sources ready for this.
So a narrative review was undertaken evaluating suicidal-related outcomes following gender-affirming surgery, hormones, or puberty blockers. Of the 23 studies that met in the inclusion criteria, the majority indicated a reduction of suicidality following gender-affirming treatment. However, the literature to date suffers from a lack of methodology rigor that increases the risk of type 1 error. There is need for continued research in suicidality outcomes following gender-affirming treatment that adequately controls the presence of the psychiatric comorbidity and treatment, substance use, and other suicidal risk, enhancing the reducing factor. There is also a need to further systematic review, given the inherent limitations of the narrative review. There may be implications on the informed consent process of the gender-affirming treatment, given the current lack of methodology, robustness of the literature reviewed. So,
and by the way, I agree. The more research that is done for us, the better. I'm so for there being more research, and I tend to agree whenever they say there's a lack of robust research.
The other thing that they won't mention is that there's a massive lack of objectivity in the research.
Yeah, it's kind of persuaded by money there. I mean,
wait. Do you understand how papers work? Like, if researchers have conflicts of interest, they have to include that in the paper.
I do understand that. I understand peer reviews. I understand funding. I understand conflicts of interest.
What's the specific conflict of interest between the researchers who wrote this paper, or the university, and any other organization?
Go up to the funding section. Who funded it?
Yeah. Usually they say there's no conflicts of interest because that's what you want to say in a paper.
Because of course they're judging their own conflict of interest. Of course they're going to say that.
You realize that there's other like boards and stuff like that will judge if that's true or not, right? It's not just
No, there's not. There's the peer review. There's the peer process. There's the peer review process.
There's other boards. No, you have to bring your paper. You have to bring your thesis or paper to a board that actually reviews if it's true or not.
Those are the peer reviewers. Those are the reviewers.
Peer review. That's not what you don't understand what peer review is. If that's what you think peer review is. Peer review is when other people do the same study as you. Peer review is when other people do the same study as you and try to recreate it.
Gerbil, are you saying that there's no political or social pressure or influences on these researchers? Is that what you're suggesting?
The whole point of being a researcher and doing the scientific method is to be as objective as possible. That's why this paper is calling out the likelihood of making a type 1 error.
You know what a type 1 error is?
Before you do, Glenn, hold on. Melanie, real quick. If the statistics came out and it showed against your position, would you be willing to concede? Honestly.
I mean,
we'd have
there's
to
not
or would you say, oh, well, that's this statistic?
If you understand conflict of interest and you understand how research is funded, it's obviously there. It's there.
No, you're just pointing to something you want to be true because you don't want this to be true.
No, that is not true. What is true is conflict of interest.
No, you're biased, showing. You're the one who's
You're
biased.
right. I am biased towards reality and against bad science that's motivated by political reasons. I am against it. I am for your ability to live your life as a woman if you want to.
This is called virtue signaling, where you're gesturing at something that you think is true and ought to be true and saying, this must be the case. This must be the case. It has to be the case. But you can't actually say what the conflict of interest is.
The conflict of interest is the social pressure put on researchers to find what the funders want them to find.
The whole point of them going to school and learning how to be researchers is
I understand that in the perfect world, science is this untouchably perfect, unbiased thing. But in the real world where humans live and where money still determines research projects.
Yet again, you're afraid of letting me finish. Those researchers go to school to learn how to not let those pressures affect their research.
They go to school to get good character?
Yes, they do.
They do.
Objectivity in the research school.
So scientists are magically perfect in character. All of their human flaws and virtue failings go away once you become a scientist. Are you fucking retarded?
That's the point of the scientific method, is to eliminate as much of that as possible.
See, this is why I started talking over last time we talked, because you're a bad faith discussion.
No, because you're a Dunning-Kruger and you don't like when people are actually smarter than you and know what they're talking about.
You're not smarter than me. You're just more desperate to have your point accepted.
You didn't know what peer review was, dude.
You didn't know how you critically thought about things last time we talked.
I just didn't get to finish the whole list. Like, I definitely know how critical thinking works. I was doing it earlier with Glenn.
You are a biased zealot, like I called out last time. Your position is based on your political perspectives. It was obvious, and it continues to be obvious.
Okay. But
You
it's not-
lost you lost the point in the gun control debate, and you ignored it and moved on. You're losing
You
this
wouldn't let
one.
me finish. You were afraid of me making my point.
I did end up finishing because you have more stamina for nonsense than I did, so I left. So you got to finish.
True. So,
But
all
you
I'm
never
saying is
addressed
that
the fact.
if you don't think it's a bias that you need to assume that there's conflict of interest here by default without actually seeing any,
No.
then I don't know what to
I-
tell you.
no,
You don't know what bias
no.
is. You don't know what bias is.
This diagnosis, the whole trans thing, changed medically within the scientific community on a dime recently, and then became a massive social talking point. That
Nothing
bias
changed.
is
We
that
found that it was easier to treat people with HRT and surgery than conversion therapy. That
we haven't even found that. We don't even know if that's
Yes,
correct
we
or not
have. We
because
know
it
what the
hasn't been long
conversion
enough.
therapies are. They're incredibly poor.
We don't even know the medium term results of gender reassignment or whatever you call it.
We've had people transitioning since the fucking 70s. Yes, we do.
That's not a long time in perspective, right? I mean, thousands upon thousands of years of society, right?
Yeah, just because we have
And of human evolution or of God's creation, whichever you want to believe, you know.
throughout his
Yeah,
his
I mean,
society.
God's creation. Let's call it like it is, right?
Mike, just because trans people haven't been visible throughout history doesn't mean they haven't. There have been plenty of trans people throughout history. I can't think of any offhand because I'm just really bad at recalling names.
Did they just identify themselves though? Did they just say,
Well,
"No,
yeah,
I'm a
let's be
woman"?
real, there wasn't really a lot of surgeries or
Right,
hormones at the
right.
time, right? So that was all they could really do.
Understandable. Yeah.
It was about presentation for the most part. Where they wanted people to see them as a woman in their own society. They couldn't change much else.
Okay, so everybody see what I'm highlighting here?
Yes, sir.
Mike, you care to read this for me?
Yeah,
I'm working on another screen.
participants were asked if they ever had a history of suicide. Attempts or thoughts of self-deletion as dichotomous. I don't know what that word is. Variable before gender affirming treatment prior to initiating unspecific gender affirming treatments. 73.3% of the sample reported a history of self-deletion ideation. This percentage dropped to 43.4%. So, I mean, that's a big one. Following the initiation of gender affirming treatment. Prior to treatment initiation, 35.8% of the sample reported a history of self-deletion attempts, and 9.4% reported a history of self-deletion attempts after initiation of gender affirming treatment.
Now, Glenn, I know you might want to have some response to that, or somebody might. I just want to point out just beneath it, that next sentence, there's something called a p-value in there. It's the thing that says p less than 0.001. What they're essentially saying is we looked at the data and we checked to see how confident we are in these results. And the lower your p-value is, the better. A lot of people would say that p less than 0.005 is like amazing. So p less than 0.001 is incredibly, like, they're incredibly confident in these results.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Well, it means that it's very unlikely that the data it has like other since it's a multivariate analysis, they're basically saying how many variables could possibly be at play here and how much can they affect these results. And the only variables left that weren't accounted for by these studies would have like the most minimal impact possible.
But the science is always changing.
Well, I mean,
it would take a lot of science to change this.
It ebbs and flows with political and social climates, as we, it used to be an illness.
No, it doesn't.
Slaves, it used to be considered a mental illness for a slave to want to run away from its master. Can you believe that?
Okay, so when we're talking about discussing what a mental illness is, yeah, we tend to overstretch the definition of a mental illness to conform with things like stigma in society, because a lot of sociologists are trying to explain mental the effects of stigma as a mental illness, not understanding, especially in the past, that they were the effects of stigma.
I can
Nowadays,
see why
we're
you would
learning-
want stigma itself to be a mental illness. That's
Now-
crazy to me.
Well, it's not. And nowadays we're learning that the effects of stigma don't always, even though they kind of look like a mental illness, they aren't always a mental illness. And we have to be able to make that distinction.
But my question would be, why is it so important to you that we believe what you believe about the science instead of just accepting you for you as you present? Why do we have to believe what you want to say?
I try to communicate scientific literacy.
So you're big on scientific literacy across the board.
Oh, yeah.
What other scientific topics do you run around explaining to people and arguing about?
Well, there's the gun thing that you can hold up to.
Well, that's not science. That's social.
Those were studies done.
Okay.
Studies.
There are studies and lots of things that are not science, but that's gun violence is not science.
Hard science. Within the
No,
hard
it's gun violence isn't a science at all.
So within the hard sciences, you've already seen me talk a bit about biology, and I like talking about ecology. Right. My weakest point would actually within the STEM would be math, because I'm also pretty good with computer science and stuff like that as well.
But I mean, so what other talking points do you bring to people and help inform them on when they're misinformed? Do you go rooting out people who have bad computer science beliefs?
I try to inform you on how to check for biases. You don't just assume something has conflict of interest.
No, it's not an assumption. You can see it built in. If you understand what it is, you don't need a study to understand what something is. If you understand what it is, it's right there.
So I think your bias is that whenever something disagrees with you, you start seeing a bias in it.
Hey, Mike, you want to read this?
Yeah, which part? The whole thing right here?
Yeah,
more than 40% of transgender adults in the U.S. have attempted self-deletion. A new study from the Williams Institute at UCLA School of Law finds that 81% of teens adults in the U.S. have thoughts about self-deletion. 42% of the teens adults have attempted it, and 56% have engaged in self-deletion, self-injury over their lifetimes. Using data from the UST Department of Population Health Survey, Transpop, researchers examined the prevalence of hazardous drinking, problematic drug use, serious psychological distress, the thoughts of self-deletion and non-self-deletion self-injury between Ts and cisgenders adults, resulting from the study, which is the first national probability sample of Ts. People in the U.S. support previously reported findings that showed significant disparities in health outcomes for Ts as compared with cisgenders Americans. There you go. Yes, sir.
So I mean, like, there's significant studies that kind of like support the fact that maybe the surgery doesn't really help.
Wait, no, it said that the suicide rate significantly dropped after they got it. In the last one.
Where did it say that in this one?
Go back to the last. Well, that one's not talking about surgeries yet. It's only just saying in general.
Yeah,
I'm making that distinction.
So they're saying, like, basically once they identify as transgender, whether that means it's post surgery or pre surgery, they tend to suffer from these
no,
issues
even before they identify it. People, we find that.
Yeah, but it said compared to the cisgender adults, transgender adults were 7 times more likely
but
to
that's
contemplate suicide, 4 times more likely to attempt it, and 8 times more likely to engage in non-suicidal self-injury. So I mean, they could just say overall they're self-destructive, right? They have a higher
you totally ignored what the last study said.
Right?
You totally ignored what the last study said.
Well, you're ignoring what this study says.
I'm
it
pulling up
hasn't said
multiple
anything
different
about
studies.
Results after affirming hormone therapy or surgery.
Where?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It has. Okay, so
it says it right here. Prior to treatment, 35% of the sample reported a history of suicidal attempt. 9.4 reported a history of suicidal attempt after initiation of the gender affirming care.
35.8 versus 9.4, and there's also a sentence.
But it says that's
prior to initiating unsuspected gender. unspecified gender affirming treatment, 73.3 of the sample reported a history of suicidal ideation. This percentage dropped, that's a verb, dropped to 40.4 following the initiation of gender affirming treatment. So they're saying that once you start gender affirming treatment, suicidal ideation drops.
Following
Yes,
the initiation,
but-
and for how long after was the study period?
What was that?
Well, let's go to
Well,
the
how
source.
long-
See the third number 39 there. Flow
I'm
state. Let's go
I'm
to the source.
multitasking. I'm
And then we
multitasking on
go
my phone. You're
there,
gonna.
And then we go there and we find out what its methods were.
That's why I'm asking you to do it, because you're the science person and I'm the dummy who's multitasking while I'm talking to you on a phone. So could you please help me be not stupid at science?
Glenn would have to do that. I don't have the paper right in front of me. He can link
What?
it in the side chat. Is it linked in the side chat already?
Oh, I could just drop it. I could drop all the links in the side chat if you guys like.
Sure. And I'll get back to Flow State on that.
Because I'm finding some that point out that the study that there was found in, like, I think 2018 or 2015. Here, I'll pull it up.
Thank you.
Real quick. It is refuting that original study. They made corrections on it. So, like, here, correction to the key study: no evidence of gender affirming surgery improving mental health. And it talks about the original study here. Oh yeah, 2025 to 2015. Presume that fewer mental health events a person experienced, the better their mental health. While authors found no evidence of benefits of hormonal treatment, they noted statistically significant relationship between the time since surgery and mental health status. Specifically, the research observed that as of 2015, patients who had surgery further in the past had better mental health than the patients who had surgeries were more recent. This longitudinal association between gender affirming surgeries and reducing the likelihood of mental health treatment was interpreted by the author as evidence of positive time release like an effect of gender affirming surgeries. The author opinion that the findings should lend support to the decision of provider gender affirming surgeries to transgender individuals who seek them. The conclusion of the study was widely publicized by mass media. The study also made a rapid and significant impact on clinical and public health education. Now, the vigorous debate that leads to correction of key findings. The study was published. Many researchers and scientists, including some alerted the AJP of multiple serious methodological problems that challenge the study's conclusion. In response, the AJP requested an independent statistical review of the data, which led to a reanalysis of the data and an official correction. Who's coming in now? Some dude's back. Okay. Where am I? Okay. Correction. When gender dysphoric patients who received surgeries were compared to those who did not have surgeries, there was no statistically significant difference in their mental health utilization. 9 months after the study, original publication of AJP the results of the reanalysis demonstrated that no advantages of the surgery in relation to subsequent mood or anxiety disorder related health care visits or prescriptions or hospitalizations following suicide attempts.
Crazy. So it turns out that study didn't show shit for benefits.
Yeah.
Luckily, the Furby is dedicated to science and scientific accuracy, right?
Well, this is the scientific method in action on something that didn't have rigorous enough methods to make its conclusion. But there's been more than one study that reaches this conclusion.
But what I'm saying,
it doesn't matter to me if one study has been
okay. See, that's what I'm pointing out. Like, you don't give a fuck about science. You have an agenda.
Hold on.
Well, that last thing Glenn was looking at was something called I think it was a meta-analysis, actually. That's where they take a whole bunch of studies and they find out what they all say.
I know what they are. I go to college. I probably have more education than you do.
One study being wrong does not debunk all the
But
rest
this one speaks about like the multiple studies, though.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Like,
Like,
voice the reason without even knowing, just because I seen the word and it's small as hell, Glenn.
The whole story was about
the gender dysmorphia. In
Dysphoria.
certain things, yeah, there's certain things like if you can read it in between the lines, and if you can correlate it with certain how laws and things work, and like in certain countries, like that's actually considered a mental health
See,
issue.
they found that there was multiple serious methodological problems.
Yeah.
So that means like it wasn't just one problem. And
Right,
from
but they're talking about one study, not all studies.
Yeah, but it's almost like they rushed. They did also mention the big media hype and the impact it had. It's almost like they rushed out bad science so that motherfuckers like you would take it and run with it.
No, for votes.
No, sometimes like researchers think that they're doing things right because there's things are taught by professors who are flawed people, and then when they actually like publish their stuff, then it gets debunked by the wider community because it's more rigorous. The wider scientific community has more standards than any one given university.
If the wider scientific community includes people like you, I'm not optimistic.
I don't work in academia or research.
Right, you're a vigilante on these streets promoting science, and you're weird.
I never thought of thinking of myself as a vigilante. Cool.
Whoa, I was talking on mute. Hold on. Damn, I said something dope too.
You said a whole lot of nothing, to us.
That's the worst. That's
I did
where
on
you're like
mute.
fucking spitting, and then you're like, "Fuck, I was muted the whole time."
It's crazy.
So this is the conclusion. The mental health needs of people suffering from gender dysphoria are significantly greater than those of the general population, which confirms previous research. No mental health benefits of hormonal intervention was demonstrated.
By that paper.
No mental health benefits of gender affirming surgeries was demonstrated.
By that paper.
Specific to the question of the longitudinal association between time from surgery and mental health outcomes due to the unaddressed study design limitations, no improvement of mental health with the time after surgery was demonstrated. Despite higher rate of suicide attempts requiring hospitalization in the surgery group, the study design precluded the assertion that the gender affirming surgery is harmful.
Man, now I know what I was talking about. With the whole gender dysmorphia thing. See, like these little case studies, it looks cute and bullet points and everything. No, they're like imposing beliefs because there's certain countries they find out either they're going to diagnose you as having a mental illness or they're going to get rid of you or they're going to lock you away somewhere.
I'll put this in the back as well in the private chat, you guys.
And that's as real as it gets. Hold on. There's too many freedoms in this country that's not allowed in other countries.
Man,
I'm just like I said, I'm just looking at what I'm able to find, and like I said, I'm not a doctor. I'm not even a scientist. I'm not that smart, and I don't even pretend to be. But it seems like they're making a correction on what was previously published, in which you could say there may have been
consort for a majority vote.
No, there could have been other motivations to push that narrative.
Yeah, agenda.
Then, and I think that is very detrimental to the public and society.
Yep, they're pushing.
It's interesting because you said before we're all just trying to have sex.
No. Hold on.
No, I said sex. Really is what drives dominion. It drives it. It makes people motivated to do things. Like
that's so were the researchers afraid they wouldn't get laid if they
no
post the result?
Melanie, no, it's them allowing them pushing this narrative. Gets other people to have sex, which benefits them maybe financially or whatever.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get this off, or I'm gonna freak out because stuff like this bugs me out. Because there was a lot of reports this year, with the way it's like so pushed as an agenda. They had these kids. They took out all the books and replaced them with different books, and then had teachers reading them books locked away in rooms and the teachers were dressed in drag. So they're normalizing it, and this is these kids are 6 years old, and this kid had a
It
phone.
really wasn't a right wing media that used colorful
No,
language.
this kid took the phone and called
no
his
motivation
dad, and
for
his
right-
dad was they was
There's
three
no
of them
motivation
outside.
for right-wing media
They wasn't even
to
gonna let his
things,
dad
right?
in to get his kid.
There's no motivation for right wing media to
Oh
lie
my,
about these
come
things,
on,
right?
man. You can't
Would there be
serious.
any motivation for the left wing media
Man,
to
you
lie
talking
about it as well?
It's manipulation.
Not so much because we have science on our side.
Get out
Yeah,
of here,
but
man.
I just showed
I
you
haven't seen
science
any.
that refuted.
The link in chat if
Hold
Glenn
on,
wants
you
to
know what?
check
You
it out.
know it's a good thing. You know it's a good thing. Watch this. Let me debunk this whole quick. This is a simple equation you can figure out. All right, you got 3 planets, right? You got lesbians, you got dudes that like dudes, and then you got the regular people. In
And
200
we have
years,
two types of thinkers: people who are open minded and people like some
Jesus
dude.
Christmas, can I just finish? You got one planet, girls that like girls. You got one planet, guys that like guys. You got another planet, which is natural. 200 to 500 years, which planet is going to be gray and dead, and which one's going to be alive?
It's a good thing we never see anything like that in
Oh
reality.
my God! Answer the question, bro. It's called lack of reproduction, bro. Come on, don't act that dense. You
Hey,
really,
it's just
yeah,
people-
that really is a mental
People
issue.
always exist. Like you're afraid of trans people because you're worried cis people.
No,
are
I'm not
here.
afraid of nothing. It's just, come on, man.
Who
Face
cares
reality.
about this
Stop being
argument?
stupid.
So why would
that's
I care?
dumb stuff.
Okay. So the
No, I mean,
lesbians
you
and
do
people
to
I don't
each
care.
his own, man. But stop being stupid. You can't impose your beliefs on kids. That's what I'm saying.
Nope. I think you're the one shoving gender norms down kids' throats and forcing them
What
to
do you?
conform.
It's normal because it's normal. What do you mean?
Yeah, but your definition of
What do you
normal is
mean?
outdated. Once
Yo,
now that
you
we
all right,
realize
take that
not
attitude.
everyone identifies with their genitals.
Take that
One thing
attitude
this-
to Dubai or
Wait a minute,
North
I
Africa
got a
and see if you come
question.
back home.
Melanie, you said our definition of gender is outdated.
is
Or normal.
stupid.
I'm sorry, you said our definition of normal is outdated.
I think expecting everyone to be
No, it
normal.
needs to be
Aren't certain
recap-
things
it
like
needs to be-
aren't certain shouldn't normal stay constant?
Right, but
Thank
it
you,
doesn't
Glenn.
mean that you're going to have outliers who aren't
like
normal, and you
across,
have
like,
to accept
hold
that.
on, can I finish my sentence, please?
I thought you did.
Shouldn't certain things be like consistent across board? Like right is always right, wrong is always wrong. That is consistent. That's across board. Like it's principally all across the
Because
board.
you
We
wanna
know
make
that
my
when you do
existence
something
out of being
right,
right or wrong.
man.
You want to make my
Mental health.
existence out of being. I'm answering
No,
Glenn.
you got
I'm
mental health
answering
issues,
Glenn. Thank
man.
you. You want to make my existence out of being
You
right or
get
wrong.
special with me.
I'm not.
For me,
No,
this-
I'm not.
I still am what I
that as
am,
an
regardless if it's
example.
right or wrong.
I'm not trying to use.
I
I'm not
understand
trying
the
to make your
example.
existence a right or wrong. I'm just saying certain things there's principles that are just universally across the board.
I
The
don't
things the
even
same.
think that's
Glenn,
true.
real quick
Is
question.
murder ever right?
So when it comes to change, would you say that? Well, I mean, here's the thing: is it like Lindsay said, it is inevitable, right? Would you say it would be the majority would be normal classified majority of whatever it is? Would you say that is normal, Glenn?
Yeah, that would be the normal. The majority.
Okay. What would you say then? In that case, then if 51% of the nation voted left and then the very next 4 years they voted right, the normal changed, right? Because the majority changed. But see, I agree with that statement that normal is what majority is at that moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is
That
it
would be
right?
the consistent thing. Is like
But
You
okay,
know,
so maybe I
Is it right?
maybe-
No, hold
maybe I
on. Is it
misspoke. I
right
said
for
that-
future productivity in
Yeah,
generations?
we're still going to keep reproducing.
What?
We're
well,
still, yeah,
not
you don't
really
need
when our
everyone.
replacement rate is low. You
You
know,
don't need or want everyone to reproduce for that matter.
that is true. I agree with you there. Not everybody should have kids.
Yeah, that's true. I will. All right. I'll
Maybe
agree with you
trans
on that
people are just
too. Yeah,
self-selecting,
there's some people
saying
that
like
shouldn't have
we don't
kids.
want kids to begin with. But
Yeah,
trans
but
people
you
actually
can't-
do
you
still have
can't
kids.
scammer-
Trans
you can't
people,
scammer the
some dude,
rate.
I'm going to blow your mind for a second. Some trans people do still have kids. For example, trans men, because they were women, can often
I
still
know,
get
but
pregnant.
I'm just saying,
and
like,
trans women can, before they transition,
I get it.
store their sperm in a sperm bank.
I get it. But let's just say, like I said, 3 planets.
It's irrelevant. This whole
No,
analogy
it's
is irrelevant.
not. I'm trying to break it down in a binary
point is,
instance
people
so
can
you
still
can
reproduce.
understand it, and you
You
can.
want to hear something funny? Here, I'll tell you guys a joke. So, I know this this guy that goes by Ali, and they're trans, and well, he got the boobs. He didn't do the bottom surgery, and he's like, I'm a trans lesbian, and I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm with the woman. I was like, so you're just a straight dude with tits?
If you're gonna
Yeah,
misgender
just
them,
be
you also
bugging.
call
It's
them your
fetish.
friend.
It's trendy
And
now.
he thought it was the most funniest thing I've ever said,
Yeah,
and it's
people
our
be
joke.
they need to be smoking some good shit, man.
But
You
it's
know what the
kind of
difference
funny.
is,
Like I was
dude?
like,
You know what the difference between a fetish and someone expressing themselves is?
no, like
If,
he
if you
really
try
got
to if
the,
you try to get rid of someone's fetish by giving them testosterone blockers, for example, because that would make them less horny, then they get upset because then they can no longer
well, actually, if you
experience the
give
fetish.
somebody testosterone blockers, you can actually they could end up developing like a major depressive disorder.
Sure, okay, but can I try to focus on what I'm saying? If you give someone
Yeah,
with a
mental
fetish,
health.
if you give someone with a fetish something that gets rid of their sex drive, they get upset because they can no longer experience their fetish. When you give a trans woman testosterone blockers, even though it gets rid of her sex drive somewhat or changes it, we're not upset because it actually makes us feel more
Hold
like a
on.
trans woman.
Question. So
It's not
does
apparent.
does that specific thing that you've got that piques your interest, whatever, but if the sex drive goes down, doesn't the same interest go down as well?
No,
Doesn't
It
that only
doesn't.
happen
no,
during
it's more than just
sexual?
sex. It's more
It
than
works
just it's
exactly the same in
a
both situations. Just one person wants it and the other doesn't.
Yeah,
It's exactly.
it doesn't pertain to men too. Like if a man wants to, and it's like, come on, you taking all those pills? Just why? You go to other countries in this
brings me
day and age,
closer
you
to
won't
what
come back.
it brings me closer to something that makes
Yo,
me feel
stay in the
comfortable with
United
myself.
States, man. Stay in the
Well, your
United States.
identity shouldn't be
I'm
built
not
on a trendy study, anyways. Your identity should be deeper than whatever the latest study is or the new.
Yeah, I probably would still feel like this regardless of what the research said.
So then, why is it? Why are you so insistent that this be the science? Why can't you just be you? Because that's your identity, and that's more important than the latest bias study, anyways.
Glenn is bringing up science, and as a scientifically literate person, I'm just trying to help us
No,
break it down.
you're absolutely not that. You're bad faith. I've demonstrated 2 nights in a row. Well, maybe 2
You're
out
the
of
one
3
who
nights.
literally can't let me finish my sentence.
I'm gonna take a shot with Mike.
Because you're bad faith. That was the whole point of that.
You're unable to look in a mirror, apparently.
I'm on the right type of time.
I mean, can we at least acknowledge that the data that I found actually kind of refutes, or at least calls into question, the information that has been disseminated out there?
Not all the information, just the information from one study. That one thing you did
Well,
do a good job.
I brought up multiple
questioning methods. But the study you put up before that actually showed that the suicidal ideation drops because of these treatments.
And here's the demonstration of bad faith.
Hold on,
just like
guys.
I said.
Hold on. That was cool, Mike, because we actually put it up to the screen and shook our head up and down at the same time. And my bad. Yeah, we both toasted and we shook our head like
we knew what type of time we're on. Yeah, we knew what's up. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm enjoying the conversation.
it's pretty cool. All right, my bad, Flo.
No, it's good. I was yeah, I mean I was trying to enjoy my new W, but I guess it's not my first W, so that's fine if you want to.
I think that at the end of the day, you could say that there's nothing that definitively or conclusively supports that the surgery or individuals that go that route are better.
Can you look at the study I posted in the side chat? It's 2 messages.
Can I ask you a question? Where you get the money from?
What money?
To get your vagina or whatever it is.
Well, that's provided by the government.
Jesus,
And
So that's
in the U.S.
that's part of my taxes. Immigrants and this stuff.
Are you
I am screwed this year.
Are you Canadian or are you in the U.S.?
Wait a second. We get free healthcare here.
Where
Don't you
are
want
you
that?
Oh, he's in Canada. Yeah.
Oh, you're in Canada?
And yes, I am in Canada.
Well, their
okay.
tax dollars pay for it. So I mean,
Yeah,
it's
their
the same
tax dollars.
concept.
Well, at least
They're
I'm-
also promoting their euthanasia or the assisted suicide, I hear. So
That's the word, euthanize.
Well, we have rigorous
Whoa.
standards to make sure that we don't do it to anyone who isn't.
yeah, I heard
qualified.
that when people would call in to try to set up doctor's appointments, they would be offered assisted suicide. So I'm sure.
I'm sure you did hear that, but you don't really question much, do you?
I mean, were the standards as rigorous as the first study that was we looked at that you.
One of the
now
first things
rejected.
that someone has to do is exhaust all other possible
Science
options
is
for treatment.
constantly changing. There's obvious political pressures. You have to really break your brain to try to ignore the reality. Reality is that your body is a fad. Your identity is a fad. Congratulations on living with the wound that is the result of your fad obsession for the rest of your fucking
Well, like
life.
I said,
Let's try to
I would still
gaslight
feel
the
this
world
way.
around
I
you.
still wouldn't be able to identify as a man regardless of what other people
I have
thought.
no
So
doubt that
fun with
that's
calling
also
it a
true.
fad. Have
Yeah,
fun
no.
with calling it a fad.
It is a fad.
Well,
It's
you're an
already.
idiot.
Be able to identify. Would you say you wouldn't be identified as a what?
I've never been able to identify as a guy.
Yo, they even
Yeah,
got
no, I agree with you on that. I would never consider you a man either.
Y'all
Why
are
wouldn't you? Why
least we're in
couldn't you?
agreement there.
Couldn't you identify as a gay man?
they
Well, 'cause I'm
non-binary.
gonna
They
be
don't
honest
have
with
no
you.
clue. They're
Like I'm
mentally
not
damaged.
attracted to guy when I feel when my body is
Oh my
like
God.
not feminine. And honestly, I don't even know how attracted to men I am. I started my relationship when I transitioned with a guy, and it's more like
Jesus
we're
Christmas.
very close, but
Yo, I
not
gotta
like.
go, yo.
But I recently had a crush on this really pretty lady, and like it's like I don't know. I might be at least more bi, but I might even not be that attracted to men once I finally do get with a woman.
So then,
I've just
you'd
only been
be
with one
straight.
person since I transitioned. But
So
when I
then
was
you would
when
I
I
like the
wasn't
honesty. I like
before
the
I
honesty. there.
transition, it honestly it felt gross to be with a guy, and then after I
Why?
transitioned, it just
Because
because I'm honestly not gay. I'm legitimately not gay for men. Maybe
so
for
then,
women.
Oh,
so then that kind of that would be explained. Like maybe
Because my
like
sexuality is not the same as my gender.
but so maybe like the repulsiveness that you got was because like you like knew that this wasn't like this was not right.
How's it not right? Like, all the animal
Because
kingdom does
obviously
it.
you didn't like it.
Plenty,
You're like
plenty of mammals in the
naturally.
animal kingdom do homosexuality. How's it not right?
They don't identify as something else.
Well, they don't have the capacity to, so that's irrelevant.
They could chew off their cocks if they wanted to.
I'm just wondering, like, you know, couldn't it be like you innately knew like this was just not right, like, or this was wrong, you know, like.
Well, then if I'm capable of innately knowing that was wrong, and then this feels right, then how
like,
am I not
like subconsciously you knew
You've
it.
got a lot
I'm
more
innately
subconscious.
Well, okay. So
let me
invested in
finish.
this.
I'm answering Glenn for fuck's sakes. If I'm innately capable of knowing what's wrong, then I should also be innately incapable of knowing what's right, and this is what feels right.
heroin feels pretty good too. Does that
Yeah,
make it good?
the
That feels
cognitive
wrong. That
dissonance
feels
would be
wrong. It
stronger
feels right to
with
me,
this.
psychedelics, and I love psychedelics. They're great. Not super addictive either.
So let me go back to the. I'm trying to find the which one was it? The one that you sent me. Oh, it's right here. So you know this study is like a lot older than the other ones that I pulled up.
Right.
But-
So
Well,
when I pulled up-
UCLA is pretty liberal as it gets. So I mean, I gotta.
mine's also old too. Actually.
No,
it's
no,
from
I'm just saying
2011.
the one that you pulled up is much older than the ones that I pulled up.
Okay, sure. I
um,
can find a newer one if you want.
I'm just saying because that the ones that it references some of the studies and the other ones that especially the one that said the correction was in this one actually references that.
I
in
was just
here.
going through what I know to be the most solid sources in my.
Yeah, I
can we
understand
be
that.
more specific? Can we be more specific? What study was the one? What was being debunked in that?
So hold on, let me go back to it.
And while he's finding it, do you mind if I ask when did you
posted
decide
this
that you
title.
were? When did you decide that you were trans?
I was about 25.
Okay, and the guy that you mentioned sleeping with, was it his idea or your idea?
No, I didn't even know that he was into
Okay.
trans
Question,
people for a while.
real quick, to go with flow. How old were you when you realized that you were attracted to the same sex?
I never was attracted to the same
Never.
sex as a before I transitioned.
So when you were with the dude, when you're
before I transitioned, I was with
before
women.
you transition, you were always attracted to women.
Yes. I had
Are you
I had
still-
long-term relationships with women even.
Are you still attracted to women?
Yes.
So then
You
you're
are.
just a straight guy that
Well, no. I'm
So
That's
what's
that's
the
not
bear of
reciprocated.
reason to change
well, like
there?
that would be
well because
straight.
my
You're-
sexuality is kind of separate from this. I'm
I
changing for
understand.
myself
I understand that.
to
I
express
get it.
how I feel
I don't
internally.
understand. I don't understand
What was-
that. Like
What was the catalyst in your life that made you change your mind?
I think seeing a trans person who was beautiful, because before I couldn't imagine a trans woman being beautiful, but she was like legit beautiful, and I was like, oh my god, maybe I can be beautiful too.
What
Because
features did they have? A man or a woman's quality?
women's.
Okay, so you were attracted
Mike,
to.
hold on, Mike, hold on. I'm just trying to get I'm trying to understand
Yep.
the you know, the thought, like what happened with you, you know, in your life. Because it's like at 25, that's a long time to be a straight man, and then.
Well, can I tell you when I know that I started pretending to be a boy?
Well, I'm asking these questions. I'm not challenging your.
Wait a minute. How
their
could
identity.
it be something that you were?
No, but no, I had to pretend. So when I moved into an all boys group home, within like 3 days, they took to calling me fairy boy, because apparently they, first of all, much like you guys, they only know how to conflate gender and sexuality. So they accused me of being gay. Secondly, or
you could just
before that, I honestly would have told people that I felt like a boy and a girl at the same time, because that is actually what I told kids around the age of 6 in my playground, and they made fun of me. So
Could
anyways,
you not just be feminine and be a
Yeah,
man?
couldn't you just be a metro?
well, I definitely wasn't masculine enough that people couldn't notice it. So in that group home, I would often have to fight to protect
So-
myself from the bullies.
That's pretty
And-
masculine.
So it's
No,
pure.
I mean, like I would be put
It's
into
pure
fights where I'm
self-identification.
Glenn,
right?
it's not masculine to be put into fights where you're being punched and you don't punch back. So at some point,
I thought you said you fought.
at some point, I decided that masculinity was being as violent as possible, and that's when I started putting on that mask.
Well, that's not.
Well, that's on you.
That's not masculinity, but that's what you.
I know,
decided
but
it
when you
was,
don't,
yeah.
when you can't actually identify as a man, and that's what you see other men doing all the time to you.
Well, what
So,
are the
like-
So, what are the characteristics you're actually appealing to? Because are you conflating that there is
Strength,
no such
strength,
thing?
being invulnerable, emotional stoicism,
Okay, so
making people afraid of me.
you do agree that there is man and women, right? Or are they convoluted and they are?
John,
I
you're
think
like
it-
8 hours late.
I think of it as two curves, where like the majority of people are cis women. Majority of people are
So
cis.
there's no biological component to it. It's pure self-identification.
No, if there wasn't biological components, we wouldn't take hormones.
So there is a biological component, right? And obviously, there's
Some more important than others.
Okay, and so is that how would you identify if you looked at somebody? How would you identify whether they're a male or a female?
Probably from something called secondary sex characteristics, which are like features in the face, whether and like in their body, but more importantly, like what kind of clothes they're wearing, how they do their hair, if they're wearing makeup, if they do their nails.
So because I put on the facade of clothing and you're appealing to look more feminine.
Well, yeah, when
like
a guy wears more
right?
feminine
So
clothes,
there is something that you're appealing to look more like.
But then
So
if I
gender
wore-
norms, yeah, gender norms.
if it's
Can I
you
ask
think
a
it's like a
question?
spectrum, or is it a set? There is in fact a male,
Weirdo
in
John, let me
fact
ask
a
a
woman.
question.
Well, the way society handles gender norms now with like unisex stuff in between is kind of like a spectrum, right?
So if I wore a do rag, would that mean that I'm trying to
Wait, do
identify?
women never wear? I don't know much about do rags. Do women never wear do rags?
It's
No,
not what
I
he's getting
know.
at. I'm
Yes, they
saying.
do. Yes, they do.
Full screen me. Give me the
Has
full
to do with the
screen here.
hair. Has to do with the hair, braids
Yeah, it
and
helps
stuff like
keep
that.
the
Yeah.
curls. You know.
Pull up
See,
your Ninja Flow state.
I don't see a lot of that here in London, Ontario. So what I'm trying to say is like when I walk like out my door, if I see someone wearing a dress, makeup with their hair done a certain way, until I see other features, my first assumption, and I think this is true for YouTube, that's why I'm saying it this particular way, is that they're going to be female until you see something else, right? So you're just at a higher likelihood of identifying them as a woman.
Well, I'm going to assume that I'm also going to look at height too, because if they're a really really
How
tall
tall are you,
woman,
Glenn?
I'm 6 foot.
I know women who are 6'1", 6'2".
I know. I do know.
I'm
know
5
that
foot
too.
So height
7.
doesn't
I'm just
actually
saying
determine if someone's a woman or not.
normality,
Height doesn't-
or the normalcy, or the
Well, you
whatever, the
said
average,
secondary
average-
secondary characteristics.
the average height of a woman is not 6 foot.
Sure.
And I know the average height of a man is not 6 foot, but it's more likely than not to see a man at least 6 foot than you would see a woman. So if I saw a woman that was 6 foot, or something that appear to be a woman that is 6 foot, I'm gonna be lead to question whether or not is that really a woman. That would be
You do
a
that
reason.
for every single 6 foot woman you see.
Yeah.
I don't know if I see someone.
I
That's
don't
tall, but
really
there's
see. I
I'm
don't-
surprised. I'm
I don't
surprised when I
see
see a 6-foot
makeup,
woman
I
every
don't
time.
see
I
on-
a woman very often, like Pearl, like
Genuinely,
she's like my
yeah.
sister, like she's my height, but even then, it's like, I mean, I don't question her because I know her, but
Well,
I mean, if it was
real
someone
quick,
else,
real
I would
quick,
question them.
But
everybody.
let's agree. If everything else appeared feminine, the height alone wouldn't be enough to discount somebody, right?
It would make me want to look for an Adam's apple.
Wait a minute.
So
wait a
listen,
minute. Wait a minute.
I'm 5'7",
I don't have
dude,
much of an
and
Adam's
I
apple.
deal with that all the time. I
People
deal with
actually
that all
ask
the
me,
time.
"Do you have an Adam's apple, or did you get it removed?"
Well, that you can have it shaved down, right?
Did you know that there are women who actually have a bit of an Adam's apple?
Yeah, and then I
absolutely.
question if they're a woman.
I would think
Here's the
there
thing:
may be some
biology isn't
Thailand.
as clean cut as you seem to
Look,
think it is. Women don't
But it
just.
is,
the only
you
thing that
had
women have
surgery,
that
you
don't
had
is
voluntary
uterus.
surgery to
It's
change
in
it
that.
because it was clear cuts.
Not well. With secondary sex characteristics is only you can have women with broad shoulders, you can have women with
Okay.
big bones, you can have women with big clavicles.
So don't
can
you
have
think
women
like this is like
longer
gonna make
legs.
people go to the point where they're like, you know what? Before we could even have sex, we need to
We're not there yet.
Have
We're
a
not there yet.
blowjob. Cry on a
We're not
blowjob
there
first.
yet.
I need to know.
Sorry,
I
Glenn.
need to see what the chromosomes are before we have sex. Like, do you think
We're
it's
not.
gonna
We're
get
not
to a
there
point-
yet. I think we still need to address doesn't it make more sense at this point in society, since people are kind of diversifying the way we express these things with non-binary and like unisex clothing, which has existed since the 90s, to kind of think of it as like maybe you should just ask someone like, "Hey, what are your pronouns?"
Are you
No,
familiar with? Yeah.
Because I want
Are
to
you
know
familiar
what
with?
they are. I don't
Solution to
like
me.
what I want to know what they are, not what they think they are.
But it seems like a simple solution to me.
No,
to just
because
ask
if they say like, I think my pronouns is this, and then let's say they got like the best surgery in the whole world, right? Like it's like nobody could tell anything on the, even the vagina looked like a real vagina.
Tastes
right?
like a real vagina.
Maybe it even has like it bleeds like a real vagina on once a month. I don't know.
Oh, it,
And then and
Okay,
then
that's-
like, but if they start doing the deed and they're like, why can't she get pregnant? My soldiers are marching, and then they find out that they're not, right? Then they're like, oh shit, I'm gay, and then now they're gonna what if they
No.
self-delete?
No. Okay, so that's funny. But I just want to point out though that there are plenty of women who also just can't have kids, right?
That's true, but then at least they'll know they're a woman.
this is not a subjective thing, right? Like the reality is reality. I don't know. Are
kind of
you
is.
familiar with Carl Jung? Do you know?
But
Are you familiar with
secondary
Jungian
sex
psychology and
very
integrating the
much is.
shadow?
Hold on, I got
Secondary flow state with secondary sex characteristics is totally is subjective.
Well, why are we going with secondary?
I got one
Yeah.
more question.
That's what we use in day-to-day life until we undress somebody.
Well,
trying
because
Here's my other question. Here's my other question. If a guy thinks that he's marrying a woman, but it's not really a woman, right? But because I said that an amazing
That's never
surgery,
gonna happen.
whatever. Let's say that
no
happens.
person is going to marry someone who they think is a bigot and they can't open up.
No,
to.
no, like they just think that this is a woman. They don't know whether it's a trans or not, and maybe the person never
You know
even
how
told
that
them.
most often happens?
I'm
Because
just saying, like,
before-
hey, can we operate in my hypothetical, please, for a second?
No, I have an interesting story for you because I understand.
Hold
your
on, I just
perspective.
want to
Let him finish before you get on to something
I know,
else.
I know.
All right, so then they get married, and then he finds out that she can't get pregnant because it's not really woman. And then can he the lady that got all that plastic surgery and then her husband sued her? Can it happen the same way where he sues his other the person that he married that he thought was a woman for deceiving him, and now he can't
don't
have
know.
children because he married a man?
I don't know. I'm
you
not a
think that
lawyer.
would be a case?
But interestingly enough, this actually happens more because intersex people often have sex reassignment surgery as babies. Once it's
That's
realized
sex assignment surgery because they have ambiguous genitals.
it was reassignment.
Yeah, it's
And
very
then they
from-
don't know growing up, and then they only find out after they try to have kids with their partners.
Right.
So I'm actually against forced sex reassignment surgery.
No,
in
it's
the-
not reassignment. It's
reassign something
It
that
should
was
be
already there.
normalized sex.
It has to
It's-
be there already to
right. The
read.
parents
You-
are.
No,
They
I
have to
just,
make a decision.
I want you to acknowledge that I just described how the act of forceful sex reassignment surgery can be harmful because we're forcing it, and then we're forcing people to live
Well, they're
essentially a life.
they're
When we
basing
try
it
to
off what
normalize- when
their
we try to- when we try to
chromosomes
put
and
their
their
sexuality-
characteristics are
Let me
more
finish.
like.
Please. Let me finish. When we try to
You're soapboxing about a point that
me
we understand,
finish.
and it's because you don't want to
Okay, cool.
address the
I
other
let-
issues
I
that
just
people
let
bring
Glenn
up.
soapbox. I just let Glenn soapbox.
It's his
when-
fucking
when we
panel.
put their sexuality into one bucket or the other instead of just letting them be who
There
they
are two buckets.
that causes them more problems.
No, when you think that there's other buckets, that's what causes you more problems. You have that problem.
Well, you're the one who thinks that gender must work the exact way as sex.
I
and
think that you
that's not
made
how
a mistake
identity
You're
because
works.
of a
creating
trauma response.
distinction that isn't actually there. This is a
Right.
new thing that's happening. It's never been
No,
like
no,
this within history.
We've been doing this for a
just,
long time.
Just because there's
It's
been
No.
people who identified as something else, that doesn't mean that there hasn't been a established category of man and woman that is based off biological factors and chromosomes and neural and pathway. And biological pathways that we see, and you can bring up things like intersex and things like that, but it's a very small portion, and that
And those are
even
deformities
within those situations, they have more like biological characteristics one way or another, and that's how they determine whether.
Hey guys, I'm gonna
going
go
to
ahead
be
and
one or
hit
the
these
other.
super chats that I have let piled up because like
That's what I was just saying in the chat. I was just saying, I'm sure that you're going to take a minute.
Glenn,
So
just for decorum, do you want to just roll through them all, or if there's some addressed at me?
Yeah, I'm gonna go through them all, and then if there's anything that's like addressing like something specific, we could hit that one. We'll go back to it.
Okay.
But I'm like looking at them right now. There's like maybe one question for you, but I will go ahead and hit these real quick. Let's see here. We got John Smith coming in with a $5 super chat. It says $5 for the salty Magua Cosmic. Okay, I don't know what that means.
I'm Melanie Cosmic.
I know, but I
Mogwai is like from Gremlins.
Oh, okay. $2 from the Raging Patriot. Does Richard Gere know his gerbil is loose? Don't know.
I'm actually Eminem's gerbil.
Oh, that would make sense. Do you have good lyrics? I would expect you to know how to rap.
It sounds like when there's a party in the apartment upstairs, I bet.
Why is Lemmy Winks on panel and not on South Park?
They're so good.
And then the Raging Patriot with a $5 super chat goes, couldn't get Puze as a man, so transition to a woman to get Puze as a woman. It all makes sense now. Slit for slit. You can't make this shit up. And then, so how's that pap smear going for you, gynecologists?
Can I quickly answer that? Trans women do actually see gynecologists after they have.
Really?
Yes, after they have the surgery.
That is
for the same set of concerns.
Well, yeah, you can get things like yeast infections, and you need the same kind of like process to get it cleaned out. So
Is that you just getting revisited by the person that did the surgery?
no,
Or wound
No, the people who
specialist
do the
or something like
surgery
that?
are like specialized surgeon who do that type of surgery for their.
So
career.
it's not a gynecologist that does it.
No.
Okay.
Gynecologists aren't surgeons.
So it's not a real gynecologist. It's a transacologist.
No, the person that Melanie was saying they would visit.
Yeah, the person that Melanie would visit would be a transacologist. Like,
And
No,
this week only, I'm selling transecology degrees on sale for $199.
We're kind of like easy mode for a gynecologist because the things that we worry about are like a fraction of what cis women worry about. So like we're often in and out, but we go to the same gynecologist that cis women see. We also see urologists a lot of the time.
Anyway, so
okay.
So you
God, is
believe
that the transition experience you had?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you
All
do you
right.
see a gynecologist still now that you're a man, or do you?
Oh yeah, all the time, man. Yeah. I don't go to the doctor. That's for pussies, right?
Actually, funnily enough, trans women also have to.
I
still
wouldn't be
see
alive right
gynecologist.
now, homie. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
man.
I guess I'm a pussy, man. I guess it is what it is, right?
That's right.
You need both
so-
legs to reproduce, Mike.
So you are, whenever you're saying the secondary qualities or whatever,
Sex
you are
characteristics.
appealing to the binary gender spectrum to make those assumptions, correct?
More or less, yeah. Trans people do try to max out gender roles, but not all of them. There are some non-binary trans people.
Right, because it's purely self-ID. So as long as you self-identify as something, then you are that. Is it a fact that you are that, or are you just identifying as such?
When I said that I couldn't identify as a man, I literally mean I don't have the luxury of like seeing what men do and being like, yeah, let's go, let's do that. I'm like that too. It's like it looks.
You
alien.
could though, under your purview, if it's self-identification, then you could identify yourself as whatever you like.
Well, no, I'm saying that there often is a biological component underpinning this. We just can't pin it down because there's so many different ways that this could manifest.
There is a biological component, like the parts, the chromosomes, whether
Like the
having a
non-ability
womb
to
or not,
identify
having a womb or
That's
not,
true.
a
Do you
uterus,
think I
things
ever
like
chose?
this.
Do you think I ever chose as a kid? Because I guarantee you I didn't, to not identify as a man. Really?
I don't know what you did as a kid. I assume these ideas are newer ideas. This idea of separating gender and sex, and this
Sure.
abundance of transitioning and things like these are all new ideas. This wasn't something. There's always been people who cross-dress, but there was no such thing as I identify as something and now I am that thing. Do you believe if you identify as something, you are actually that thing, or just simply identifying as it?
It depend. Like some people have different answers for this, by the way, but me
Oh,
not
really?
personally. Like that's why I need to take hormones. That's why I want to get surgery.
Can I say this? Like, I really would think it's important to say this. Like, I actually like sympathize for you. Like, I don't want you to think that like me holding the view that I have makes me think that I'm better than you, or that like
No.
or anything like that. I
would echo that. I'm glad you said that, Glenn. I feel the same way.
I would feel very. I could only imagine how living must be. Okay,
Yes.
because I think at
It's a
some
choice,
point,
right?
It's like at some point,
The
looks
choice
like
is to come out. Like what I am inside. I've never had a choice on though.
well.
Well, I understand. I understand what you're getting
the
at, but it's
devil.
been good faith, though. I mean, you can tell that I'm not
Uh,
attacking you. I'm actually trying to understand what you're
Hey,
saying.
sis,
look
what up?
who's here,
What's up,
look
Pearl?
who's
How you
here.
doing?
Hello. Wait, is
What up,
Pearly
Pearl?
actually your sister?
No, she's not my real sister.
Oh, okay. I was like, whoa,
I
that-
always call her like my little sister.
what a coincidence.
Um,
All
what
right,
up,
get her,
sis?
Pearl. Get him. Her.
Are you getting ready for your
Yes.
show?
Yeah, I'm getting ready for my show. So I thought I'd say hi while I'm doing my makeup.
Very nice.
Oh, well, thank you. So we are having the trans talk right now.
Oh yeah? Do we have
Yes,
do we have
Melanie Cosmic Fox is trans,
oh nice.
and we were going through, I guess, worldviews and science and a bunch of stuff. Yeah,
Are you on camera or no?
I'm on camera. Oh, they're the
He is
Furby.
this time. He is this time.
They're the Furby right
I
here.
meant Melanie. Oh.
Oh no.
They have the
I have
AI.
kind of like a VTuber thing going on where you can see that I'm talking, but at the moment my camera's broken, so I'm waiting till I can afford
Alright.
it.
Are you
Camera's broken.
what state are you out of? Like where are you from?
Oh, I'm actually in Canada. I'm in Ontario.
Okay. And like how are you female to male or male to female?
Male to female.
Male to female. And how long has it been like since you transitioned?
I started at 25, 33 now, 8 years, long enough that I stopped keeping track.
Okay. How'd the surgery go for you? I've heard mixed things about
I
the
haven't
surgery.
had it yet. I've had some barriers to actually getting it, and I'm still working through them.
I wouldn't do it if I were you. I've talked to some people, like apparently they can't like pee after.
I mean, it's just like an open wound that you have to keep reopening.
Wait, do you understand that like open wounds don't have epithelial tissue over them, but like the it does after the surgery, right?
I don't know the science. I just know they told
I
me
mean, you can attach things to it, but
Did you just
is
say
it not
you
true that you
had
have to
the
keep
bottom
reopening
surgery
it? I
done?
mean, it's kind of gross, but
Is it true? I heard that most trans are actually the other way around. Like they're actually most women to men, which surprised me. Like they told me that it's 80% women.
Really?
What is the benefit of that? Out of curiosity, like what? I mean, what? Why would they want to go from something easier to worse, harder?
Maybe they like the challenge of life.
I
Do you
guess
feel
so.
like life's easier now for you? Melanie, sorry, I forgot your name for a second.
I feel like being happier is easier. Like I have more accessibility to enjoy things.
What isn't happiness like always fleeting though, because it's not sustainable?
Sure, yeah, it's fleeting, but like I would say, like I don't feel depressed or suicidal at all anymore personally. I didn't bring that up earlier, but because it's anecdotal, but it really has helped in that way.
So you went from being suicidal before to completely not now?
Yes.
Wow.
Zero thought. Zero.
When you were suicidal, had you always been suicidal, or was there something specifically going on in your life that like a brief period of that, and then it normalized?
Oh, there was some suicidality afterwards. There's also times where I had trouble getting my hormones, and that made it a bit more difficult. But I think actually feeling like myself. Oh shoot, my stream's fucked up. I think actually feeling like myself has just changed it, because even when I didn't get the hormones, I still kept identifying as a woman. Sorry, I'm sorry about my virtual cam. I'll fix that.
Can I, so if I say, because this is a hot take, maybe that's probably going to be triggering. Maybe I need to do my trigger warning.
Cancel Glenn Lawrence.
Just do it, Glenn. Just
okay.
On it.
If I said like, trans are the real misogynists because they're trying to take the role as women, appropriate womanhood, would that be incorrect?
I think I'm more sympathetic to women and what they go through more than ever. I'm not saying I've been through it all, but definitely like there are certain things that changes your perspective on like the reality of things. Like I'm simply just not stronger now, and I don't feel as safe around men. Like before, I felt like maybe I could defend myself, but now I'm genuinely like I'm weak.
But
you made yourself
answer
weak.
my question, because how on National Women's Day, right, or Women's Month or whatever, that was a day or month that was prominently to celebrate the success of womanhood and women. And when they are giving the awards to trans that were once awarded to women, isn't that technically just men going into or stealing the limelight from women?
I think it's a good thing, because I think women have enough limelight, so we might.
I'm just asking, like, wouldn't that be?
I don't think it's that easy, because you have to go through the process of the
technically
hormones. And Glenn, going through the hormone replacement therapy definitely isn't easy. Aside from the fact that
Yeah,
maybe
it
you
definitely
start to
messes you
feel
up a lot.
you start to
But
feel
what
something called gender euphoria instead of dysphoria.
But what I'm getting at, it's like this was for biological women. We were acknowledging biological women, and sure, like you are choosing to go through this procedure and going through the changes. That's a choice. It's not the same struggle as a woman, having to go through life and being acknowledged for their successes.
Right. Do you think though
And you
that
also
like,
didn't
it's more or less
decide this until you were
appropriate
25, so
do you think it's more or less appropriate to categorize us as and put us in the same league as men? Because we're definitely going through more than men.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like,
Sure.
I think it's better to categorize what like you are by chromosomes. That's why I kept on saying chromosomes.
That doesn't make any sense.
When do we ever categorize anything by chromosomes?
Yeah.
From like since
lot.
birth, like like
I don't know what my chromosomes are.
I think that
the doctors do. That's
you
how they,
decide to
like,
be
they
whatever you
definitely
want to be, but don't try to gaslight the rest of the world into changing the science, right? Like
Well,
I
there is
said,
no change in science. The science only
Yeah.
changes when it finds new evidence that's strong enough to.
Yeah, I mean,
overturn
unless
the
we
previous
find newer evidence that refutes the evidence that you prefer.
Yeah, Flow State, you would know all about that.
We literally just experienced it. It happened on this panel.
So it is gender dysphoria is a mental illness, right?
Yes.
The dysphoria, yes, but if we treat it, then
Well, treating it that by affirming it, you think that's treating it. So do we tell schizophrenics the voices in their head are real?
And we give alcoholics
all
beers.
27
No,
of
we
them
look at
mine are
outcomes.
real. And hold on, one of them's deaf.
we look at outcomes, and what we do is we say which gives better treatment outcomes. The alternative to what your alternative that you're suggesting is conversion therapy, pushing people back into the box that you think that they should be, and that never works. It didn't work for gay people. It doesn't work for trans
regardless
people.
of how it makes you feel, the truth hurts. It's not always a nice thing to go through, but the truth is the truth. And if you truly love someone, you want them to have the truth, not just to make them feel better.
Yeah, and I think you're asking for the treatment that makes you feel better because, like I said, when we look at outcomes, giving people the hormones
You
is
just
what
said
leads
no,
to benefit.
you. That's all you just said.
See, I'm just not about advocating for mental illness, right? Like, I'm just somebody that looks at this and it's just like, we have to call out what it is, right? And I mean, I'm just not sure how this is not. To me,
if you're worried about dysphoria,
I've been trying to be good faith this
guys,
entire time.
so have I,
right?
and I'm responding to you directly, just for a moment. If you're worried about the dysphoria, then the conversion therapy only makes that dysphoria worse.
Okay, hold on real quick. What were you saying, Jen?
They give women who are mentally unstable SSRIs all the time and like plastic surgeries. So
well, the SSRIs make things
hand
worse.
in hand, girl.
I know, but I'm saying like, why
Actually,
stop
suicide.
them? They want
Or
to
self-deletion. Sorry.
They want to go torture themselves. Go ahead. Have
Well,
fun.
but don't you think that by lying to them and helping them buy into a deceptive treatment, that's doing them dirty?
That's what I was getting at. With
And the thing that you're
Yes.
saying, like it's euphoria instead of dysphoria or whatever. Playing into people's delusions can make them feel really good.
Yes.
If you think like I am the king of the world, and if they have a mental illness and they believe
Or,
themselves
I'm going to
to be,
heaven.
to be the president,
is
and you go,
that
you know what
being
you are.
nice?
I'm going to get you an Oval Office. I'm going to get you a suit, and we're going to
don't
get you
believe
an
they.
assistant.
I just don't believe they don't know. Like this.
I mean, that they.
No, I know I have
obviously
a penis
know.
and balls. Like
yeah, but you know you're a dude, but dressing up like you know. But
like,
I
do you
mean,
ever,
I
like,
think I've taken enough hormones that I'm much more like a woman.
Why is it wrong for you to just be a feminine male?
Because at the end of the day, the male component is not something I can identify with. There's no place in my brain that will identify with it, even if I tried. I guarantee you.
Do you think it's
that's
not
what would feel
John,
fake
John,
to me.
John, let me ask you
Yeah,
a question. Do you ever have like phantom dick? Like, you know, like people have like a phantom limb?
Actually, trans people have that, yeah. After
Morning wood.
I was like, I just want to know if every once in a while, like you like reached and like scratched for balls, and you're like, I'm wondering whether or not I got balls
trans
here.
people do have that, yeah.
Do you like
Actually,
that?
no, sorry. The study I read, I just gave you the wrong information. The study I read was about how people do have that, and trans people don't actually. And I can find that for you if you want.
So do you like what's dating like as a trans?
I just wanted to know if like, because like, you know, Mike, like you probably experienced it, right, with your leg. Like,
Oh
did you
yeah,
ever have,
I mean, I deal with that daily, every night. I mean, that's
Yeah.
a nightly thing, you know.
Yeah.
What's wrong with your leg?
It's really
Oh
short.
wow, it's gone.
Yeah, drunk driver T-boned me off my motorcycle off illegal left turn, 80 miles per hour. T-boned it off at the scene.
Was it a man or a woman driving?
Woman, 73 years old, drunk.
Well, if you identify with as somebody with a leg, you know, will it make you feel better?
No, see, I'm black and I have two legs. You know what I mean?
Man,
So,
I'm the
yeah.
black.
And
I'm the black
that
white guy.
increases your happiness, right?
no, it does.
Problem solved.
I'm way better.
Are you married?
No, I'm not. That's my right hand.
Okay. Are you dating?
No, not right now. I mean, I just separated from the mother of my child.
Okay. It was recent then?
Yeah, 4 months ago.
I was just wondering how women are like dating disabled.
Terrible. Oh, that regard? I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest. It all has to do with confidence, right?
the way you are,
for
right?
me, the way I walk, like for real, like the way I
Like how
step.
your default was terrible, and then like.
But it's funny though. I thought you were talking about women in general.
Yeah, okay.
But when it comes to like this, it's very interesting that you asked that question, Pearl, because for some reason chicks love scars, and it's the way that you carry yourself. It's the way that you carry yourself. 100%. If you're confident about it and not cocky and bullshitting, you know what I mean? Then yeah, naturally that's an attractive trait, right? So
Can
that's
we
something
get-
that
That's
is a
what
little different.
I was wondering if like it was easier. I mean, I guess it would be more difficult in like in every other regard, but I was wondering if like it was a chick magnet or not. Or...
It honestly, it opens up the conversation for everybody because I ride motorcycles still. I ride my 780-pound Harley to this day. You know what I mean?
Wait, what leg is it?
My left leg. I shift with this.
Oh,
leg.
since you shifted.
Yes, I shift with it, and I still shift with it. I don't have hydraulics and all that crap. No, I really ride. I really ride. Yeah.
That is crazy.
I got my shit. I got my colors right there. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Absolutely.
So
why haven't you got a
real
parrot
quick,
yet?
I was on Sunday. I did the Jubilee like Republican versus Democrat thing, and the one thing I learned is that I know why the Republicans will continue to lose, and that's because they find a middle ground. They find a compromise on every issue, while the Democrat side never does. If I was going to take that experience and like say that goes like a study, that's exactly what I saw. It was nothing but the Republicans gave in a little, and the Democrats never did, not once. And I was like, that could explain history.
Damn, it's one
40
party
years.
conditioning us and slow walking us the direction it wants us to go. Crazy.
It's just women versus men. That's like what it is.
Why do leftists
How's
criticize
that?
Democrats so often for crossing the aisles on issues we want them to be hard asses on?
Who said that?
Well,
Melanie?
Yes. Hi.
Melanie, do you have siblings? What's your like background like?
I have one sibling, but I never grew up with her because I grew up in group homes a lot, and she got put into a closed adoption away from the family because at that point my mom was very unstable.
Do you think that the like instability of your childhood contributed to the trans stuff?
Not really, because even before it was unstable, like when I was 5 or 6, I told kids in my playground that like, oh, I'm a half boy, half girl, because I didn't really know how to say it otherwise. And like I acknowledged that I had a penis, right? But like I didn't want to so I didn't want to lie, but like I was also like, I do
How
feel
old
like
are
a
you?
girl.
How old are you, Melanie?
I'm 33 now.
33. Okay.
But your mom was crazy, sounds like, or something was off.
Yeah, she has schizoaffective disorder.
So
Do you have a father in the house?
No. One time I said, get out of here as a joke, and then he actually left me for that.
So
Funnily enough.
no father figure and a crazy mother.
Something like that. I had really good grandparents, though. They provided me with some stable points in my life, relatively speaking.
Well, it's not abnormal. Most people had something messed up these days. I was just curious if you thought it affected it or not.
So my question is like, how do we eliminate being trans from like the normal human behavior spectrum? Because it does seem like this has always existed, just it's been repressed by societies that shame it.
I don't think you eliminate it, but I wish you guys like wouldn't. But I can't stop.
I would think
Well,
that
it's
it's
never been
addressing
normal.
like the
It's-
mental health issue of it. Here's a question. Now you may say that it's always existed, okay, and that we'll give you the. I can concede to the fact that maybe that historically people have always struggled with that, idealization or I thought or whatever, right? But do you think with the rise of feminism and how men have been looked at as the problem or as the like negative, like it's like bad man, like do you think that may have encouraged more to adopt that worldview or that belief?
For me personally, I felt no pressure to do it for that reason. I did it because prior to that, I felt like I was faking it the whole time. Like I was like, why do I feel like I'm two different people?
Do you feel like that there might be some other deeper issue that you're not addressing within your life that might actually be the cause, and you're putting it onto something like?
Well, I have other
gender
mental health
dysphoria?
issues, but like the thing is,
Well,
is
no, that's still the surface. I'm saying, is there a deeper underlying issue?
Well, I'm
like
gonna explain to
a
you.
lack of purpose, a lack some traumatic event that happened. you know, like a early sexualization of your life, something like that.
The bullies at the boys' home.
Are we getting feedback?
We are. I don't know.
Yes,
who's that from.
and I think Melanie, you're kicking back.
Really?
Yeah. Test. Yeah, it was you. It's okay. Just so we know.
I'm not on speaker. That's weird.
Grid One says, "What up, Pearl?"
What
What
up?
were you saying?
The legendary Grid One. Get up here, dude.
Yeah, Grid.
Grid was doing some,
Get up here. Screen for a
some
second.
stuff.
Try to fix that. Okay, so
Glad you guys.
sorry, because of the echo, I actually lost what you said. John, can you repeat it?
Hold on. What'd you say, Pearl?
Nothing. Sorry, keep going.
Okay, so do you think that there could possibly be a deeper rooted issue that you're that you're thinking is being solved by this gender affirmation that could be a deeper rooted issue, like a lack of purpose, a lack of meaning, a spiritual death, or a traumatic event like an early sexualization, things like this that could be contributing to your unhappiness that you're placing onto this, my assumption of a delusion, but in your mind not, that you are putting on there, and now that you're transitioning and you think that it is solving it, but there might be a deeper rooted issue
Right.
in your life.
It's funny. I don't think I was able to deal with anything else until I dealt with kind of like the way I was feeling about my gender, because they're more cryptic, and it all seemed to like blend together. And then once I transitioned, like my autism kind of started to make sense. My complex PTSD from the group home started to make
Okay,
sense.
well, you're just saying a bunch of mental disorders and stuff like that. I'm talking
Well,
about
I'm
something within your life that's, or a
I'm saying-
perspective of the way you think that is affecting all these different aspects that you think can be solved by doing this.
Yeah, I don't think the way I feel about my gender would disappear if I treated those things. I have treated those things since I changed my gender. And
Someone's feedback is still really bad.
Yeah.
I really don't think it's me.
See, I'm gonna mute.
My
check.
Yeah, it was her.
Yeah, it was Pearl.
I lost her train of thought.
Well, you're still looking at the server. You're looking at, well, I have this thing and this thing and this thing and this disorder and all that. I'm saying there, most likely for most people with these disorders and problems going on, there is a deep rooted spiritual problem that you're not addressing. Like you have your purpose, your things, and you put that purpose onto something like your gender dysphoria or these different disorders instead of addressing the root of the issue, like having a not feeling love within your household whenever you're a child, things like that.
Do you think most people's identities are kind of like a tree, where like we usually form our gender identity first, and then we kind of like attach things onto that?
Most people don't think about it. Most people don't think about gender.
Sure,
they just are. No,
Because
they
people
just
don't have that luxury, so that's fair.
no. They just don't think about it because it's not what they're dealing with. They're dealing with what's happening to them in their life and the problems they deal with within their life, and not something as basic as like biological gender. They don't think about that because they're trying to deal with these other issues. And most people can't identify what the root problem is within their life. This goes for everybody, regardless of what your disorders are.
Yeah, just like I said, I think if we're talking, I think my gender was the root problem because I wasn't able to deal with anything else until I dealt with my gender.
Do you miss having sex with women?
Yeah, a little bit. I just haven't been putting myself out there though, so it's totally my fault. There's
I can't remember.
women who are into me.
You do still have your penis, or you don't?
Yeah, I'm pre-op.
Oh, okay. I was thinking earlier you'd said you're post-op. Never mind.
No, I got close. So like they put me through like they did.
Hey, Glenn, I'm still here.
Cool. Oh, there you are.
What up, Jess?
Jess, this is Pearl. I'm sure you know who Pearl is.
Hello, Pearl.
This is the Australian version of you that likes to say the word cunt a lot.
Yeah.
Andrew's over at the Crucible playing that stuff from X the other night, so that's why I've been so quiet. I've tried, yeah, bit busy trying to listen to everything all at the same time.
That's cool. Pearl, what's your
Nice to meet
topic going to be about tonight or today?
I'm reacting to the same thing you did earlier. That because she said my name.
Oh
Don't say my name.
shit!
Yeah, that bitch did say your name.
Yeah, she said.
You're
my-
like it's on.
I've
then
watched
in
your
the green
content
light.
for years too, by the way, Pearl.
What?
I've watched your content for years too, by the way.
Thanks for watching.
You're welcome.
The yeah, that woman. I mean, she seems nice enough, but it's just I just think
She's coming at it like with an intention, and she's coming at it like jaded. She already has a view, and like I messaged her on X, like I went on to her post and I said, hey, I reviewed your video. I'm gonna review your video, and I would love to talk to you about this, because she is really misinterpreting a lot of things.
when I see how women react to red pill, I always think it's how they react to their boyfriends and husbands. So no, because what she kept doing is saying that it wasn't real, like the divorce problem. Like I only watched the first half, and I was thinking, I wonder if she does that to her husband when he talks about a problem. Like she just says it's not real. It's like the same.
Well, I mean,
Yep.
I could assume that. Like she's like, oh, I kind of understand the child custody thing. My husband experienced it, but I'm like, well, you don't really understand, and you don't understand that like it is the family court system is. It may seem on paper to be fair and even, but just because it may seem that way on paper doesn't mean that it is that way in reality.
But it is in my experience as well. So
Well,
I don't
again,
know what-
yours is
right,
Flo,
which of course is
you think-
anecdotal. But I would ask, what is the like?
You also think, Flo, that men are just like, no, you can keep my kids. I don't want them. That's most of them.
Well, I think that
remember
if
you saying
if you're
that.
a man who doesn't have your kids, you have 3 explanations at your excuse. The courts didn't think I was a good enough parent. I didn't try to be a good enough parent, or the courts are mean to me. So of course, there's really only one socially acceptable excuse, and that's the courts are mean.
Well, Pearl, you interviewed that guy that spent like $1.5 million, right, to get custody of his kids or to fight for custody of his kids, and he didn't even get full
I could
custody.
I could give you 3 examples. There was one guy in Texas spent 1.5 million, and all he wanted was primary custody. And I have on video his wife in court saying that she doesn't care about the best interests of the child, and she said that I saw it word for word.
Oh wow.
And they still didn't give him primary. He did get a decent share of time, but he still didn't get primary.
He was fighting for
Another-
primary.
Another case that I had.
Why is there?
Why?
You know what the court said to explain why they were not giving him his?
Because he in Texas, the way the laws are structured, it's who spent more time with the child. So he thought he was doing the right thing by providing as a dad, and he did, and then he was punished for it. I don't really think that's fair. Maybe you do. Then the next case, a guy begged the courts not to give the child to the mother because he said that she was unstable. They didn't listen. The wife got into a DUI, actually. So he ended up getting custody, but it was only after she endangered the life of the child. A third case was, this one was like devastating. I met the kid too. They came into my office or my office in London and told me that the wife had gotten custody, and it was the issue was during COVID, they a lot of women would take the children during COVID, and then there was a period where they would get temporary restraining orders. So it would take a couple months for the dads to be able to see the kids because they got the restraining order.
Yep.
And they go to court, and it's a catch-22 because they've been alienated from the kids after 6 months to sometimes up to 2 years during COVID. So he didn't get custody because he hadn't seen his kid in a year. And now the wife, fast forward, he gets to see his kid every other weekend. The wife's dating a new boyfriend, and he is a convicted pedophile. And there's nothing he can do.
What?
There's nothing he can do because legally he already served his time. So
Wow.
for whatever reason, and I met the kid too, and the kid was even saying, another case that I saw, and I don't know, this one I didn't even publish because one guy alleged that the school system actually stole his daughters. This is alleged because I was leaving England, but the school system, basically he sent the kids to school, and then at school, because there was some woke teachers that basically said he was abusive because the daughters were complaining that he said they couldn't wear revealing stuff, and it was like woke teachers. And then social services ended up getting involved, and the daughters that were like 14 and 16, and he had primary custody, which is a crazy thing, but they ended up in like a something home, like a halfway house, whatever those
like
are
a group
called.
home.
Foster.
Yeah, these are just off the top of my head. There's one guy, 3 kids. He was
Just
crying.
quickly,
He was crying in my office because he said his kids are a mile from him and he's going to keep fighting even though he went homeless because the child support payments were so high, and lost his job because of the stress of it all. But he's going to keep fighting even though he hasn't seen his kids in 2 years. It just,
Well, if he's homeless, he's not able to.
well, but the reason is, why is he homeless? So he told me he was making around 95,000 pounds in the UK at some trades job. But the issue was, again, he comes home one day, and this happens. It's like the same story I hear from men from different cultures, different religion, all different like parts of the world even, but it's the same story. They come home, the wife issues a restraining order. Then they don't get to go to court for a couple of months. Then when they get to court, they say, well, the wife has been spending more time with the kid.
child.
Yeah, and it's like
Hey,
a
may I
catch
just-
22. Yeah,
I'm
it's
a
like
little
a catch.
confused about one thing. Is there anywhere where like family court cases are ever like public, that people can actually look at the details of the case? Because I think not, right? Like,
No, I think it's for the protection of
So
like.
the issue you get is a lot of them are under protective orders. So these guys would bring in binders like, oh my gosh, it's so funny when, not funny, but it's actually really sad when these guys finally have someone that like understands what they're saying and listens to them, because you can just see it's been years of being gaslit by everybody. And they'll bring in binder, and they're always very like touchy with the binders because they're like, I can't, like, if this gets out.
Yeah.
Some of them, you get a couple, some of them don't care anymore, where they're like, you've taken everything from me, I'm putting everything online. Some of them, they want their faces blurred, names changed, like, but it's because they're under protective orders. And a lot of times when women break them, they don't care. But when men break them, they do, and they get punished.
well, Pearly, I appreciate that you're trying to help these men. I'm sure your intentions are well, but you're also a really good propagandist. I noticed you using like a lot of language during that. And my problem is that everything you said is unfalsifiable. None of us can fact check this.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
so I understand why you would think that. A propagandist, I'm just telling you my experiences. But I think at some point when you notice, like,
You said woke teachers at one point. That's definitely a loaded term.
well, they're
Teachers
true,
are
though.
more
It's true.
liberal,
it's okay, guys.
slanted and
So-
leaning.
That doesn't mean that
So
you're gonna
that's
fall
how
by
I would.
reports.
That's how
That's
I would.
ridiculous.
I have to use descriptors to a worldview, right? So, and
Why?
I would say, because how else would I communicate in a sentence without describing it?
I think you were trying to explain how someone would do a falsified report by villainizing somebody.
No, I was describing a story that was told to me and describing the people in the story. And that one, it's interesting you choose.
Well, if I'm
chose
looking for
that one.
sympathy, do you think maybe I might, like, if you believe in woke teachers, do you think if I'm looking for sympathy from you, I might also blame woke teachers because you'll be more likely to relate to that?
So I wouldn't even blame the teachers because.
What the hell,
they-
Pearl? You're getting mentioned over there.
What?
Your name's getting brought up right now.
Where?
Over at the Crucible.
Oh, I don't care.
oh, Andrew.
But I
Sorry,
don't-
sorry. I'm listening to both of you at the same time.
Okay.
So I just heard your name randomly brought up and I was like, what the fuck?
Well, I don't know. I have to describe stories in some way. And so I think if you're going to get offended by the way I describe a story, like, I can't really help you with that. But
Well, just like,
I mean, and I would ask how many programs have you done interviewing men who have had court go just well for them, right? Or women
Well,
who have been.
yeah. So I do see cases where court cases go well. An example is there was a guy in California who his ex-wife was trying to transition his son or daughter. I
I
don't
heard about that
remember what.
one.
Yeah. And he just messaged me the other day that he won in court. So
Oh
he
wow,
he
good
was
for
very
him.
adamant when I met him that he was going to fight, and it
Wow.
didn't matter how much money he had to spend, and he was going to win.
Wow.
And he actually did. So I do think as more of these strategies are coming to light that women use to like destroy men, I think men are very smart and they're very much problem solvers. So they figure out ways to prove some of this stuff. So an example I've heard is that I heard from one man that a way that you can get, and this isn't moral, right? He said this is immoral, but if you're dealing with like he saw it as if you're dealing with, you don't negotiate with terrorists, and if they're going to use the state against me, I'm going to use the state back.
Mhm.
And I can't remember exactly how it went, but it was something with if she's dating a new man and you don't want him near your daughter or son, you have to, or you can use the protective services to basically like call them in and say they hit the kid in public to get like the kid taken.
Yeah.
Those
I can't
tools are
I can't
available those
remember
days.
how they did it, but there's
All you
some
gotta
guys
do
that
is say
come up
like,
with.
all you gotta do is say like the step parent spanked your kid.
Yeah, then there's another strategy where they get like some guys, I've even heard them kind of try to seduce the mom again and get them to do stuff on camera. You know,
I did that actually.
like ring. So men do come up with strategies, but there's smarter men and there's less smart men that think of this stuff. And I don't think just because someone's not as intelligent or even nefarious, because what I found was the men that had it the worst actually, I mean, they seemed like yes men, right? So what they actually seemed like the nicest almost when you would talk to them, like wouldn't hurt a fly, and they seemed to get it worse.
Yeah.
They're the ones that were trying to be more agreeable.
Yeah, and they tried again to negotiate, and you just can't with an unreasonable person. And the
Not
crazy
in
thing
court.
about them was the woman would be ruining their life and talking to them. I still felt like some of them would get back with her. And sometimes I'm like, guys, you got to have some self-respect. Like, I know but
I
Bro,
just feel like
what would you
it's all
say like about
slanted,
that
and it's
study?
almost impossible that it's not coming from the other side as well. And I'm wondering how you only see one side of it.
I definitely don't see one side. I have heard for years women's stories of abuse, rape, etc. I just say rape because of YouTube. But the difference is when you learn how to ask questions in a very specific way to get to the bottom of if people are telling the truth as like a
Or
journalist.
to the truth that you want.
No. So what I would do is
There's only one version of the truth.
yeah. So if you're telling me a story and I want to know, are you lying about that story or are you telling the truth? What I would want to know is I would ask you very specific details of what happened. So oftentimes what I see women do is they say they were abused or raped. And when I ask them specific details, it's not exactly what they described. I'll give you
Are
an
you really
example.
good friends with these women?
So I'll give you an example. So
I think it
there
might be
was.
uncomfortable for them.
So I'm going to give you an example and you can take it or leave it because you're asking me a question and I need to be able to finish. So the example that I'm thinking of is a woman came on my show and she said that she'd been abused by her ex-boyfriend. Now, I used to just take women's word at this stuff because naturally I don't want to think that people lie about that. You know, I wouldn't lie about that. I wouldn't think someone else would. And so when I asked her and I said, okay, can you tell me specifically what happened? Now, the reason I asked for more details is because she's saying in a public setting that she was abused. So clearly this signals to me you're not shy about talking about this because you're willing to come on a public podcast and say that. And when she described the situation, she said that he threw me down a flight of stairs. And I said, okay, can you tell me the specifics of what happened? And she said, well, he told me not to come over and I came over. And the situation she described was actually she refused to leave and he was trying to push her out of the house because she was picking a fight in front of like his son or daughter, whatever it was. So
Jesus.
Yeah, so that tells me you're not honest because the way you're describing the story is completely different. And when I would ask men very specific details in a story, like when did this happen? What were you doing? They can tell you the details, and that's how. And sometimes women would have stories of abuse, and they could be very specific too, and they were telling the truth, right? But that's how you can tell the difference. And what I found overwhelmingly was, I would say 90% of the time when I would ask women for specific details. Another example was a woman made it seem like she
Wait, I
was
thought I
raped.
was dealing with one example.
Well, if you're done with one, then that's fine. I could stop.
Okay, I guess, if that's what happens, I can see why you have that perspective. I don't understand how you had an entirely different experience with the person who was trying to apparently trans their child when every time that I've seen this going on, sure, there are two sides to the story, but it's usually the person who's saying that the other side is trying to do that. They're against transitioning in general. And so this is what I mean by you might be a bit biased in favor of these stories.
And you
maybe
are
unlikely to ask the right questions
So
to go
would
to
it-
the actual truth, rather come to the truth, come to what you perceive to be the truth. Because
You mean she has the wrong bias for you?
Well, so
Melanie, you seem to all the time. I've heard you in conversations. You constantly bring up bias as if you don't have bias yourself. Nobody can
Sure.
escape
Which
bias.
bias would you like me to check?
Bias check. I'm saying that everybody has bias, and by
Yeah.
point you basically you're trying to discredit a story by saying you have bias, but you also have bias. And obviously, since Pearl's come on this panel, you've been kind of hostile towards her, and so
I'm
that
actually
is
trying to ask her questions that help me understand these things a bit better. I've just been pointing out things that I noticed, like she says terms like wokeism a lot and refers a
Well,
lot
isn't
back to
there a
I use
case?
it too.
That's
Is there
just
a
a
term?
descriptor.
Is there
right-wing
a term
tropes.
you would prefer? Is there like a better term?
What's the better pronoun?
Well, for
I'm just wondering because you don't like the term woke. So how would I describe it?
I
what
use
does woke
the term.
mean? What is woke? It's like what is a woman, right? What is woke?
I would say
Wait.
I'll give you a definition. Woke is extremely leftist thinking.
There's
Progressive.
nobody who's
Progressive.
extremely leftist that works in these places. I guarantee you.
In-
Are you
in
fucking
school?
kidding?
What
In the
What do you
school?
define as
in
extremely
school?
Man,
Are
this is a
you
semantic
joking?
rabbit hole game. You're trying to drag us down to the bottom of the ocean with you.
I want
think
to understand what it means.
Well, I
I just
don't know what to tell
explained
you.
it.
Flow state.
You know what it means.
Yeah, this is one of those like collapse the whole conversation sort of
Because
questions.
the word's ultimately kind of meaningless, isn't it?
Well, no, we define
You can
meaning
just call
to it.
anything you don't like woke.
No,
Yep,
it's
you're right. It
describes
has
a
no meaning.
specific
It's actually it's a
worldview
gender
of
identity.
of
Woke is a gender
extreme
identity. It means
leftist
nothing.
Worldview.
So-
How is that?
Gender
How can we get any more specific than a extreme left liberal worldview? That would be describing a woke person, and that's self-described because the leftists are the ones who created that, like adopted that term. So it's not like we created the woke term.
So is this like progressive values?
Yeah,
Well,
progressive
yeah.
liberal values. Yeah.
Or
Yeah, that's not
worldview.
extreme left by any metric.
All right. This is a
Well, that could be your assumption of it.
That's,
Your
you're
belief of
welcome
it.
to have a different perspective, but that's my perspective.
Yeah.
Isn't that just like the
Everybody understood it. That's how you knew to take offense at it.
I
Isn't
it's
society
okay.
at like we want
I'm not.
equal rights for
She doesn't have to believe me. I don't care.
No, I thought society like it's just like you guys believe in like rights, right? Like
I just wanted
Second
them to
Amendment.
believe women. Dang it.
What is a right?
Believe all women.
No, but
Dang it.
like,
This must be sexism.
Melanie, what is a right? What
Is-
is a right?
We don't have rights.
I mean,
right?
that's
Anyways,
that's a
guys,
separate
I gotta
topic.
go live in a bit.
Bye,
You're
Pearl.
welcome to call in. Well,
Well,
wait, actually, I don't.
all
know
right,
if
Pearl.
I can call in.
If you're ever looking for dads who have had good custody case experiences, nobody seems interested in dudes who win and find out that the courts are not biased.
What state are you in?
Kansas.
I haven't heard much
Near
about
Missouri.
Kansas, but maybe it's
I wish I was in Missouri. I'm in Kansas City. I'm on the Kansas side though. My divorce took place in Kansas in both custody battles.
Well, congratulations.
side.
You're very lucky.
you.
A lot of men didn't, so.
Well, I'm not lucky. I just tried because I didn't have a
Pearl,
whole bunch
if you
of
want me
men
to
telling me I
hop
couldn't
on
win.
later- If you want me to hop on later, because I already covered the video, just let me know. I'll hop on.
Okay, I'll text you. See ya.
All right, bye.
See you, bro.
Nice to meet you, Pearl.
All right,
Yeah,
you guys.
nice
I
to
got
meet
to
ya.
split as well. Much love, Glenn. I'll be in the
All right,
chat.
Mike.
Everybody,
Take it easy, man.
appreciate you guys. Always love and respect to everybody. Appreciate
Be
you.
good.
Love, peace, and chicken grease. All right.
What?
Well, this is a good time that actually I'm going to pivot to the other topic since Jess is here. Jess, are you going over to X though?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening right now.
Your mic is hot.
Yeah, I gotta turn down your mic just a smidge.
Sorry.
Because the next topic I was gonna cover was going to be the parental alienation topic.
What? Real quick, what's the girl that she's reviewing that you've reviewed already? What's that? Is that
So it's the video
the
is
frumpy
called-
lawyer I came in on? Is that?
Yeah, it's Hannah Cox.
Oh, okay, yeah.
She did the video. The red pill is invading America's court system. And like, if that's true, why is the uproar and like the anger for feminism has invaded the court system?
Yeah, I think both of them can take a hike. If I had my
I
way.
think you can definitely have feminists in the court system, but I don't think that their feminism can actually has that big of an impact.
It actually has. If you looked at the Duluth model of feminism,
Which is not in use in courts.
which it is in use in courts.
No, it's not. It's been discontinued.
Wouldn't that have to be legislated?
It's like 20 years out of use in any place in the U.S.
It's also
Where did you get that?
It's also in our policing.
It's, I got off memory because I've had this conversation before. The last place in the U.S. that used it got rid of it like 20 years ago. It's pretty antiquated.
Let me see. I'm gonna I'll look that up. I'll look that up.
And it was never like a hard written legal principle. It was a perspective that assumed the mother was more of the
Right,
child's surrogate.
and because it is a perspective, that perspective still holds true.
No, but it
a lot of
doesn't. It's been replaced by a new model where the child has right to both parents. So they've actually replaced it.
What model is that?
Like your whole life, it's been replaced. I don't recall what the name of it is off my head. But in the courts in the U.S., the way the court's approach is not for either parent at all. It's actually for the child, and the child is assumed to have the right to both parents. So that's the
smart.
Yeah, it's. I think it's pretty smart.
I mean, yeah, that's. Well, it's not a right. I wouldn't even say it's a right to both parents.
No, I
Both
think
parents
children have a right to a parent.
obligation. I think if they should turn it to an obligation, it's a duty. Both parents have a
Well-
duty to being in their children's life.
I agree, but the way that these discussions always go is that it's talked about like it's a him versus her thing, when in reality, from the court's eyes, it's about defending the child's rights to both parents at the extent possible.
Yeah. So
Which is why I try to be so noisy about these things, because I was pleasantly surprised, and I think that it's worth encouraging guys so they don't get discouraged.
So your personal experience has painted.
My personal
how you view
experience
it.
trumps your no experience. Yes, it does.
Well, I don't
I
have
think
to
it-
have a personal experience to understand data and statistics of how it usually goes.
John, you'd agree that if we're trying
Yeah.
to help men, we don't want to misinform them on how things work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And we definitely
think
don't want to tell them that the courts use a 30-year-old model that they don't use anymore, so that they become discouraged and don't attempt to be in their children's lives, right?
Well, if they truly want the child, they're not going to be discouraged to stop. You keep saying,
but
this,
we wouldn't want to throw
every
obstacles
time I've
in their
talked,
way.
every time I've talked to you about this, you just think men don't want their children. Like that happens.
I think that for
sometimes,
some
in
reason you're
cases,
attached
yes.
to this idea that men are being oppressed by family courts. And I've got great news. Guess what? You're actually not, but you've got such a victim identity in this capacity that
I'm not a
nothing I
victim.
say can get through to you.
I believe there's bias within the court systems, and all.
And I don't know why you
facets.
believe it. You have no reason to believe that except for just you feel that way.
No, I really think he's right. It should be good news to hear that you're not being oppressed by the courts.
Yeah.
Well, if that is true, that's good. But
So if you're
I
ever in a
haven't seen
custody
that.
battle, hopefully you'll be on a more encouraged starting spot than you were, because you won't be believing bad information.
And that just encourages men to participate in more of the process. You're not going to participate in as much of the process if you think it's against you.
Yeah, look, I was terrified when I filed for divorce and custody the first time because I'd heard all the same shit.
So,
yeah,
regardless,
but this narrative out here is not describing reality. That's what I found out, and it's fantastic. I was pleasantly surprised. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was going to get reamed too, because that's what everybody always says. But it's misinformation going around.
I mean, I know that's your belief.
I know it's not yours. I'm still not sure why you think that your belief is valid.
Why would yours be valid?
Well, we can look at the same data. I can explain, like, it can all be explained very easily. You guys aren't even using current legal paradigms. And also, I've been to Oz. I've seen the wizard, and he ain't shit. You've never been to Oz.
I've been to Oz twice.
And how did you feel?
He's really
California. I'm a little bit reluctant to ask because California is California, but what was your experience in family court?
It was for like, I mean, I had a lawyer. I had a really good lawyer, and I paid a lot for a good lawyer. I don't think that if I had a good lawyer, or if I tried to just represent myself, I don't think I would have gotten.
So you're telling me you had a good experience, but you're still presenting it as if they're unfair.
I had a good experience because I had the money to get a good lawyer, so that I had a good fight or a good chance to fight my case.
What in your experience led you to believe that you would not have been given a good experience if you did not have a lawyer? Obviously, if you got money to throw at problems that are easier, but
well, what I've seen the family court and how my dad would what happened with my dad when he went through it,
which
like trying to get custody of me. He was awarded custody of me. Then my mom kidnapped me. Like there's like a whole bunch of other stuff.
So the courts actually upheld your dad's right as well, and then
no, actually
but she kidnapped you. That was illegal.
And they gave her custody.
That wasn't kidnapping. That doesn't make any sense at all.
My dad was awarded custody. She was supposed to, give me over to him. She never did. She decided to go to Mexico or hide out, and then we were there for 6 months and came back when she had the money to go petition for court or custody or whatever, or child support. And they said because I was only like 2 years or whatever, I was with her the majority of the time. It would be bad to remove me from her because that's all I would know.
I think your dad is lying because I had the same thing. She didn't go to Mexico, but my ex-wife got charged with a felony when she didn't return.
My mom is the one that told me this. So like I didn't even have to ask my dad. My mom told me she did it.
I don't know what the gap is, but she committed a felony, and when this happened to me, she was charged with a felony. I don't have,
but this was like 80s compared to like it. So
that would have been when the Duluth thing was going on as well.
Yeah,
right?
It would have been, but still, I mean, I don't know.
So
that seems extreme, like a super extreme situation, even for 30 years ago under the Duluth situation.
So I don't think there's any story or experience that could get rid of
the early 1970s. The feminist perspective has been one of a predominant theological model in the domestic violence field, undergirding many programs, interventions, advocacy efforts, legislative agendas. However, since its inception, the feminist model has been subjected to challenge. Although academia engages in heated debates on this issue in scholarly journals, those working in the front lines of the violence against women movement, that is the shelters, the domestic violence service providers, and counselors and batterer intervention programs, are often excluded from these conversations. So no, they're saying the model is still in existence, and they have expanded it.
No, they have not expanded it. Academics still use it, but it's not being used in any courts. Look at where it's applied in courts. It's not anywhere.
Okay, let me see.
By the way, this is the first time I've heard of a name for this like feminist model that's in all these systems.
Oh, I know. Red pill dudes are the biggest feminists of all. Don't tell them, but
I have a question, Glenn. You would agree that your ability to succeed in family court is like a function of how much legal
How well you're
representation
prepared.
you can get.
Well, how well you're prepared, and how much are you willing to fight?
File first.
Well,
Right,
that's
but
what I did.
you
I
said you
filed.
won because
I
you got
filed
more
first, too.
money. And so I'm just kind of translating that into you won because you had more legal representation.
Well, I
so I'm
had the
wondering-
means to get legal representation that would have been adequate to fight my case.
Sure. Okay. So different ways of saying essentially the same thing. Would you agree that maybe one of the best ways we could help men is by funding things like legal aid? I don't know if it's always called that in America, but essentially a public defender who's better funded, has better resources like paralegals and stuff, and can actually isn't overburdened.
Those
with cases.
programs never end up helping people.
Yeah, because they're
Yeah,
underfunded
like-
and they're overburdened.
I think that's actually a good question. I don't know if, I mean, I definitely think there need to be more programs for men in that case, because there are always like a lot of like aid.
What about
and
just starting
support
with
for women.
programs for both sides?
Well, there already is one for women. So that's what I'm
You,
saying.
you
Like,
said plural, so I'd agree plural
Well-
for both sides.
well, I'm
But-
saying, like, I'm not saying stop
don't
funding the
discriminate.
ones for women. I'm just saying maybe start funding the ones for men. Yeah, that would be a good thing, because then you would have one for both sides.
I think that it would actually be good to make it so that family court, and I haven't thought this all the way through, but you could not bring a lawyer so that where the filing is simple and the parents have to
wouldn't work.
operate
Well, that would
operate
come with a
independent.
lot
It
of
neutralizes the money thing. It neutralizes the money thing.
Sure, you definitely need someone who knows the decorum.
I've done it both ways. I did it once with the lawyer and once solo.
Oh yeah, no, but like
You don't need
there's a
a
reason.
lawyer.
No, I know you can represent yourself. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying, like my uncle did the same thing and got absolutely dismal results because he had no idea what he was doing. So good for you for-
And his opponent had a lawyer, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so in those paradigms, right, then there's a huge imbalance because of the lawyer's presence on one side, but that's not actually in the child's best interest to have that imbalance there. So if you made it simple so that parents had to approach this situation on their own, you could neutralize the money imbalancing the power, and
The reason you want these programs is so like a lot of these programs, you might end up with an expert witness who can testify on behalf of your client. And actually getting the court to allow you to use that as permissible evidence.
I mean, that's a good point. I hadn't thought through like when you
And
have
lawyers-
particular or really specific situations.
And lawyers know like all these programs, so they can actually guide their client through them.
But most custody cases are pretty standard, right? There's not special witnesses and all this stuff coming into play.
Only when there's accusations and stuff being made. But yeah, for the most part, they're just like pretty cut and dry.
Oh, I know. I've heard there are expert witnesses from people who have undergone these things.
Yeah, like when
you know,
when
child
in
psychologists,
special
especially.
cases, like when an accusation's being levied, like, you know, so and so touched Timmy in the bathtub, you know.
Well, you
like-
did point out how often it can be, or maybe Pearlie did, and she's not here, but someone will just say like, "You hit the child," and then just take it
Yeah,
away.
no, that the false accusations happen 37% of the time, or when false accusations are being made, 37% of the time they happen in family court.
Wow.
And they're normally, like, the majority is made by the woman against the man.
You do want to compare that to like
People
how
will
many
say
more
whatever
cases
they want to get them
the family
kids.
court have than like a normal court. It could be
My
more.
lawyers said that
Yeah.
accusations of substance abuse and physical abuse and hostile divorces are always present. They were present in mine. You know, what are you going to do with it, though? It's just a claim.
My only thing is like both sides have, in my mind, an equal capacity to lie.
Oh,
And
yeah.
both are incentivized.
And actually, the
Like,
judge.
that's the problem. Like if in family court, like the level of the threshold for due process, like they don't make her prove her case. Like if she says like, oh, you know, I am afraid for our child's safety when, you know, if he has, you know, custody of the child, he's not a good father, he's a drunk, you know, and like just that alone could be enough for the judge to be like, not really dive in there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, instead of like having her prove her case, okay, prove your case. Show me the instances. You have documentations. You have witnesses. They don't go that far. You know.
I mean,
well, that's
they,
what
they did.
do, right? They would object that that's not substantial evidence.
Yeah, they don't process it as holding
Yeah.
particular weight.
It's
You
not
can,
criminal. It's not criminal, and
Yeah.
so therefore, like the threshold is different when it comes to like meeting this, like the standard of.
But if you have a defense attorney and the person that you're fighting against makes a false accusation against you, it's not up to the courts necessarily. They should, but it's not up to them at the end of the day to figure out what's right or wrong. It's up to the lawyer to be like, no, actually,
we
have evidence to counter that.
When there's ever an accusation, so when if someone said that you murdered somebody, right? The state
you'd be charged with murder there.
Yes, but in order for even once you
You're
get
not being
charged for the
with
crime,
accusation in the court.
that's why it's different. That's
Yes,
why the level of burden to prove whether or not that thing happened is less than like criminal
her
court.
claim doesn't hold any weight. The only time that her unsupported claim would matter is when it comes to getting the temporary restraining order before the restraining order can be heard. And I believe it's what, 3 days or something that the temporary restraining order is good for.
No, that's depending upon the state.
Right, it is. It might be a week. It might be a week.
California, you don't even have to have done anything to get a DVRO.
Right.
Restraining order, right? Like,
But
all
it's
you have to say
temporary.
is like, I am. But
It's like 1 week. It's very short. I've had them pulled out.
no,
Against
not
me.
here.
Well, California sucks.
Like out here, you're like a month, 2 months.
Oh yeah, no. Here it's like I believe
That's
it's a
why,
week.
like,
And then when you go to court for the restraining order, the person who made the accusation has to present the supporting shit for it.
Yeah, out here, like I'll read it to you. I'm pulling it up right now. Like all they have to say is like, I'm afraid that this individual is gonna harm me. And and it just has to be like the means. Could this individual actually harm them? If do they have
get the temporary one instead of a court?
And then 2 months later, so you're now removed from the home, right? So then you have now forfeited, your house.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That waiting period.
That's
So
how it
here's
is
the
in
other
California.
thing. That's not a gender specific paradigm. Men can do the same thing.
But it is gendered specific when it's only when it's I'll watch. I'll pull it up. Don't worry. When it's when the judges award it heavily one way and not the other
I'm
way.
talking about the temporary restraining order. A man can go do the same thing exactly.
But again, the judges have to approve on the temporary restraining order.
No, they don't. I mean, eventually, to get it to be non-temporary, they will. But a temporary one is issued by the county at the time you report.
Let me show you this. Hold on.
Well, I'm gonna head off, y'all. I got to do some other things. I might hop back on in a minute, but good to talk.
Hop on
y'all.
this dick, John. You fucking weirdo.
Fuck
All right,
off.
John.
Fuck
Later.
off. All right, see ya.
All right, where is it at? All right. Do. Somebody talk. I'm like looking at stuff.
Oh shit!
We're just staring at you.
I know. I
Sign
don't
off
like it.
because I feel like I've said all I can say in this. It's been
Well,
an interesting discussion though.
It has. You're incredibly antagonizing, but interesting
one
to
to
listen to.
talk.
Now. Yeah. No, that's true.
Anyways, Glenn, thank
Okay.
you for having me.
You're welcome. Sorry that I blocked you last time.
Oh no, I understand. You thought
did
I was a
come
Thorpe
to
fan.
with the whole brigade of
Yeah,
Thorpe lights.
I was coming in there to like kind of back you guys up and work against her because I was definitely antagonizing Grace more so than anyways.
Well,
have a good day.
I appreciate you coming up and sharing your perspective. I think we had a good conversation.
Cool. Well, I'll definitely come and call in again in the future.
Please do.
Okay.
All right,
Bye.
have a good one. Bye. So do you see this figure one?
From Glenn's Kindle, The Judicial War on Men. Yes, I don't know if I believe
Yes.
this is a
Well, I mean, again,
judicial
you
sword.
could always get the book, and then it has all the sites, the sites or the sources cited. It says like the judicial bias with regards to the request for
How
family
was
law.
how was
DVRO.
that established though?
Okay,
I mean,
so
like I'm seeing this graph and I'm seeing the
like
claim.
it explains it right here. Like it does the whole
Okay, well,
equation.
you just dropped a link to it backstage, and I'll look at it. But I
You have to buy the book, so it's the book.
this is or screenshot or something, or we can go through. I don't care, but you seem like you don't want to. So
No, I don't care. I don't mind it at all. Like I like this book actually.
all right. So how is bias determined?
All right, so let me like zoom in a little bit so you can read. All right. To test the DVR will be issued against you. Okay, hold on. No, I gotta go. Goal this chapter. Okay, here we go. We'll start from here. Law professor, grandfather James, okay, published very famous legal textbook, The Lynching and the Laws. Okay, nope. Okay, so he's trying to fill his footsteps, revealing how and why family law judges in California have uniformly adopted the feminist judicial practice. This compels them to systematically lynch innocent men with the unnecessary DVROs. In this book, I reveal the empirically mistaken belief taught to judges, the harm caused by acting upon them, and what should be done to end these abuses. Non-California yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I tried to wait till you were finished speaking. Do you know this Peter Wright guy?
Peter Wright.
They keep going. Do you remember? She mentioned some Peter Wright guy that.
Like
got all that idea from?
the so-called like red pill guy, like that's like some dude in the UK, from what I understand.
Yeah, because I don't know him. I was just wondering if you knew any more info about him.
No, like, and I like not at all. I know that if anything, like Andrew knows Rolo, like, and other red pill content creators, like that would be the main source.
I have to go up there. She's going on about that shit again.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Thanks.
Have fun.
Get the cunt. The cunt. Cunt.
Yeah, I've got the whole Crucible chat. Like,
hey, that's good.
About it. Oh, by the way, I got I got Andrew to admit that Australia's real too.
Oh wow, he walked that back, huh?
It's clipped on Twitter if you want to have, or X if you want to have a look.
I will. let me show this to Flo first, and then I'll take a look at it.
All right, I'm gonna go head over there because I just wanted to stop in here first and just see if you knew anything on him, because she's still talking.
I'll try to pull some stuff up and try to send it to you in Discord.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
All right, I'll be back when I can.
Okay.
Stay excellent. We'll miss you.
Let's see. Non-California residents should be concerned because California isn't the only state that lynches men in this manner. Practice described in this book are coming to your state if they haven't already. As you'll learn, domestic violence law, restraining order issued against him to the vast majority. He never committed any act of domestic violence or crime. Don't believe me? The two most senior trainers of family law judges in California both admit this is true. See? So it goes, if you have no DV at all, you could file an action that clearly has no DV. You don't even have to lie. You can just say, I want a DV restraining order because my husband said he's going to fight me for the kids.
Mm-hmm. And the husband can file that against the wife too with the same standards, but like with the
I will show you in a minute. So then you can make the following kinds of orders: DV protective order, support order, custody order. It's not conditional upon first finding DV. That's what this says. So what to test to determine if a DVRO would be issued against you, answer the following question to determine: are you male? Yes. In the last 10 years, have you done at least one of the following to a current or former female intimate partner? You got angry at her or raised your voice at her? Flo, you raised your voice at me, so
Yeah, I know, but we have never lived in an intimate relationship together, so yeah, you couldn't get one against me.
you set a financial spending limit against
But look,
her.
this book is bullshit because the very first question, right? That's obviously not what they ask you when you get a restraining order.
No, it's saying if you could get one if you like ask yourself these questions, and
Right.
you would see like, yeah, someone.
But if the answer is yes or no, you can proceed to the next question.
Yeah, so one.
So when the only reason he put that first question in there is I don't know, it's deceptive, right?
Well, you may think the family law is impartial in their issuing DVRO.
He's presenting
you would be
significance where
incorrect.
there is none.
Official Judicial Council of California data shows substantial sex bias or based bias by family law judges against men in favor of females. As you read this section, keep the following judicial rule in mind. A judge shall perform judicial duties without biases or prejudice. While researching for this book, I heard the study conducted by a presiding judge. In the study, the judge were given the same written scenarios with one key difference. In half of the scenarios, the request for DVRO was made by a male, and the other half was made by a female. I wanted to find this study because the results would provide a rare window into the minds of the family law judges. Consider for the same set of facts. So if the judges show the issues are significantly more DVROs when requested by females, then it would suggest a sex-based judicial bias in favor of females and against males. If the results show no difference, it would suggest the operation of judicial fairness, aka the administration of blind justice. All right, when Mr. Singer, here's a personal conduct order. When Mr. Singer requested protection, judge split 50-50 on granting request on TRO. When Ms. Singh requested protection, all but one judge granted the requests. So there's the grab contact, stay away, move out.
But that's for regarding leaving the temporary order in place permanently, right?
Yeah. So my source attended the training where the judges who conducted the study shared the results. Judges issue DVROs much more often when they were requested by a female. My source did not have a copy of the study results, so I sent a letter to the judge asking for a copy. I did not receive a response. Eventually, I found what appears to be the results. They were in one of the PowerPoint presentations supplied to me by the Judicial Council of California. 2 slides from the presentation are displayed in the previous page. Please note, a high resolution of Judicial Council of California watermark is crystal clear. In California, personal conduct, contact, stay away, and move out orders are all part of the family law DVRO. Notice these slides report different results. These indicate the experiment was ran at least twice. We can calculate the percentage difference for each data set and use a z-test comparison of ratios to assess whether the differences is statistically significant. Percentages differences is calculated by or using this equation.
So this guy's saying that he found those graphs and he doesn't, and it's never explained what makes something a pro. Is that, am I understanding?
He was so when he was like, he got the PowerPoint presentation from the Judicial Council of California and 2 slides from that presentation.
He believed was from the man. This is a terrible source, Glenn.
Well, I mean, hey, it's still a source. 100. He has the data. He has something to show it.
He's got something. He doesn't know what he has, but he's got something.
But if this is the case, though, but I mean, it kind of does reflect, though, here at least in California, like it does reflect that if a guy is, said that, he could be at work and his wife could hit him with the DVRO,
right?
So
and she could be at work and he could hit him with one. But I'll be generous and I'll give you. I do believe California is probably wonkier than the rest of the world in this regard because it isn't all the others.
So it's at 100 converts to decimal. Okay, so you see this is the equation. To summarize, for the same set of facts are between 198 and 620% more likely to issue a DVRO when requested by a female. This finding is plotted in Figure 1. Next page. This result is consistent with the operations of the feminist judicial practice. It also suggests the judicial canon is routinely violated on an institutional bias by the family law judiciary of California. So here's the graph what they're representing. So when men do it, they get like, you know, this is the 50%. When women, group 1 and group 2, like, you see the difference.
At no point is it ever, or do we ever define what the fuck we're even measuring?
Well,
he could have pro female and pro male defined however the fuck he wants. In fact, the author that we were reading doesn't even know.
He says what he's like defining it as is whether or not they were approved or not. Any of those protective orders, like no contact order, temporary restraining order, like the same day without a hearing, a judge issues a temporary restraining order.
Right.
So requesting a party. So like in California, the DVRO process has some quickly. Generally, it happens within 3 steps. A requesting party submits a form to family court asking for a DVRO. The same day, without a hearing, a judge issues a temporary restraining order. You are accused not to, the accuser, not present and do not learn about the TRO until a police officer shows up at your work or home to serve you. The TRO orders you to move out of your home immediately. You are not allowed to contact your children. You are not allowed to contact your estranged partner. The TRO notifies you of the date and time of the hearing, where a judge will decide whether to issue a permanent TVRO against you. The hearing.
Are these for all of the ones in his sample size? Does he say that? I zoned out for a minute.
No, this is just like the way that the family law like does the
But not all of them like have all these things. And what I really want to know about is how is he counting results that are neither as the woman requested nor entirely dismissed? Because
I wouldn't know. I'm just saying, like, you might have to read more on this.
Right.
The hearing for permanent orders will be held about 3 weeks later. The hearing will last a little as 5 minutes. You don't have the right to have an attorney appointed to represent you. The state will provide an attorney for your accuser if she requested one. These are provided through victim organizations funded by the state and federal grants. You don't have the right to call witnesses, to present evidence, or to cross-examine the accuser. The judge can order you to summarize these in the interest of time. If the judge issues a DVRO, you are not entitled to a written decision explaining the judge's reasoning for issuing the order. You can request a trial, but only if you do so before the DVRO is issued. If you request
that makes no sense at all.
California,
how could you request a trial for something that's not in existence?
Because you get the temporary and you get a court date. So at that point, when you get the
okay, he's talking about the permanent one.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know where or when he was, but from my experience, like everything he said there, it's not the same. You can call witnesses, you can cross witnesses.
Again, this is California, like, and this book is primarily like written about like California, and the whole idea is like what happens in California tends to lead. You know, it does tend to disseminate across the country. You know, so
well, we've still got our gas powered lawnmowers, so
well, you guys are lucky for the time being. But no, yeah, if you want, I can send you the link to the book. Even if you don't like it, you can just look at it and to do your own, research on it.
It's sure, and I do like, understanding more things is never a bad.
No,
thing.
I agree.
Yeah,
and like if it's wrong and there's like, again, substantial information that could correct that, I'm more than willing to listen to it, because I don't want to be disseminating the wrong thing.
Well, the issue that I seem to encounter with this topic entirely is that like what we just read, right? You present it and I'll say this is not correct to my experience, and it's like, well, that's just your experience. There's too many courts for the conversation ever to really.
Well, yeah, because nothing is. This is the problem with each state having its own like definition of it. Like, like it should be just all the same across the top, like across the board.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it should all just be one. If you ask me,
You know, maybe at some point, if I ever find myself with a lot of time on my hands, I'd like to go through each state and do it. I'd like to do it with this shit, with the custody shit. I'd like to go over each state with driver's licenses because I keep arguing with motherfuckers who swear up and down you don't need to, but then keep ending up in jail because they don't have fucking driver's licenses.
yeah. Oh wait a minute. Cool. That's something else.
Pearl is nice.
Yeah, Pearl's cool.
Should be cool.
Yeah, Pearl.
She's got a London office.
She still kept her London office.
I guess I didn't appreciate like how fucking baller she was.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say she's like super baller by any means, but she definitely has a London office.
That's pretty baller. I'm not even allowed in London.
Really? What'd you do?
Because of my felony. To enter the UK, I would have to go in through Scotland.
Really?
Yeah, for whatever weird reason. It makes no sense that I can't enter England, I can't enter Ireland, but Scotland I can enter, and then I can go wherever I want, right? And it's like I'm allowed to be in England, I just cannot come in through customs in England.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I think now I'm like I have all this like the evidence of the gender affirming surgery. Like there's like a bunch of data that I didn't even show all the data, but like there's a bunch of like scholarly articles that would that refuted the whole like gender affirming care actually is more like statistically more beneficial than you know, whatever.
But you found more supporting transitioning?
No, actually against it. Like,
Right. Okay. Yeah.
like refuting the original paper that like said like, oh yeah, it's good for it.
Man, it's obvious.
But you know,
I feel like
I feel
that sucks. That person got screwed over by the system and gonna.
well, like think about this. Like I feel for them. Like
I do too.
Like they're believing a lie. They're lost in this thing because they're emotionally invested, right? If you think about it, like they are emotionally invested. They're overly invested at that as well because they even went and got the surgery done, right? And then now you're telling them, yo, it's wrong. They were wrong in this, and you know, like, what do you do about it? Like you can't go make a dick again. Like they cut it open and they made it a hoo-ha.
Luckily, the Furby still has its dick. I was thinking that.
Oh, I thought he got the surgery.
That's what I thought too.
I'm pretty sure I thought
apparently
they got the surgery. I could be wrong.
Yeah, no. When Pearly was here, is when it said it was pre-op.
Oh, it's pre-op.
Right. And then I asked again after Pearly left because like I was confused too. So I don't know, I guess, which it is, but hopefully
it's still an op. It's one of the ops. It's either.
Well, I mean, if you're pre-op, then that means
you still got the dingus.
You still got your dick, and like, how would you feel if you woke up like got drunk and then woke up someday like, fuck, I did what? Like that is such
I hope that would
disgusting
never
thought.
be the case. Like, oh man, I did that when I was drunk.
Oh no, I'm talking about like that's how I imagine it would be to be like think you're trans for a minute and then get surgery and then like be like I feel like it would be like coming out of a drunk or something and be like I cut my dick off. I did what?
Glenn.
Man, that's so depressing to think about.
That would be bad. Yeah.
Andrew's up there now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, Andrew's talking to her now.
I'm about to pull up Twitter now.
Yeah, We were having a nice conversation about cutting our dicks, Jess. Thanks.
sorry.
Women always
No.
ruin everything.
No, I wasn't trying to. No, imagine like I had to ask, like, hey, do you get phantom dick? Like, like I think it's an important question. Like,
Holy shit, I had to mute it so I could actually hear you because I could just hear them yelling at each other and I can't hear anything you're saying.
let's see.
Yeah, they're getting into it.
Oh, what is crypto feminism? Here we go. Let's see.
All right, I'm gonna go back there.
All right.
Are you sharing or?
Yeah, I'll share right now. It's gonna be really loud. It's gonna be super loud because I don't know how to.
Your mic is doing that wonky in and out thing, or it just started to do a little bit.
Connection to this person because he says some similar things to me or me to him, which literally Chase tried to inform her is a genetic fallacy, making the claim that because I say something that sounds similar to somebody you don't like is a fallacious argument. But on top of that, I just have one question. Can this woman show a single shred of proof or evidence at all, a single shred that I've ever had any contact with this person? Go ahead.
Okay, Andrew. Do you believe that society is gynocentric?
What proof? Where's the proof that we're connected in any way?
Do you believe that society is gynocentric?
What does this have to do with the burden of proof, which is now on you? Can you provide a shred of evidence that I'm connected with this guy in any way or not? Can you just answer the question, please?
Has he provided any guidance to?
No, never even heard of the guy. Literally today is the first time I even heard of this guy, to my knowledge at least.
Okay, but how is that possible? Because I've even heard of him. I'm not.
What does that have to do with me? I'm not a red pill guy. That's the biggest straw man in the world.
Fighting with,
the only thing I've ever done in the red pill sphere is debate with red pillers. Usually, hang on. I'm going to explain. Usually, I'm on the opposition.
Did you say something,
but
Flo?
now, one more time, I'm going to ask: can you provide yes or no? Can you provide?
The other day, somebody was arguing with
evidence
Andrew's wife on Twitter.
Is that DM with this
the
person?
same thing?
Yeah, it's connected.
First of all, I said the claim that I made was that he has provided guidance to Rachel. And I said, since you two are basically one flesh,
What's the evidence?
and you both agree that society is gynocentric,
Which has nothing to do with the fact that we know anything about this. Where's the evidence that Rachel has anything to do with this guy? Can you provide any evidence of that at all? Any?
okay, I'm willing to provide some evidence at some point.
I want to hear. Can we see it?
some
Where
point,
can I
like,
see this
I'll
evidence?
just do
Not
what I
right
want
now,
to.
no.
So you don't have any evidence.
No, that's not so I don't have it.
Where is it? Then where is it?
Okay, but Natty,
I
Natty,
think he's
based on
getting
the
a bit exciting.
philosophy that he preaches, weren't you explaining that before the Chase guy interrupted you? That the philosophy like overlaps and
Yeah, but so what? That's
You
a
were-
fallacious argument, moderator. We can have all. In fact, I could have come on my own to 95% of the philosophy of some guy I don't know. It has nothing to do with this insane claim that I'm in some way connected with them, have been guided by them, or even know anything about them. And I just made the claim that I have not. I'm literally making the claim I have not. I don't know the guy, never talked to the guy, never had anything to do with the guy. From the chat's perspective, it's the first time they've ever heard of the guy. Moderator, can you request that this woman who's making these allegations actually provide us with any form of evidence this is true, a single shred?
so okay, so she was explaining how your philosophies overlap.
So
So are you opposed to his
I
philosophy?
don't even
Do they
how.
overlap?
So imagine asking me this question. This guy over here who you don't know, right? Do you agree or disagree with him? How the fuck would I know? I don't know him.
Okay.
Now, host,
Yeah,
Natty,
maybe Natty.
please, can you pretty please, with sugar on top, provide a single shred of evidence that there's any guidance whatsoever or any connection between me and this guy? Any. Do 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 do
Maybe she
do
has
do do do
maybe
do.
some
Do 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 do
So what she was saying was
do.
related to the
And
philosophy
you haven't
earlier, and then she got cut off.
here, so shut up, mate, with good singing. My singing was better than yours, okay? You
Why'd
couldn't
you
even
tell me to
say
shut up? I've been nothing but pleasant.
You just started going do 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 do.
Just waiting for the evidence. Yeah, can you show it? Just waiting for the evidence. Can you give me the evidence?
All right, so listen. I
I'm
had a
listening.
source tell me,
Okay.
that Rachel Wilson was provided
Source
guidance.
tell me you're
from
lying.
people like those.
My source tells me you're lying.
Your source tells you you're lying. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
And I'm happy.
Source,
to
I have a
go
source that
to-
says your source is full of
I'm
shit.
happy to go to that source and get a screenshot from them. All right.
Give me a
But I
screenshot.
do-
Okay, wait. Okay, somebody
do
send me a screenshot saying that her source is lying, and that'll be my source.
Okay, Andrew. Okay, Andrew.
So, okay, I'm just waiting. Can you provide a single shred of evidence to have any connection whatsoever with this guy?
Okay, so Andrew,
Mhm.
tell me how society is gynocentric and how long has it been so?
Yeah, when I use the term, I just mean that for gynocentrism, I'm just talking about simps who kowtow to women. That's it.
That's how you're using the term.
Yeah.
You
And how
think that's what
I've used it, yeah.
you think that's what the term means?
No, well, that's how I use the term. That's what I mean
That's
by
how
it.
you use the term. So you didn't even know what the term meant when
Yeah,
you used it.
That's a genetic
you just
fallacy
adopted
again.
it. You
Is it
just
even a real
adopted it in
term?
the same
Fallacy
way.
again. These are all
Did you
genetic
actually-
fallacies.
Did you actually look up what the term meant and do any
What does this
research
have to
about
do
it?
with anything?
Or did you
Okay.
just adopt the term because
Do
you
you-
heard it online?
Okay.
And you know where you heard it? You heard it in the manosphere.
You know what?
Yeah.
I've asked
And
a lot of English.
And that comes from Peter
Mhm.
Wright and his writings.
Yeah. Okay. So
And
what?
I know you have spoken to people in Manosphere, and you guys are kind of closer to certain people than not.
Who?
So have you ever
Do
spoken
not
to Paul
strip,
Elam?
though. Do not.
I have
strip.
not. No. At least
No,
I don't
what
think
about
I
your
have. I think
Now
she
you're back.
did one show with him where she disagreed with him adamantly that Pearl Davis hosted.
Did she disagree with his viewpoint that society is gynocentric?
I'm not sure that that's what they were even arguing.
That is what's behind their worldview.
So what? What does that have to do with
I find it
me? What does that
extreme-
have to do
what
with me?
has to do with you is that you use the term.
So what?
And you said I'm using it to talk about simps.
So yeah. So
right?
what? Do you use the term? Hang on. Inside of your country.
Do you know what happened earlier with
Yeah, what does
Chase?
that
Chase
do?
was
What
like,
It has nothing to do with me.
I asked Chase if he thought society was gynocentric,
Mhm.
and he was like, "Yeah, I agree with that."
So?
And I took it to mean that, and
So?
he thinks that he thinks the way
So
that
what?
you use it is the same as him.
So what? What does
Don't
this
you think
have
you
to
have
do-
any responsibility
I'm
in
gonna
that?
explain. I'll explain this to you so
Do
that you
you
understand.
understand? Do you understand that when you
question.
use the term gynocentric online, that other people who may have read Peter Wright's work,
Uh huh.
people from the manosphere,
Yeah.
think you're talking about the same thing?
Okay, so I'm going to answer to this, but you have to let me actually answer to it. First of all, inside of your country, I assume that you use the word flat instead of the word apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's really interesting because I do not use the word flat to describe an apartment.
AJ,
and when I ask
Polo,
British
he's
people what
so
flat
mad right
means or the
now.
origin of the word, most of them don't know what the origin of the word flat is.
AJ,
I had to go
Rolo
look
should
it
be
up.
so mad
right?
right now
They're just referring to
because
this thing,
some
this
guy
nebulous
named Peter
concept of
Wright
place where people
taking
go.
his
and
credit.
The X is coming through way
We're
louder
talking
than you
here
are. Like,
about
I
how
know, I don't
somebody
know how
else
to,
has uses the word
make X
gynocentric.
quieter.
you
What
can't
in the
down in the
does
share
that have
screen
to do
section below.
with
You
how
can't
I
turn that
use
down
it?
there.
Aren't you Mr.
Let me
I
see.
host a debate, The Crucible,
Yeah.
and I know what terms mean, and you
Yeah.
think you fucking know it all over
Yeah,
everybody
you
else?
sign and under.
Are you telling me that you didn't know what the term meant
Yeah,
originally
no,
when you
I'm going to
adopted
explain.
it?
I'm going to explain a concept to you so
That's
that you
not
understand.
like
Nope, it's
bullshit
either
to
to
me,
stop,
Andrew.
share
Yeah, under
or-
philosophical purview, you can
Oh, wait, wait,
assign.
stop going because
in your mouth. Come on, you know what
you
fag
can assign
means?
I gotta
whatever meaning you
You know
want.
what
to
Stop share screen. Now you guys could probably. It doesn't hurt. You guys don't hear it, huh?
No. Yeah. That's right. I think I'm about to head out. I just don't enjoy indignant, stupid fucking people. Like there's an intersection of belligerent and stubborn and fucking retarded that makes me crazy. And like on Sarah's, that's what happened with the Furby. And I'm just sitting up there.
Oh, you were on Sarah's stream with
Yeah, I met the Furby like 3 nights ago on Sarah's. I ended up spending most of the stream once I just realized that it was disingenuous and having the conversation in bad faith. I spent probably 2 hours on stream doing nothing but talking over every time it would start to talk. Just being completely petty. So,
well, I'm gonna tune in. I'm keeping my stream open because I did tell somebody, hey, they could always come back later if they wanted to come on.
Yeah,
gotta be a man of my word, you know.
And yeah, I'll be watching. If something else happens, I'll join back up. Or if our Clout Shark backstage returns, that'd be fun.
Well, that's what I'm keeping the stream open for. I said you could come back.
Oh,
later.
that too. Okay, yeah.
I did say that he could come back later.
I did stop by that same one last night. The video that I made apologizing for for just the miscommunication in general, but not apologizing for having done the thing I was accused of. Again, last night that was played, and I dropped in chat on alt and basically said stop playing part of my video to deceive your audience. I didn't get it. Actually, I was sort of surprised. I got no response from him. But either way, I wasn't deleted and blocked.
Because like he had his attention on lying about me.
Right, but you would think that, in the past, I've been just deleted and blocked out of his chat pretty quickly. And even one of the mods was like, hey, do you want me to get rid of Flow State? And there's just no
fight, nothing?
No fight, no deleting, no nothing. No acknowledgement. Yeah, it was,
you lost the love. Where's the love for you?
I don't know how to interpret that. Is that the beginning of love? Is that the end of hate? Is that
like starting to hug you?
Am I dead? Am I starting to disappear? What's going on here?
Like I love that. Like the message in the back was like, trying to accuse me of doxing her. I'm like, what?
Yeah, what the fuck's he talking about, man? He came fucking screaming in here when he saw some.
What?
When he saw, when he saw that Pearly was on, it's like, boom.
Yeah. And it's like, I didn't dox nobody. What are you talking about? Like
the guy that accused me of being a Clout Shark was like up here with made up shit is kind of embarrassing.
Like, how is that doxing? Like, I'm not the one that broke it's a public video. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's publicly available.
I didn't even know what he was referring to.
Oh, this video where like the person is doing the math and pointing out that the age discrepancy between two individuals.
Right. So but that's not a dox, is there?
Well, the individuals was.
Oh, just the fact that the individuals were the ones being talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not doxing.
Yeah, and I'm like,
That's not even close to doxing.
Like, I didn't even make the video. Like,
whose video was it? I missed it.
It's in the beginning of my stream. If you go all the way back, it's literally like the first thing that comes on.
Oh, congratulations on terrifying Ben. I haven't seen Ben anywhere since he backed out your thing. Probably
no, they hit me up. They hit me up on Discord, wanting to or asking something about rescheduling. Like, I don't know. I'm a pretty busy kind of guy. I got some things.
I feel like he doesn't really want to have the debate, but he got to have an upcoming. I think he got marketing out of it.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of marketing, I guess, that came out of it.
How long was the thumbnail and the thing scheduled on the Crucible before he canceled at the very last minute? That's what I feel like he was doing is billboarding.
I don't know, actually. I don't know how long they had it up. you know.
I know that I had hit the notification button, just earlier that day, but I don't know how long it had been up for. I kind of tried to figure it out, and it looked like the other scheduled things Andrew had were, the next day. He was probably, I could assume, up there a couple, 2-3 days maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Like I don't even remember. Like I normally I have like the Crucible set like for all like notifications that pop up. So maybe like 24 hours, I'm thinking, because I don't remember seeing it earlier. But then again, I may have not been looking for it because I was, working on the debate prep so much that I wasn't paying attention to it. So
you were giving me and not men heart attacks.
Why?
Because don't you remember us both flipping out when you were doing the debate prep? Because
yeah.
It's literally the first and probably and only time I think that we've ever actually. Yeah, you built a bridge and we got over it.
You guys became friends. Look at you. Yeah. I'm bringing people together. We are family.
This was all one big plan to get us to be friends, wasn't it?
Like, yeah. I was like, I will be the bridge that brings these guys together.
And then you
their anger
over that river of hate.
Their anger at me will be what builds their bond. It's kind of like a trauma bond.
No rage flash quitting this time. What's a rage flash quit? Man, I ain't never rage flash quit shit.
I think he's talking about like Lindsay. I think he's referring to Lindsay.
Oh, he wants me to leave the stream going. I would if I could, but all I'm gonna say is I'm glad that I have access to my Rumble.
Who doesn't have access to the Rumble?
Well, I privated that video too because I'm pretty sure that's still against Rumble's TOS, although they're not.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I heard of the infamous.
The boobs have become famous in these parts of the YouTube streets.
Okay, well,
because they're volatile. They're volatile boobs. It's like an unstable element.
I mean, she may want to get some autograph pictures going. Maybe make some capitalization on it. They're infamous, she said.
Infamous. That's probably a better word, right?
Okay.
Darth Vader of titties.
Nick says, Flow State, are you going to be number 2 for the kickboxing match?
Oh, easy. Oh, sure, I will. Yeah, but that was ever serious.
I don't understand like the way that he tried to spin that video that I said like look, I keep on hearing about it. Okay, I already said I wasn't going to do it. Let me just publicly say it and make it very clear in this video that no, I am not going to do it because I don't see the necessity.
Did you get invited to kickbox?
Oh, he challenged me to it. Me and Resto.
Oh, I heard that Resto. I didn't hear that. Yeah, I was talking.
Yeah,
to
he
Resto.
challenged Resto and myself.
Oh,
and because Resto, this is why he challenged me. Because Resto asked me, Glenn, who would want to fight me? Who do you think would want to fight me? And the only person that I know that has beef with Resto.
Why was he asking that question? What a dangerous ass question.
I don't know. Like, I don't even remember the whole context of it all, but like he asked that question and I'm like, well, that's the only person I know that has a beef with you. So I'm going to say the obvious name, right? Like the only name that I know. And then all of a sudden that's me bringing up his name and whatever. Like,
but okay. Easy initiated the challenge.
Yeah, he initiated the challenge.
Was he a kickboxer?
I don't know.
That's or is he just like Andrew Tate?
I don't know. I really don't know.
I did challenge a couple guys, Paul and Slave and Snafu Snaps, to a bare knuckle fight on Street Beefs a while back. Actually, I challenged Snafu and he declined, but then later Paul got mad and he'd seen it and he challenged me. He's like, you wouldn't say that to me? I was like, fuck yes, I will. Let's get this shit started. But then he didn't want to do it.
My thing is like, okay, if I really wanted to fight you, like if I felt it was necessary, like it's on site is when I see you what I see you, right? Like I'm not gonna have a ref there. I'm not gonna give you gloves. You know, I'm not gonna give you a rule book. It will be just
and that's
on-site.
Yeah, but but that means that you got to account that the person will be where they say they're going to be, and you didn't just make a drive halfway across the
Well, I
country
know,
for
that's what
them
I'm
to
saying.
accuse you of not showing up. So
Yeah, but I'm just saying like that would be my thing. Like I'll see if I really felt the need that I needed to fight you. It's like I'll see you.
oh
when
yeah,
I
there
see
was
you.
no need.
There is
on my
no
own.
need.
Yeah,
That's what
no,
I'm saying.
absolutely was not a need. It was recreation.
Yeah, like I to defeat one's opponent without fighting is supreme excellence. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yep, Sun Tzu. And my thing is like I don't. What do I look at it this way? What do I gain from if I did?
The
I'm
pleasure of
I'm
watching your opponent
no,
be
no, no. Think about
miserable.
it. It'll just look like I beat up a little kid.
I'm
You know
willing
what I'm
to
saying?
take that look.
Like it
It's
just
like
like
fighting
I
a
look
high
like
schooler. You're
this
never
looks
gonna look
bad.
good.
It looks bad on me. Like
Yeah,
you know.
you're gonna win and you're gonna look like a dick, or you're gonna lose and you're gonna look like a
Look,
dick.
yeah.
Either way,
And well, one, I wouldn't lose, but then like you know what I'm saying? Like it just wouldn't. It's stupid. I gain
yeah,
nothing.
you're not wrong at all. Nevertheless, I don't really care. I think it would be fun enough that I'd forgo. I would accept the look, L's, and keep rolling.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Like you know, like again, if it's you really want to take it there, you know, you really want it. Like if I was gonna fight, like I said, if I ever fight anybody, like I have, every time I've gotten to fight, it was because they wanted to do harm to me, and then I was not gonna let it happen.
Yeah, yeah. You don't strike me as somebody who's you're good intentioned, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm trying to be. I'm not perfect, but I try to be good intention. I always try to be a good faith actor and all it as much as I can. You know, or as I guess humanly possible, but you know, we're all flawed. So it's a joke, to be honest. No one is going to give that Twitter sanction fight. So yeah, like it would have to have been a street fight. Unless you're able to get a ring.
I mean, street beefs gives all sorts of people fights.
Yeah, but they are on private property, usually out in the middle of like nowhere.
And it's in Virginia. I looked it up at the time. I think it's in Virginia, and they might have another one now too. But I don't. Anyways,
like you would have to get a gym to sign a waiver that they're hosting this like sparring session, or it wouldn't be a sanction fight, that's for sure. But to me, it's just like, what do I don't gain anything.
just the satisfaction of beating somebody up.
I've already done that. I've already had that satisfaction before. So, is it different? Any difference?
I feel like each new person, it's like tacos are good, but like every Mexican restaurant has a bit of a different taco.
Yeah, but I think those tacos will give me really bad diarrhea.
Lindsay, I don't have memberships anymore. The man demonetized me because I didn't want you guys hearing all the fucking truth I blast into existence.
What happened?
She just dropped she copied and pasted something that said memberships are only $1.
Oh.
Back when I had memberships.
Man says, I say you duel in mutual combat with revolvers.
Well, that's already not going to work out for me.
Oh, you can't even have guns, huh? Damn it. How about duel and knife throwing or axe throwing? I'm good at axe throwing, so
I don't know that I'm good at axe throwing. I haven't thrown an axe in a long time, but I'll tell you this: I'd rather get shot than stabbed.
That's true. That is very true. Yep. So, I'm just gonna keep the stream up. I'm gonna listen to the Andrew thing.
I'm sorry. It was the Raging Patriot dropped it. You were right below it. Raging Patriot, get with the program. You know that I don't have memberships anymore. You were a member until it got yanked away by the Gestapo.
So you got demonetized?
I've been demonetized for like almost 2 months now.
What did you do? Is it Lindsay's tits that demonetized you?
No, actually, surprisingly, no, it was not them. It was. So I got. Let me back up. Technically, it's for bullying and harassment.
Who are you slut shaming?
Sir, I am a simp and a white knight. I'm Sir Lancelot of the White Knight table.
You are Lancelot.
Yeah, well, somebody's got to love these hoes.
You know what?
And I can enjoy my round table orgies while the rest of y'all pretend like you're not closeted, and then everybody's happy. But so I've had my channel for about 5 years, but I've only really been using it for about a year and a half, right? Before that, it was just sort of sitting there, and occasionally I might upload a video, but the whole life of the channel, well, it was just sort of like a nothing dump. I always had 2 strikes at all times. Like one would fall off, the next would come back on. Mostly because when I uploaded a video, is generally like a political response, like this just happened and blah 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 blah. They weren't somewhere, like that sort of shit. Once I started making money, everything just poof went away, and I never got another strike, warning, nothing until about almost 2 months ago now. Within 2 days, I had gotten a warning and 2 strikes. I got hit 3 times, all of them for bullying and harassment.
So somebody
well,
like
I think this is what I think happened, because the first one to get struck was a video that had never been public. I uploaded it 9 months ago privately. Nobody'd ever seen it but me.
So then how do they?
I think it is. I think that so. What I think happened is right before I got strikes, I had done a 3-part video series on Donald Trump going over his Agenda 47. And that was the first time I'd done politics since I've really been doing shit. And I'm interpreting it as a shot across the bow, like, motherfucker, stay off politics. One of the strikes, the appeal got approved, so I've got 1 warning and 1 strike. But the next day, after that shit went down, I added a new membership tier, and when you change your membership tiers, you have to submit the request. You don't just do it automatically, and it's simple. They just make sure you're not offering any perks that are illegal, right? Or so I thought. Well, after that, instead of getting a response to that, just poof, my monetization was pulled, and I was looking. There's nothing in the they don't have to pull my monetization for the number of strikes I have. I also am not entitled to keep it. So somebody made a decision to act in the gray area above and beyond to remove my monetization. It's bullshit, but it's not surprising. Before I ever streamed or started making money at this at all, I actually talked to a lot of people who would ask me if I'm going to start. I started going to panels and people would say, "Are you going to starting a stream or whatever?" And I said, "No, that's fucking absurd to invest in creating infrastructure that can be taken away from you at the whim of YouTube Big Brother. Why would I do such a thing?" And then, of course, after that, I find myself doing exactly the fucking
the same thing that you said you weren't going to do.
Right, which is actually a recurring theme in my life, is doing something that I know is stupid and then going, you know what, I'm going to do it anyways.
They're like, why not? It sounds like a dumb idea.
It's stupid, but it's fun. I'll try anything twice.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm
Vengeful
listening to
truther, you put that back. Why do guys tell girls not to show their boobs?
modesty.
Do you think that they value that?
Yes.
Second thing I would add is that, I think
Pearl's reviewing
in
the
my
pretty that I
experience and
reviewed.
also my research, men do continue to benefit more than women from marriage. Just I wouldn't say it's like drastically skewed one way or the other, but as a whole, men do tend to get more work around the house. Women still do most of the child rearing work. And so they are getting additional benefits from a relationship that a woman more often than not is not absorbing. So I would say I'm not surprised if women do cause most divorces.
Okay, let me get this straight. So again, the average woman has one child, maybe two.
Nowadays.
I just wanna like talk this through. And you decided that for my one kid that I'm raising, that I can put in public school. So after about 5 years, I can throw that kid in public school. You don't even have to see the kid all day. Like you can now the teachers watch him, right? Cool, great, amazing. You don't even have to pay for it. And you could do this in a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment. Now I know we all want houses. Okay, maybe you get a townhouse, I don't know. But you can work your HR job, so you can do that. So let me get this straight. We have Roombas.
I like Roombas. Those little things clean.
We have air
floors.
fryers.
I don't trust him.
And
Why?
we have Chipotle.
I don't trust any device that
divorce your
operates on its
husband
own in my house. And it's what are
over
they? They're
cleaning up
Amazon?
after
Are they
one
Amazon?
kid when our great
Yeah, I think you can get 'em from
grandmothers
Amazon.
on average had
And like
7
the
and they stuck
you
it
know,
out.
the little Alexas and all the
Do what
shit
you
that
want, I don't
listens
care.
to you and
Your life,
watches you.
but
I
do
fucking
you see
hate
why
Ring
I don't
doorbells. I
really
hate people with
take
Ring doorbells.
seriously?
They're
Do you
good.
guys
They
see where I
keep
get a
you from
little bit
like,
frustrated?
you know.
Yeah.
But I would
I
say
love
that
I love that
not
my neighbors always have a
right?
camera
You are
pointed
in a
at my house.
situation
It's
where
fantastic.
you are the
It's a
person
good
doing the
neighbor
bulk
move.
or the bulk of the child rearing. Your husband's checked out.
I'm
What
not.
does
I'm
that
just
actually
very
look
much
like?
more in favor of criminals than I am of
think
cops.
the vast majority of divorces
I will risk
where
my
we're not
Amazon
going where one of
delivery
both spouses are like, we're
to not
done.
be surveilled by the state. What
The
was it George
seriousness,
Washington said?
I
Stop being a
I don't see as
pussy
much
and
abuse
surveilling your neighbors.
or
I think.
even adultery.
True.
I see mostly just where people have gotten discontent. And I would say that the majority of the time you've got
You think that he would have dressed
well,
up a little
it's
more
like
if
I was
he knew
saying
that he
earlier,
was like gonna
marriage
get this much
is basically a
optics?
partnership.
I
Most
don't
marriages
know.
fail when one or both
Like,
He might
of
be
the
sitting
spouses
somewhere
stop
like,
acting like
"Fuck,
it's a
man, I hadn't
partnership.
slept in 3
And the way
days,
that I see that
but I
usually
had been
playing
wearing the
out
clothes
is
the
one
whole
partner
time."
checks out, the other partner
Yeah,
gets
like,
resentful
I
about
don't
it,
know. Like I
and the resentfulness
he's in Tennessee.
drives
Maybe
more
that's the way
checked
they
out.
dress.
The
I'm
checked
gonna have to
out
ask
drives
Grid.
more resentfulness, and they just
Yeah, so men check out when we annoy them so much that they just don't feel like dealing with us anymore. I mean, there's a saying you can't negotiate with terrorists, and I really believe that because I mean, they've given us everything. We're still not happy. So at some point, men, they just suffer in silence. They just let us whine and complain, and they just go on with their video games or what their anime or their Bitcoin, whatever they want to do. Um, so and honestly, if your guy's checking out, that's kind of your fault. Like you've had all this time to study him and figure out what he likes and what he doesn't like. I mean, you should hear how gold diggers talk.
You're selling
Okay,
clips of what,
the
Crazy
women
Mama?
that treat getting a husband like a job, they have like notes of all the things. It's like
Yeah, of
when
what?
Clip.
women will go to games, right? Like athlete or
I know
something, they'll
that
go to Magna
Raging
Red
Patriot
Tide,
was
or they'll go to the
trying to get me
Boxing or
to
and they'll research the
distribute
heck out of these men.
boobies.
They'll
But
have
even
notes of
though
all the
I've already been
topics they like
accused
to
of it
talk
many
about.
times,
Imagine having
I
a
will
woman
not
or a
do
guy
it
pay that much
because
attention,
I
where
would
they have
like to
detailed notes
incentivize future
of
boobies
everything you like
more
and
than I
don't
want my
like.
bros to think I'm
exactly how to
cool.
behave. I'm not saying we should do that.
You're
All
saying
I'm
like you're
saying
pro
is
boobies.
I'm saying
A
I'm
lot of those
pro
women pull it
flow
off. I mean,
state
not a lot,
getting
but
booby pics,
a
and I'm not going to
significant
jeopardize any of that
percentage.
ever.
They have schools
So,
for
but
this
to
in
try to
Russia.
impress
It's like a
Glenn
thing.
Lawrence, for instance, not that you
They're
have
dumb.
asked, or the
It's
Raging
it's
Patriot.
it's a
He's
doom
probably a better
spiral.
Yeah, they
because
said
he's just
God
asking.
forbid she has to load a dishwasher.
I have not asked
They
for
don't
booby
come
pics.
out of it.
Right, which is why I changed it. I was no,
Generally
you have not.
speaking,
No.
this is I'd say about. And I'd be
You did
very
ask for
broad
me for
here.
pics of my
About
butthole
2/3
that
of
one
the
night, but we've been
time,
on the
I
24-hour
would say
stream.
that it was
Yeah, I was a little
who's the
delusional.
one checking
You were
out.
really tired.
Yeah.
Usually they're looking around going, man, I work all day and I go home to somebody who wants me to work more around the house or whatever, contribute
No
to
guy
taking care of the
says that
kids.
though. This is the
They're
thing I hate.
they're
Like,
not
that's really disingenuous.
satisfied with the
I was
state or the
distracted by the
quality
chat.
of physical intimacy. So they start looking around
That's
going,
true.
I think I could do better or I could be happier. And that may
No.
not mean that they're actively pursuing like affairs or something, but I mean they could this
Get
could
your
just
own booby
be
pics, Raging
100%
Patriot. You probably
head
haven't even put any
they're
work
checked
into
out.
it, have you?
And you got
See, the difference is, men have to compete with other men for women. Women have to compete with silence. Men will dump
I
women
said he
for
should just
not
go
even
bald. He should shave his
another
head.
What
woman.
is she talking
A lot of times
about?
we think it's another woman, but they just want
Women
their
don't
silence
compete
and
with
the
each other.
nagging
Women
to
are fucking
stop.
savage with each other.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
and what was
spouse,
it you
and
said?
usually
The
the one.
And if that's your
sisterhood takes your
husband, that's your
women.
fault.
Oh
It's
yeah,
time to,
sisterhood
start
Uberalis.
studying what he likes, what he
Women
doesn't
hate
like. Men
women. That's
study
well
us. They have
established
whole
by
books.
science everywhere.
Yes, women hate women, but the collective, they will band together for the sake of the collective. That's why, like, women that don't even agree with, like, women like getting abortions will ban and stand with women getting abortions for the sake
Why
of
do you
their
think that?
body
That's-
autonomy.
I don't believe that at all. Actually, I read somewhere. I wish I'd saved it. Men are more likely to be pro-life or pro-choice than women are, which makes perfect sense, right? Of course,
Men,
we would
yeah,
want-
men are way more pro-life than women.
No, pro-choice.
Not that. So maybe in previous generations, but Gen Z is like a completely different animal.
Are they? Okay. Well, I mean, that could be true.
They
It
are the most
it seems-
liberal. They're the most liberal. Or I'm sorry, Gen Z is the most, like, the males are the most conservative generation in 4 generations.
What age is that, or what age group is that?
That's like
I'm a millennial, so we're
it's the ones below us.
okay. We're like both. Are you a millennial? You must be like the oldest possible millennial because
I
I'm
am.
old for millennial.
I'm like at the cutoff. I'm like a zennial, exennial, exil.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm my own breed.
Well, I know that my daughter's a freshman in high school, and they've lived their whole lives sort of inundated with this obvious propaganda, promoting these things that when they're not about it, right? Like, she's got a friend who's a gay boy, and he'll run around pulling pride flags down off things because they're just so fucking annoyed with it, right? They don't feel represented by it. It's just an interesting paradigm. Our generation is the most insane.
Oh yeah, we're all fucked. Our generation, actually, they said our generation has experienced more like traumatic events than any other generation. Like, different tragic events.
Our kids are Gen Alpha.
Gen Alpha. Our high school kids are Gen Alpha. I didn't even know that was a thing out yet.
Yeah. Yep.
So
I want to say thank you to today's video sponsor, Brooklinen.
Yep, I know.
Side, and we're gonna give them their space
I know,
for that.
Nick.
And I'm gonna take the older kids into town to pick up a few things for what we're doing for the rest of the day. I put a whole chicken in the oven. I just drizzled it with some olive oil and
now I'm not
Drizzle,
saying that
drizzle.
this isn't difficult, right? So now look at, she prepares the food. Oh, she's actually
9/11 was
Mom, she
PTSD
doesn't
induced
use her
over the
kids enough.
TV
That's
for
actually good.
many.
But
I actually did believe that
her
it was low grade
flowers.
trauma.
Now,
Yeah.
again,
Well, maybe
I've
I mean
been done with 7 children,
I've never been in New York. It was
but
not especially impactful to me in the scheme of things that could be
Our two
blown
little
up, you
ones
know. But
are still up pretty early in the mornings, and so
I do think
we just
that
let them
the
snuggle in bed
looping
with us.
of the
And
images
a lot of times we'll give
and
them a little
stuff,
snack or let
I
them
think that
watch
they
a show or play a
leaned
game.
into the traumatic nature of it.
again, what I'm not
Yeah.
saying, I'd like to say, what I'm not saying is that being a mother is an easy job.
Does this environment
But
terrify you? Imagine
this
being surrounded by nothing but the endless This is the daily reality on an offshore oil drilling platform. Here, the waves of the ocean can be intimidating, rising and falling with an unpredictable force that
okay, we got that, and then we got
Game and just kind of have a slow and easy start to the morning.
The fuck happened to that kid's head?
she
Slice?
set herself a slow and easy start to the morning.
Half retarded.
Oh no, or he got
You know
Neuralink.
what? His dad was teaching him the
So
ways
our
of the
youngest son
samurai.
takes some medications in the morning for seizures, and so we want to make sure that he's not
Got a
on
little
these,
too Kung Fu Panda.
for a healthier breakfast
That was
a little
right.
bit later that morning.
But
And then our final kiddo made it downstairs. This time it was our daughter Penelope to be the last one downstairs.
Now she does some laundry, again, guys. So again, I want to reiterate, I'm not saying it's easy, but if I had to pick, if I okay, gun to my head and they said, Pearl, that oil rig job, or you could watch 7 children.
I don't know.
I'm taking the oil rig
Now
job.
the issue
Yeah.
is,
Like,
now,
Especially
2 weeks
if
on,
you-
2 weeks
blowjob
off.
is easy per
Shit.
se.
And especially
It
if
all
you've got like
requires
depending on
work.
the age. Oh
I
yeah,
would
fuck no. If you
say
got
that we
young
No,
should
no,
kids,
tend
the
to
age
take the
period. It don't
jobs that
matter.
require the
From
most work.
look,
17 to 1 or infant, I'm out.
I mean, I'm aside from
So
like a ride here or there, or like a
job,
curfew
and
thing.
yet we
By the time
complain more.
you're a teenager, I'm
And yet
basically
we
expecting you to be
complain.
autonomous at this
That's not
point.
what I want.
So
True,
that
but
You have
they're
to
gonna be a little
fast.
shit and argue
Yeah.
with
But
me
like
over dumb shit. I'm
more
gonna be
people who
pissed
move
off
off
and I'm gonna
into
have to
that,
punch them in the
I
face.
think that if we
You know?
want to see more
But
people
you normally only have
choosing
to
those
punch
kinds of
somebody once.
pathways,
You
then I
normally only
think
have to
one,
punch
they have
one
to be
person
treated
once.
Yeah,
You
but
didn't have
in
to
this
punch
in this
and
everybody
then
woke
once.
two, I think there
generation,
has to be
me raising
We
my
have a
voice
whole
alone would
day.
be considered an assault.
We have a whole
Yeah,
day
you
in
know,
this country
they say that you're,
to
somebody breaks into your
celebrating
house and you have to use the
mothers.
gun defensively. You're better off shooting to kill
I mean,
than
what more?
having.
Yeah.
What more do we?
Yeah, you're better off shooting yourself though.
It may be time to
We have an
just smear this
entire day.
If
principle
you
around
shoot
things.
mission of
yourself,
like
you might not be able
that
to
is a
get sued
24-hour
because you won't be able
job.
to sue yourself.
I've
It
heard that if
Again,
you
it's
shoot
this
yourself with
selfish
small
mindset.
caliber bullets,
It's me. I need
re-
more
you can
credit.
build up a
Like,
tolerance so that if you're ever in a gunfight and you get hit by a
want?
big caliber
if you
bullet,
go to
you've
work
already
9
got
to
your
5,
immunity.
like yeah, you just left to do some stuff.
I like what
Come
Richard
home. Her
said.
job can't be 24/7 while yours
Of
is
course,
9 to
women
5.
would pick the
That's very
kids and the
unequal.
man to pick the
And
oil rig.
I
Such
can
is
only
nature for
imagine
the
as a
last
woman getting very
100,000
set up
years.
in those kinds of circumstances.
But
This is
what
true.
if you're born in a
Here you get
Go-Gurt
parallel
tube
worlds
in the
of
back of the
what I would
freezer,
look
and
for
so your
myself, but I
receptors
have a
don't
lot of
pick up?
empathy for women who I hear discussing,
That's
how life
funny.
has been like for them in those situations and why they would then be more attracted to
That's
the
funny.
workforce. I've even heard a lot of women saying on TikTok in
Ugh.
particular who got divorced, I was already a single parent. This didn't change anything for
Glenn,
me.
how
Like
long
I
you
was
fit a
already
stream for?
operating like a single parent in the marriage. Now I just
I
don't
don't
have a
know.
man
Maybe
child
another
that I'm
hour or
having
two.
to take care of. And I find that to be pretty
To the younger women watching, okay, when women refer to their husbands as man children,
Like
that is
maybe
so
not that much longer. I'm
disrespectful. That
just
is
like
the most
waiting. I'm letting.
disrespectful thing. It's not
I said I was
cute. It's
gonna
not
allow
funny,
him
and
to
I
come
don't
back
know why
up, so
women
I'm
do that.
waiting.
I know that my
Women that do
main
that
account is
really
blocked.
should be by
Have you?
themselves. It
Are you
says
blocked? Maybe you
never
could make a
call
little
a woman
community
that
post tag and be like, "Hi."
because what it
I'm
says
not.
is
I
that
already invited him. Like
she
I told him,
is
he could come back up
resentful
later.
and she's nagging.
If he doesn't, I'm not gonna remind
She
him
will
to do
find
so.
something wrong
Maybe
with
somebody in the
every
audience who knows how to
woman.
get a hold of him on his Discord or something wants
compelling.
to
I think one thing I'm always
let
trying
Again,
to
I'm
do
not.
speak
is
easy.
I'm
guard
not
myself
gonna go out
against,
of my
just
way
hearing one
more
side
than
of the
I've
story
already
versus
offered.
the other.
I mean,
But
I
I
will.
surprising to me, I guess, to hear you say that
But not
cheating
that far
is
out. I don't have.
not as
I'm
big
not
an issue that
installing.
causes the divorce, and it's really more that kind of dynamic. One partner
Speakeasy.
really not
Yeah.
pulling their weight and checking out, and then resentment growing. and then that spiral really starting
Now,
to
if we're going to talk about pulling their weight, why is such
I got
a
something.
common complaint sexless marriages?
Hmm.
Wouldn't you argue that if a woman's not sleeping with her husband, that's not pulling her weight?
like speed
Yeah,
up.
a
And I think
woman
it
not
was, I
banging
think
her
the
husband
Gottmans
is
have
not her
research on
pulling her
this, which
weight.
are some psychologists I really like following the work of. It's a married couple that are both psychologists that produce a lot of work around relationships, and they've talked about like 4 horsemen of relationships and like the actual components that they have noticed tend to be like complete relationship killers.
4
And it's
horsemen?
things like stonewalling. It's these sort of innocuous activities
Poor horse.
think of being what kills a relationship, but seem to have a much larger role actually in the grand scheme of things.
I agree with all of that. And I'll say, if I can tell a quick kind of story to illustrate one of your points.
He's having a
The
bitch
first
fit over
time I
you
got
sharing my video.
involved in
Yeah,
a child custody fight,
he
one of the
said
things
that
that we were
I
fighting over was child
doxed
support.
her.
And
I'm like, how did I dox her? I didn't even make the
we
video.
came in, we got child support. This guy was making,
I'm like,
he was making less than
the video's
$3,000 a
public.
month.
How-
So is she.
that's
And
Yeah.
he's being
Public
ordered
video?
to pay.
He likes to
it's not
try to
much, it's like
gain leverage by
$700
pretending to be a
a
victim.
month.
Oh well. I agree, Patriot.
This is why we get the out of touch.
Which is why I have
I don't know about you
stolen
guys.
verbal combat finally after all the
personally,
anxiety and
big
worrying.
gift
Hopefully he got
that
insurance
gets
on
you
it.
$700 a month for 18
I don't
years. That's a lot of money.
remember like him. Like I just saw
Maybe
that.
not
I didn't
for
even know
a
that
divorce
there was an
attorney
age thingy
who's
like that
making a ton, or a media
until
person
your
who's
video.
making a ton. But for the average American making
I
$45,000 a
agree.
year, $50,000 a year, that's a lot. That could be a third of rent, half of rent, depending on where you live.
Which for somebody making less than 3,000,
I
that's
thought
a
he
lot.
called her a witch.
For somebody supporting a child and making less than 3,000,
That would have been funny. Which
that's not a lot. So he came in and decided, I want equal custody. And she looked at me and went, oh, thank God. So we agreed that we would do these week on, week off, which effectively comes out to 50-50. I think we gave her like 183 days out of the year, him 182. And, you split up holidays. But he gets this kid for, he goes from 2 days a month to 15 or 4 to 15 or something. And he's not having to pay child support, which he's thrilled about. But then he has to start paying for groceries, for clothes, for medical care. He has to get up early in the morning to take her to school. He's got to pay for child care when
Mhm.
he can't be home to take care for this child after school. And I've still got this text message saved somewhere where he texts her and he says, hey, this didn't save me any money. I'm having to spend almost $2,000 a month on her instead of the $600 or $700 that it was before. And for whatever reason, he could not figure out why we were not willing to go back to the negotiating table on this. I have seen that happen a couple times in my career, and I'll say this as a lifelong back.
Look, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony. It's 50% the men's DNA. Why don't they get 50-50 shared custody?
I
That's
think
my
they should get 50-50 and they both have to pay
Why do we
50%
even
of the
have
child
the
support.
state
Both
involved
parents.
in a family matter? Why? What is the point?
Bachelor, if I had to sit down and budget out, like, hey, what do I think it costs for a for raising a child in this world? I don't know. That's completely over my head and beyond me. I know, and then I know that most women are probably going to handle that within a relationship, especially in the beginning, and guys aren't necessarily going to think this through. But it's a shocking awakening where he went, he's had to basically put 2/3 of his income towards his child. He's only got her about half time. And he didn't think about that when you know, she's taking care of this child 29 days out of the month, and he's just got her 2.
Sick of eating crap that doesn't fill you up?
More about the child custody thing, because obviously this is one of the more contentious things that gets raised.
I interviewed a guy that spent 1.5 million in a divorce and did not get primary custody. Did not.
You know, when I said that I first started paying attention to these issues when I met my
I know. I think I'm in the wrong account, guys. It's just today. I do apologize for the ads.
now husband, and that's true because also he had gone through the divorce cycle and the custody thing because he has 2 kids. And he had found that here in Georgia, in Gwinnett County, when he was going through that, they did have a preference for the mom keeping the kids. And he had to actually hire an attorney and fight to go get 50-50, which he did. And he fortunately had a pretty, you know, happy.
So there's a couple things. Some men have it different because they have the money to go get lawyers. So upper class men, some men get lucky with a good judge, and some men figure out how to beat the system. There are strategies that some men use and they don't have terrible divorces. Some women don't take their men to the cleaners. Some women, it's an easy divorce. But again, if I was going to take a pill and there was a 10% chance that I would have to spend 18 years paying $600 a month and I get to see my kid every other weekend, for me personally, I would never take that pill. So I understand why men do not want to get married.
Like I don't know, amicable divorce. So like she was not, you know, fighting against him. But he ended up getting 50-50 and that's great. But that was sort of shocking to me when I first met him that it would not just start from a place of 50-50. And from my research, it sounds like that has been slowly changing. It seems like not only have states changed some of their laws and approaches, but also typically these days when men actually seek custody, they are getting it. Is that what you've witnessed? And also with that being said, you know, do most men seek it? Are most men trying to have a significant amount of custody with their kids?
You know, the state of the law in most states at this point is it does not favor the mother over the father. Now, that said, laws are enforced and, not enforced, administered by judges. So there are some counties in Tennessee, I'm sure it's the same in Georgia, where it's the same judge who's been on the bench for decades. They are boomer or older, and they're sitting there going, obviously, guys, it's kids are going to go to the mom. I don't know why we're having this.
Now, remember, there's no evidence that children are better with mothers. All the evidence suggests they're better with fathers. Phoenix Light Games says women reject the red pill because it reveals unflattering realities about themselves so much so they have to take accountability for their poor decisions, but they're invested and refuse to change. Are you doing a call-in show today? Today we're not doing a call-in, but a different day we might. Phoenix Games also says that's a false reality. Pearl is right. The minority of men that win cases have the money. The ones that don't can't fight for custody because they can't afford to. It doesn't mean he doesn't care. So guys, if you want me to read your chat, you go to the Audacity website and we're streaming there too. And I do read them. Sometimes it takes me a second because I'm watching the show. But yeah, you just get the $10 a month membership and then I read your chats.
Discussion. But more and more, we are starting from the assumption that something close to 50-50
to your husband. But anyway, I mean, look, I home educate my kids. I've got 4 kids. I stay at home. I wear a veil in church. Ooh, yeah. What else? What else would demonstrate that I'm not a feminist? Whatever even that is these days. Look, as far as I'm concerned, there's like four branches of feminism. The one that everybody hates, it seems to be the one that I also have an issue with, and also the fact that feminism is trying to promote like a worldview without God, and therefore I'm going to disagree with it.
Yeah, I'm a feminist.
Leaving alone, but also it aims to get rid of patriarchy and maybe replace it with a matriarchy or maybe some other weird fluid nonsense. And like that's simply not possible. We are patriarchal. We have always been patriarchal, especially in civilizational level. And actually, we have been patriarchal all this time, not gynocentric. Yeah. In fact, the level of gynocentrism that we have is only there because we are patriarchal in the first place. All right. So it's when you actually examine some of the writings by Peter Wright and other people within the men's rights manosphere space, what they start talking about is trying to basically claim that women have been using men by proxy. It all starts to get very weird. Like men don't have any free will. And I know that Andrew wouldn't go that far, but you know, if he's promoting a term that implies that, like he should know better and not be a retard and just adopt it because he thinks he's being edgy on the internet. Yeah. And also because he does seem to legitimately want to put loads of blame on modern liberal women and shout at women on the whatever podcast to make himself feel better. And I don't know why Rachel's engaging in this. Like,
Okay, but you are not a feminist.
yeah, so what I'm trying to say
would
is like
not
that
agree.
patriarchy,
Let me see that hand.
You would not
patriarchy is never
agree
going to
with
go
Hold that
anywhere.
hand over here.
Yeah, but I
Here,
wouldn't shout
Glenn.
at them. I wouldn't.
These are the
start saying,
$80
like, you know,
fingernails
stupid
that-
cause. I wouldn't start insulting them.
Okay, but
In fact, I
Not
wouldn't-
that you ever asked, but I never showed them for my audience. I was grifted. She had homecoming, and so I did the fingernail grift, and I realized I never showed my audience the fingernails that I spent their money on that I was supposed to, and so we got enough overlap, and I actually forgot that I was not on my stream for a split second. Flow state, no homo state. Who said? I never said no homo. Bro, if you're around, it gets gay as fuck. What are you talking about? No homo.
Hey, Glenn.
Did Jess just say something?
Yeah, I did.
But don't tell him he's muted. Let's just talk.
What is he at X?
What is he at X?
Yeah.
Glenn Lawrence presents, I'd assume. He was in there earlier.
Yeah, I didn't
I'm muted. Nobody can
yeah,
hear me.
I was like, who are you talking to?
Oh, that's funny.
It was not really that funny either. We've
I
all
thought
been
you
there.
were talking. You might have been talking to someone else or something. I was like, "What the hell's going on here?"
I said flow state to homo state. I was talking, nobody can. That's funny.
Patriot, I ain't gay, but I'll fuck you to prove a point, so be careful.
Were you watching, Glenn?
Listening to it right now.
Yeah, they're still going. I don't know. Andrew's still in there, but he's not speaking much.
Or like Pearl, yeah, and others,
Andrew's still there.
right? So
Yeah, I know.
I think I'm
Women
already
are-
done now.
Can I
I'll
have
shut up.
But Natty, women are property.
Can I have 1 minute?
Men think they're property.
Okay,
I
so-
don't think people think they're
Maddie,
property.
so your argument is done, right? Because you kind of need to say that. Like you can't just
yeah,
keep
I'm done
going
now.
with this.
Okay,
no.
Nati,
I just said I'm done now, and then Layla jumped in. So thank you.
okay, Nati, I have one question.
Okay. Well, that was relatively clean. I think, yeah, presented both sides.
You know what, Andrew? Thank you for not interrupting me. I interrupted you because you said a fragrant
I
lie
feel like
about
they've been
me, right?
arguing for days about
Muslim.
literally nothing.
Never ever been the case.
Yeah.
And if anyone wants evidence of my baptism, I can put pictures. And I also have somebody who knows me offline who would be willing probably to be like, hey, I know Natty. I've been to Natty's church. I've met Natty's priest. So cool.
But
We
it's
can do
too
that.
late.
We can't hear you at all.
Already admitted.
Mm.
Oh, I was saying she got called out for lying and shit.
Uh-huh.
So now she's trying to tie Andrew back to this guy because she feels dumb.
She is dumb.
Yeah, I know that, but the thing is,
So are we.
when I did that, I can guarantee she's been sitting there trying to figure out how to fix that.
Now, Jess, I got a question for you.
That thing.
Would you say that you hate Glenn way more or just a little bit more since he stopped having a beard?
Enough.
It's way more.
I don't care. He's not
The
my
silence is deafening.
He's not my man, so I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
He's not my man either, but I still think he looks gayer.
Well, I don't like. I only care what my man looks like. I don't
Exactly.
give a
She
shit.
has
about
more
that.
important things to worry about.
You know, you have the squirreliest answers to some.
I can tell you that I think my man's pretty sexy, though. If you want to know that.
I assumed you did.
I can hear him. I can hear him.
No, that's
Look.
all I'm saying, right, Nati? Like, he's not really the leader of the household in your view of orthodoxy, because end of the day, he needs.
I
Your
feel like she
opinion
thinks you're sexy without the
for
beard,
him
which is
to-
why
for
she
his
got all
decision to
weird when
come
I asked
true,
the
right?
question.
Like
No,
the time
I don't
So we have a
think so.
disagreement.
your
All right.
husband asked you to leave your career, would you say yes? You're like, oh yeah, but there are conditions. Maybe we have to argue about this. That's not orthodoxy. That's you arguing with your man's leadership. That's really not about it. That's not orthodoxy at all. That's covert feminism.
I'd fuck
Okay, so I sent you a bunch of stuff so you could clarify the Orthodox position on this. Have you read any of it?
Yes, I read a few of it, and here's the thing. I read summaries of it as well. It came to the same thing I told you before. It's different domains. You're trying to get in the male domain. I know we are the same in the eyes of Christ and in spirit, but a man has his domain and a woman has his domain. What you're trying to do is get into the man's domain of leadership. That is against any type of Christianity, not just orthodoxy. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so sorry, how have I tried to get into the man's domain of leadership? How have I done that?
I asked you a question before in a hypothetical. If a husband told his wife to leave his career to take care of the children, you said you would debate it with the husband first. Like, oh, he has to have these conditions, he has to do that. No, you just have to listen. If you're if the leader you've chosen decides something.
That's not how the conversation went, but okay.
No, that's
what
how
I
it went.
said, no, it isn't how it went. What I said to you was, you actually very specifically, you said, if he came in and said, listen, wife, you need to do this, and you specifically like did a caricature of a man speaking in a chauvinistic way, and I said, if he was actually practicing his faith properly, he wouldn't be talking to me in a chauvinistic way in the first place. That was the first part of the conversation. And I said to you, if the decision he is making is based on him viewing me as like some type of, I don't know, like Layla said, like property, or like in a chauvinistic way, yeah, then I would have a right as a wife to question his judgment and his decision making. But
okay, but Natty,
that's what I said in the conversation.
Women love being treated like property if you do it right.
Jaime said to me, he literally,
he's
when we
being
had this
direct,
conversation, he literally did it in with, like, he put on a voice. He was just like, listen, wife, or whatever. He like
okay,
literally
well,
did it
maybe
in a
he
way.
has to be. Maybe he has to be
I
blunt.
said I was being hyperbolic. Then I came down and toned it down.
I know. I'm just
Okay,
explaining to
okay,
you what I actually said in the conversation, and you're
No,
misrepresenting.
but then I corrected myself. I said I was being hyperbolic, and then I gave you a scenario where he wasn't chauvinistic, and you still had the same answer.
No, I
Yes.
said no. I didn't have the same answer.
Yes, that's why you sent me these DMs to read about stuff, because you still had the same answer. Otherwise, you wouldn't
No,
have sent me a DM.
that's not how it went. I said if I basically believing that my
Thanks for having me up.
husband,
It's been good.
right,
I can't handle this.
is asking me to do
This
this
is looping on
because it's what's
nothing.
best for our family overall.
Goodbye,
Yeah, I would want
whoever's
to have a
below me.
conversation with him about it. But I would trust
Congratulations
him.
on thinking your man
That's
is
what I said.
sexy, Jess.
Is the
there's
is
no
your
there's no
compliance?
the thing is
Is your
the
compliance?
idea of leadership, right, is not based on being a dictator.
Okay, but is your compliance like contingent on having the conversation?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Because they don't promote the idea that the husband should be a dictator. That's not their idea of leadership.
What if it's a situation where there is some sense of urgency and a conversation is not
Yeah, I talked to Beaten
like an
Cheeks
option?
earlier today.
How would you respond to that?
Oh, come on, you're gonna have to be a little bit more contextual because coming home and
Like,
saying
okay,
you can leave
let's
your
say he
job.
works. Let's say
What
he
are we
works
doing?
remote.
Running away from a
Okay, no,
hurricane or something? I don't know.
no. Let's say he works remote, and let's say he works on an oil rig or something, or he works remote in some place, and he doesn't have the best connection. He doesn't have the best connection. You can't really communicate that well. He communicates to you abruptly something to do.
Is this Rachel talking?
You know, let's use Jaime's example of quitting your job. Without a conversation, without
No.
further context, with just this simple,
Post
like,
truth,
it's
Layla.
him, he said to do this. Would you comply in that instance, or would you wait to comply until you had a conversation with him?
Yeah, and by the way, Natty, you said
Really
that.
depends on like the thing is a good leader would not be trying to get me to do something abruptly unless it was in like
Natty, I'm
very,
trying to
very
give an
necessary.
example. I'm trying to give an example of these are real world examples. Not all men work in offices. Some men work.
No, okay, but like, what exactly would you be asking me to do? Because listen, one of the things about marriage is that we're supposed to be helping each other in salvation and aiding each other. Okay, and if my husband called me up, right, and he asked me to do something quite life changing abruptly, I would be questioning like his mindset a little bit if it sounded like it wasn't what's best for our family, because not everybody is always going to be correct about everything all the
Bjorn,
time.
you're
We
just
get
doing good.
demonic
He's
attacks.
just being quiet.
We
'Cause
fall
he
into
doesn't have
sin
the
a bit
mic.
more than usual, and it's up to me as a wife to just be like, hey, maybe something is influencing you. Maybe we could talk about it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, too.
It's not up to me as a wife just to do everything he says, like willy nilly, like where he dictates it.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
we're
I
supposed to
understand,
have a
Natty.
mutual, like helping each
But
other
can
out
you
in that way.
see, Natty? But can you see where potentially people? I'm not going to call you a feminist, but can you see where people potentially would
Yep.
conclude that behavior, exemplifies the modern woman, the feminist, the one who doesn't acknowledge hierarchy?
This is what's so weird,
I'm trying
right?
to jump on. Are we not
We're
married?
now we are now in a time where husband having conversing with his wife before he makes the final decision about something, right? Getting her opinion, her input on it is now deemed feminism.
Okay, I gotta
Seriously,
stop you real quick, brother. I was in that space.
how mental do we have to
Hold
be
on, Common. Hold
to
on,
actually
Common.
get to that point where
They're
you're
not
like,
gonna take accountability though.
if you're calling me
have
a
to
feminist
Women
because
never
I'm
take
saying that I need to have a
Well, if it goes
conversation with
south,
my
they're gonna blame
husband
it on their
before we
husband.
make an
Natty, you
abrupt
have to
decision.
acknowledge. You
You
have
see
to
what I'm saying?
acknowledge the perspective that these men have, in a sense that they're discussing it directly, framing it as that there's a hierarchy. The man is the head of the household. And then I give the example where there would be this sort of blunt communication. There wouldn't be
Yeah,
time
but
to,
this is
go back
this
and
is the
forth.
thing, Layla. In the Orthodox Church, they would discourage the husband from being blunt with his wife.
But what if it's an emergency and he is on an oil rig or he's away or whatever, and he can't sit and itemize and give you a detailed explanation? He just has to say, okay, you have to do this. This is necessary.
It depends on what it is.
It could be something as simple as there's a letter on the desk. I forgot to mail it. Go mail it right away. But
Yeah, I
you
would
say,
100%
okay, I
do
have a
that.
hair appointment. I have a
Yeah,
hair
of
appointment.
course.
I don't have time to do
As long
that.
as it sounds like
Yeah,
Rachel.
exactly.
Would you comply with that?
We're supposed to use our God-given like brain to work out if this is, we're not supposed to just blindly follow in that way where it's just like, okay, it's like,
But do you
we're
not
supposed to
see?
actually,
But do you
so
not see the
well,
gap?
listen, I tell you what, my husband, okay, a few years ago,
Nobody cares
he
about
did,
your ugly husband.
he made a decision about
We don't even know
something
if
that
you have a
involves
husband.
money, right? And like we spoke about it, and I remember that because men want, sometimes, generally speaking, I'm not saying that women never do this, but this does seem to be a very masculine type of behavior. He just really wanted to invest in something and get to the end of it, right? And I remember saying, listen, I'm not sure about this. I think that this is a scam. I don't think this is going to work out, whatever. Yeah. And at the time, I realized that me like making a fuss about it wasn't going to go anywhere. Like I realized that he had to learn for himself because he's a man. Yeah. So I was just like, I'll make my opinion about this very clear right now, but then I'm just going to leave it. But I don't want you talking to me about it anymore because I'm just going to be like, ugh, and I don't really want to like be negative about it. Yeah. And that's what we did. Yeah.
No,
and he like, he had that experience and all of this. And at the end of it didn't work out. Yeah. And I'm not even being like, I was right. But no, it just didn't work out. And he came to me and he was just like, thank you so much for not saying I told you so. Yeah. And just like letting me learn, like in the sense that not making a fuss about it. And I was like, yeah, sure. You've done the same for me about things, So I am not saying that I've never acquiesced on things. I'm just saying that I have a brain and I use my discernment. And if my husband seems to be like affected by something in a way, everybody gets caught up in things and they don't always make the most clear judgments about it. And I think it's really weird that people think they're putting on this burden on men that they have to be like pretty much correct about everything all the
But
time.
it's not a burden. It's not a burden.
It is a
burden, but it's
Not
their
just correct,
role.
accountable.
No, so this role idea,
I see
even though
good
we
ones
have
in there.
roles and positions that we will play that are determined by our biology, and our the fact that we're a man and a woman, but the idea, this thing in America comes from social contract theory, and one book I would recommend about this is Nancy Pearcey, who's like a Protestant Christian. She is like, she's conservative. But she's one of the most well-rounded people I've ever seen that speak about this. And in fact, somebody published the majority of her book. His name is Laster. He like did a whole thread about it. She talks about social contract theory and how that basically like changed us into the nuclear family during the Industrial Revolution. And we got this idea that men have to be the providers, men have to stay at home, even though the roles in terms of what men and women did together has changed depending on the environment over time. You go back before then, the feudalism, yada yada, right? I'm not talking about women's economic independence. That came later with the feminist movement. I'm just talking about the fact that men and women did swap what they needed to do in terms of it just needed to get done. There was none of this
All
like,
she does is
that's your role here
grunge.
and that's your role there. Yeah, you understand that. You've studied a bit of history. You understand this.
She's
The
a
only thing that
feminist. Of course she's
didn't
against
really
the nuclear
change is,
family.
well, it's the economic independence part that came later. Anyway, I've been talking for too long. You want to get someone else asking a question?
Yeah, let's get someone else up.
Common would be great.
Yeah, go ahead, Common.
I mean, I was just gonna say one thing, and then somebody else can ask another question. But I was just gonna say I was in that space, Natty, and you just gaslighted the fuck out of it, like the entire thing. Jamie pretty much asked. Jamie pretty much asked at the beginning. He was like, "Yeah, what if the guy was like, well, this is
Sorry, I
what's gonna
don't
fucking happen."
Sorry, which space are we talking about? I've been in a couple of spaces.
We're talking about
the
the
Raging
space
Patriot
of the
comes in with-
example Jamie just said about if the man told
wait a
you,
minute,
"Hey,
Super
this
Chat.
is what's best for the
No, I
family,"
did
or
not
whatever else it
gaslight
is.
the fuck out of anything. Jamie
Okay,
had
so
to
two
rephrase
people
his
just
question
full
3
said
times.
what it is, and you're right about
Jamie
everything.
had
I
to
forgot.
rephrase his question 3 times, and he wanted me to be. He wanted me, first of all, he was trying to corner me to do yes or no, and I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not even. This is a complex thing that is not going to be just yes or no. And second of all, like he had to rephrase himself again, and I just explained that. And he was trying to get me to be like, it's going to be like this, and I was like, no, this is not how we do things.
So again, you're trying to
So-
frame everything in a gaslighting way where it makes
No,
it look
I'm not.
favorable
I'm not
rather than the
gaslighting
actual
anything.
truth.
Dude, I'm not
And-
gaslighting anything. Okay,
Yes,
just because
you
you
are,
disagree with
because
me,
you're
no, I'm not.
changing it. You're trying to say
No,
this
I'm
is
not
how it
changing
happened and this is
anything.
what occurred when there's
No.
two people literally that were in the space telling you
No.
this is how it went.
Layla, no. Listen, you were there, okay?
I was
Just because
there, and I'm telling you exactly what was said and what
just
you
because
said.
No, you're not telling me exactly what was said and what I said.
Jamie, what I was just explaining, is that how it
Jamie
went?
me and Jamie have just had this exchange, and he seems reasonably content with what I
do you
clarified.
think? One second, Natty. Changing the topic. Do you
No, can
think?
somebody else answer the question?
No, this is a different thing.
Sorry.
Just give me 1
Somebody
second.
else, please.
You
No,
don't want to
somebody
be
else.
exposed, dude.
No, it's a
No,
different
exposed
topic.
about
Different topic.
what?
He's
There's nothing
gonna
to
ask
expose.
Natty, he's gonna ask a different question.
I am not your feminist boogie
No,
woman
it's not about feminism. It's not about feminism.
Nobody even said anything about feminism.
Well, then
about
what are you
feminism.
trying to expose? What are you talking
I'm not
about?
trying to expose
Nothing
We're
to expose.
gaslighting, but Jamie's trying to ask a different
Gaslight, not
question.
gaslighting about. What am I gaslighting
I'm
about?
trying to ask a different question. It's got nothing to
No,
do with
he's
the past.
accusing me of gaslighting, and he's not even clarifying what I'm gaslighting
Okay, if I
about.
can speak, I would be able to.
No, you didn't. No, you did not.
It's a different question, Natty. I promise. It's got nothing to do with that.
No,
All
I
I'm
would
saying-
prefer somebody else ask a question because otherwise we'll be here all day.
No, I'll be 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
No, you're not going to just be 10 seconds because you also talk a lot as well.
No, I'm not. I don't talk. I'm gonna be 10 seconds.
He'll be brief.
I
He'll
let
be
you
brief.
speak in my spaces. How come you don't let me speak for 10 seconds?
Yeah,
There's
he'll be
loads of
brief.
people
You
in
know,
here,
he's
though. Come on.
respectful.
paranoid
No,
that
it's 10
somebody's
seconds.
gonna
Everybody
say
wants to
something?
hear it. The group chats are asking for me to ask the question.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
Do you think you actually looked good in
Oh.
Andrew Wilson's space? Like everybody was roasting you. You looked like the biggest walking fool in the planet. The whole Rumble and YouTube chat
Yeah, you see,
were
Layla,
calling you delusional. Do you think? And the whole group
What was
chats that
I
you're all in, they
delusional?
are
What
too.
was I delusional about?
Andrew Wilson just called you out in all of it.
What
You
was
can't
I
provide
delusional?
proof
You didn't call
for
me
an
out.
assumption you
No,
did.
did not.
You just said
No,
you
did
just
not.
made a simile. You just
Andrew
made a
Wilson
simile.
just said
You're not
that
letting me
I
talk. You're
said
asking
that
me a
I was
question,
a
but you're not letting me
Muslim
talk.
and that I haven't been
This is low
baptized.
Why isn't
level.
Andrew
You're not letting me
talking?
talk.
So if
Asking a
anyone
question,
is
but you're not letting me talk.
delusional, it's
Because he's
Andrew.
not
Because
giving them
he,
the
look,
look.
He
not
didn't say
like
you
that,
haven't been
but I'm
baptized.
not.
Oh
He said,
man.
I don't
For
believe
just
you were
listeners.
baptized.
Well,
Those are two
Whoever
different
exactly.
from
phrases.
So he does, no, exactly. So he
You
doesn't
don't
believe
even
I've been baptized.
understand the
Same
simile
thing.
he
No,
made.
it's not the same thing.
Yes,
It's
I
so
do.
it's low
Okay.
level, Natty. You're so everybody in the YouTube space and Rumble space are calling you the new
Yeah.
feminist.
Move on now, please. Move on now.
Yeah, done.
Okay, but
She
so
seems
you
like she's a
can
female
Natty, now
narcissist,
you
that's
can
for sure.
present, argument and make an argument of why you're not all of these things.
What
The
thing?
claim
I've
has
already
been
done
made,
that.
and then you can, push back.
I've just said that. Like Andrew claimed that I used to be a Muslim. What? And he said, I don't believe you've been baptized. And he's basing that on the fact that I don't know. He thinks I'm lying because I have a trusted source who told me what they did about Peter Wright guiding Rachel. Okay?
You go, Queen.
So neither of those things are true, and it's just laughable. So the fact that you're calling me delusional when Andrew's saying blatant lies, blatant lies.
Saying I believe you weren't baptized and saying you weren't baptized are two different things, Natty.
Okay, yep. You keep telling yourself that.
It is two different things.
Semantics.
So it is semantics.
No,
The semantics say
it's
it's
the
two different
same thing.
things.
And the whole closing statement I made was about the games with language that people like Andrew play. And thank you for demonstrating it again.
Natty. And first off, I think the question Layla asked was to disprove the fact that you're a feminist is primarily what it was being asked for. And you gave three completely arbitrary things that didn't have to do anything with addressing the fact that people try to call you a covert feminist. Which I am not making that
yes,
claim
they
to you
did.
right now. I'm saying what
Yes,
other
they
people are
did.
doing. And Layla
They-
asked you
they
this
did
question
address.
and you said three completely different things to not address the question, which is what
What?
you do very often.
question. It's falsifying
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I addressed the question
address-
like 3 different points. Now you're
By
just
saying
talking.
you weren't
shit.
by saying that somebody didn't believe you were baptized and saying that he claimed you were a
No,
Muslim.
that's not what I said. When Layla asked me to demonstrate how I'm not a feminist, I gave 3 points that spoke to that directly.
She
Were
just
you not
asked you
listening?
again.
Well, you want me to answer again? Were you not listening 5 to 10 minutes ago? Were you listening to 5 to 10
Obviously,
minutes ago? If you weren't,
obviously, there's
then okay,
something being
whatever. You missed
lost
it. You missed
in the
it.
communication. So maybe in this instance, you can just reiterate it. I realize you have very like
Gosh.
rich explanations when you give them, and people don't really track nuance. So maybe this would be an opportunity to just reiterate it. That's all.
Okay.
You don't have to get defensive. And no,
Yeah,
I do
I was
realize it's
getting
stressful,
defensive
but
because
it's your
this guy,
space.
it's stressful when you're getting called to be a gaslighter when the guy
I know, but this
yeah.
is the point where you just, if you believe and it's not true, you just go over that ad hom. If you believe it's an ad hom, then just keep going and present how you're not. That's it.
Sure, no
Then
problem.
they
All
get
right.
distracted. So
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure we can facilitate your points.
Okay, so go on one more time. What is it you want me to say here?
It's not what I want you to say. Layla
what-
asked the question, and then you went on and talked about 3 different things, not addressing the question Layla asked after
So,
Jamie had been talking about
sorry.
something.
What is your complaint here exactly? Because I answered the question ages ago and Layla heard the answer. So is it for your
So
benefit
is
or
it-
for her benefit?
So,
Oh my
okay,
God, this
all
woman
right.
doesn't shut
It's the
the fuck
fact that
up.
you just ignored what Layla asked, and then you said 3 different
Oh, so
things.
you're picking on the fact that Layla asked the question, even though so far Layla has not had any complaints about our interaction.
It's about the discussion for everybody listening, Natty.
Yeah,
You
well,
don't even realize that you just disconnected everything.
No, I've already answered the question, and people have been in this space for ages.
No,
and they
no,
heard me.
no. Let's do a quick
No,
reset.
I'm serious. Do you see what he's doing here? He's picking up on
Nobody's
one
doing
thing because he has
No,
anything.
no,
he doesn't have anything to complain about.
no. Let's do a quick reset. Lots of people could have joined,
Sure.
recently.
Okay.
So
Fine.
all we're trying to say, and what I'm trying to say is just simply reiterate it. That's all.
All right.
Shout
Some
out to
people
Team
lose
Fatty.
the nuance. You have a
Got the
rich
Team
context
Fatty
that you give
raid.
sometimes, you
What up,
don't just
yo?
give like simple, quick answers. So if there is the audience is saying that,
We're just tuning
potentially
in.
they
We're
don't
listening to
understand how it is you
Twitter
differ
space
from feminists or whatever it is, just reiterate it.
about
You don't
some
have to
crazy
get
girl
And you
Prado
don't even have
defensive.
to address Andrew or any claims he made about you.
Just be
He's
quiet,
doing a
please,
whole lot
because
of
you're just trying to
prattling and
pick.
lies.
And
No, nobody's
I
picking.
don't
Just answer
appreciate
it.
it. You are picking,
Salute to you, Team Fatty.
but I'll answer it
Thank you,
because Layla's
sir.
asking me to, not because you are, mate.
Yep, here we go.
No, yeah, because you're trying to pick on me for that
Nobody
one
is.
thing. You, not nobody else. I'm talking about you specifically.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
All
Team
right.
Fatty.
So the
Team
reason
Fatty, you
I
should
am not
come
a
up here.
feminist is because I do not
Lynn, are you
believe
in there
we
as
can
a
get rid of
speaker or as a listener?
patriarchy. I believe that Jesus, when he came, he was an example to us and to men in particular.
What were you saying?
I said, were you in there as a speaker or as a listener?
I'm trying to get in as a speaker, but they won't let me.
That way they won't let Andrew talk.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
Team
but
Fatty, you should come up here. I have questions.
I know. I had a conversation about this with my mom actually like 2 weeks ago, and I basically, in a nutshell, told her if my father, because they've been married almost 50 years now, I said, if my dad tells you to do something and you don't want to do it, however, it doesn't go against like the law of God or the law of marriage, like it's like maybe just something that's inconvincing, should you do it no matter what? And in a nutshell, even though she didn't want to, I think because if she was born in a different era, she like begrudgingly said yes. But I think getting a modern day woman to agree to that today is like almost impossible.
Oh yeah.
Like when a woman says, "Oh, I'm submissive 95% of the time," like if I don't agree with what you tell me, I'm not going to do it. You're not really submissive. You're just, if you agree with your partner on 95% of things, which I would say most people that date tend to, unless they like to fight all the time. But if they agree with like 90-95% of things, and obviously your partner tells you to do something, you're going to do it. But obviously, if he tells you to do something out of the blue that you don't want to do, you're not really submissive. You're just agreeable when it suits you.
Well, I think it's all yeah, people always do it because it suits them. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, but if the
Torture-
modern day woman wants to get married,
Torture
I
just hit
mean,
me up. Hold on.
you,
What were you
I
guys
mean-
talking about? I caught the trans stuff briefly, but I had to go.
I mean, do you know this like stat coming out that in? Oh, go ahead.
Hold
go
on
ahead.
a second. Hold on. Yeah, we were talking about the trans stuff with the furry emoji person. And then
Yeah, I caught that.
Pearl came on, and then we were gonna get into parental alienation, and then this crazy lady that started talking crazy about Andrew on X was on 2 nights ago, and
She's
ended up
still going on about how
dating
women
her.
are treated like fucking property,
And
and
so it's like part 2, but I want to get into
Mm.
parental alienation and the laws
I know.
around that.
Sorry, that completely sidetracked everything. Sorry about that, Glenn.
Oh no, I was messaging sorry, I was messaging Torsha because she just messaged me.
I now have to do a bunch of editing later. Mr. E and all of that want me to edit that live stream into some clips for them. and post
The
them
one that
on
you just did or the original one?
the one that we did.
Oh, I already have it in clips.
Do ya?
Yeah.
Do you have it all done in clips? Do ya?
It's not all done, but it's the majority of it's done. I still gotta finish it. So I'll get it to you so you get to them.
Yes. Yeah. Send it to me so I can send it over to them.
Yep, no worries. When I get it
Okay.
done.
Hey,
I'll,
Glenn
I'll
did.
let I'll let them know that it's come from you and you did that too, because I don't want to take the work for editing that when I didn't.
Yeah, no worries. What were you
Hey,
saying,
Glenn.
Isa?
Hey, is Andrew still a robotics engineer?
No,
Or
you
did he
didn't hear me
retire
say
from
no?
that?
No, you didn't
Oh,
retire from
I
that.
don't know if you were saying no to something that was said or my message.
Yeah. Cheeks, you're alive. Are you wearing the little arm floaties?
Oh, I love being Cheeks. He went to like a Patrick Bet David thing the other like I don't know if it was like 6 months ago or a year ago.
Are you stalking Cheeks?
No, but I saw him in the crowd. I didn't go. I haven't been to Miami yet, but I saw him in the crowd on the live stream because I pretty much watch anything Patrick Bet David.
Yeah, Patrick Bet David's pretty cool.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of my dad because my dad immigrated at a young age. Didn't speak English, still has an accent. You could like hear Patrick Bet David's accent still. He actually had an event in Vegas here. I want to say like 2 years ago, where he had
Did he?
Shaq speak, and I was able to go.
Oh, he had one last year too.
And then he had Tom Brady, I think. I'm not 100% sure.
Last year, because that's when I met up with Sauce.
Saucenet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they always come because they're both in the insurance industry, no?
Well, Sauce works for him.
Yeah, I know they're on the podcast together, but I know doesn't Sauce still do the insurance thing, or is that just a side hustle now?
Cheeks, tell me how you really feel.
What the hell? Wait, being Cheeks, you don't like Patrick Bet David?
Cheeks is just telling you how you really feels.
Oh wait, maybe it wasn't that. Maybe he went. I know Fresh and Fit did a like special with Sauce Nick
Yeah,
like a year and a
for
half
everybody
ago.
that's in the path of the hurricane for sure.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, Cheeks doesn't like him. He says.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood it because I was at their studio, but I think it was Sauce Nick then and Fresh and Fit. It was like a year and a half ago.
No, he said he went to Valuetainment.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're good.
Now the two hosts are fighting about him.
What? Oh, are they? Oh, I
The
gotta listen.
hosts are fighting over it. It's fucking hilarious. I'm
Hold on, let me
sorry.
unmute it.
They're both fine. The host, the co-host is standing up for Andrew and they're having a bitch. Oh, that's so funny. Sorry. I just thought that was so funny. She brings in a friend to help her, and the friend turns on her. Oh, that's hilarious. That's so fucking hilarious. Everyone's against me. They're all against me. They're all out to get me. Oh, she's fucking stupid. Gosh, if I was her, I'd disappear for at least a week or two. Like,
You would think this lady would just like hide.
she's a sucker for punishment. She brings in a friend to help her, and her friend's like, by the way, you know you're wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so hilarious. And then now she's like, you're all against me. I'm a victim like she did last time. Fuck me. This woman's got some issues. Damn, she's bitter.
Well, I think she just needs her husband to give her some good diesel. You know.
Didn't you see her reaction when I asked her how her marriage is?
I did. That was hilarious. Hilarious.
It's fine. Oh, yeah, convincing.
It's like, yeah, that's fine. I don't even know what are you trying to insinuate? Why are you asking that question? She got all but hurt with you.
She was trying to avoid getting caught up in, because I unknowingly backed her into a corner of admitting her lies, and then she got embarrassed and deleted the stream. And now she's on trying to attack the same argument in a new way without getting backed into that corner again. That's why she was like, I'm not doing it. Did you see the way she was with Andrew? She was trying to be careful not to dub herself again.
Well, she has to be careful because, like, if she's not, she's gonna get Andrew will just chew her up and spit her out. You know.
Oh, funny. And Andrew got clipped saying that Australia is real too. It's not. That's on Twitter. Look at Jake Rattlesnake's friggin' feed. It's on there.
What up, Grid?
Awesome.
What's up,
Hi,
man?
Grid. I saw you listening.
I'm still listening, or I was. She's just prattling on.
Did the two hosts fighting? Are you watching them both fight backwards and forwards over him now?
Yeah, it was getting super gay, to be honest.
Like
It sounds
she's
like
not letting
two
Andrew
women that
speak
just
anymore.
want
So
a
it's
guy
like
and can't have him. So
since
they
she's
just
not
fight
letting
and
Andrew
argue about
speak. It's
him.
like there's no
She won't
point.
let me up either. I don't know why. I'm harmless.
She won't let me
Anyway,
up either.
I
She's
think she
worried that you'll back
recognizes
her
me
into
from
the
the other
corner
night.
again.
I think I'm too recognizable. I need an incognito.
Yeah.
What's how
At
the
least
left
I
wins
got my
debates?
disguise on tonight.
What?
At least
That's
I
how the
have my
left don't.
disguise on tonight, so that I don't have to worry about getting outed like the other night. Do you remember?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need a mustache.
But yeah, that's how the left wins debates, by not letting you talk.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Or telling you to shut the F up, and then when you
Did you
say
see
something
my
bad,
Did you see the thumbnail for tonight's show? That was pretty fucking funny.
No, yeah, Cheeks. I mean, well, you're not white enough, so of course you can't go stay at his house.
You know, it's sad because he's not white enough, but he's also not black enough.
I know, like he's like in that weird, fucked up, like ugly stage.
It's like
being
mocha.
chicks is mixed race.
He's mixed something.
He thinks he's mixed. He's mixed with some stupid. And then Bjorn's like, "Oh well." Alienation was a good TV show. Cheeks laughing. Look, he's going through a storm and he's taking it all in stride. Good
Hey,
job.
Glenn, what time's your interview tomorrow?
2:30, I think.
Oh, they gave me mine on Friday at 9:30 in the morning.
Oh, did they? They got you bright and early.
Mm. The only person I know they got for sure is Mika.
Oh, I got it. Okay, so you know, I think that like all women that like how I want to say this because I want to say it pretty. I think just women like when we were at the abortion, the whole abortion bit at Jubilee, like
Yeah.
I think it's just hands down like though it proved the sisterhood like unanimously that women just want to have an excuse to get out of anything bad. Like there's like not 1 ounce of accountability or like
Yeah, I asked a
like
woman.
they're only willing to be moral if it benefits them. You know what I'm saying?
Like when?
Like especially blondes. I think like blondes that like because that blonde chick, the pro-choice chick.
Oh, the one in the front, Emily.
Yeah, whatever her name is.
Yeah.
Like women don't care about kids. Like they only want kids when it's useful to them. They don't care about life. So I think again, I still think that women shouldn't vote. I think women shouldn't vote because they only vote for selling their asshole, divorcing their husbands, and getting money, and killing babies.
Is that on the ballot? The divorce thing?
That's right. I said it.
Based.
And you know what? I dare a woman to come challenge me. Damn it.
Well, if they got rid of no fault divorce, I think more men would get married, just off even secular men.
And let's see. Hold on. I'm trying to think of something else I could
I
say.
don't actually think
triggering.
it's no fault so much anymore as it's just the fact that they just are so casual about getting a divorce.
Yeah, I remember
Somebody's
like
getting some feedback too. By the way,
years ago, I worked at a rental car place, and this older lady, I don't know if she was like late 30s, early 40s, but I guess she was getting divorced, and she was renting like this big old Packer van for like 15 people to go out to celebrate her divorce. And I'm just like, dude, like in any other time in human history, this would not been like something to celebrate, but like she was legitimately celebrating, like, oh, I just got divorced, I'm getting a van and going out.
So here's a really bad take on a thought experiment. Okay, here we go. Let's say we're not going to get rid of prostitution or porn. You're just not going to get rid of it,
you
right?
got to show beaten cheeks that thumbnail I just made, by the way, because he's going to get.
Did you send it to me?
Oh no, I didn't. I didn't think I needed.
How about you do that? So I'm gonna go look for it.
God damn it! All right. Stand by.
So how about this? Like, since you're not going to get rid of prostitution, right? And see like how men have to serve in the sign up for the selective service and like get drafted and shit. What if women had to sign up their vajayjay for selective service and like as a tax write-off
the serviceman.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you have the head,
and
now you have the tail.
Exactly. So like it's like you want a tax write-off, ladies? Like you have to like
you got to get that right. You got to know something. You got to figure that out.
Me. Oh, whoops! Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was turned
for
back on.
fuck's sake,
Whoops.
give the stapler back.
I'm talking to my man about these women. Sorry, guys.
You guys see? This,
Do you hear them
talking
going
about this
backwards
one,
and forwards? Oh, it's okay. Oh, and then the other one, me. It's
Are
like,
you
shut
talking
the
about that one?
Yeah, isn't that
Both
cool?
of 'em.
You have to
That is
kind
a
of
good one.
understand the reference, right? The cultural reference.
Help the people in the back.
Oh, it's Office Space, Milton.
Yeah,
Hercules
yep.
Milton. I was told there would be cake, and I got no cake. You guys don't remember that, Milton?
I remember. I remember.
Okay. Office Space. It's one of the greatest movies ever.
So like since I think we also should be able to tax women because they have a vagina.
I mean, it is an asset.
I mean, we don't know if they're using it for like prostitution or if they're using it like, to make babies. So like, we should have a vagina tax.
I don't know that I would go that far, but definitely if men have to sign up for selective service, women should have to sign up for something similar.
Well, it's like, look, hey, you know what?
No, selective service should be totally optional for both genders.
No, you got to hear me out. I said, hold on.
All right.
Check this out. So if men sign up for selective service, they can get drafted whenever we have a war, right? And we don't have enough bodies. Well, women have to sign up for selective vagina usage. So whenever our population rate drops, they have to give up their wombs and produce babies.
We're in a crisis now.
I know. If men lose autonomy of their body and have to go to war, even if they don't want to during a draft, women should have to give up the autonomy of their body and take on somebody's kid and get impregnated by somebody they don't want to.
I don't know if y'all remember back in 2020.
It's for the good of the country.
Right before COVID hit, I guess that's when Trump took out what's his name, Soleimani or whatever I forgot his name. Soleimani, yeah. And I know you guys were on Twitter back then, but I guess a bunch of people were posting, "Oh, if men are getting drafted, women are getting drafted too." And some women started saying, "Nope, my position's in the kitchen," and this and that. It was like, oh, all of a sudden they're against equality.
Damn it, Torsha, just get your ass up here. Like Torsha's like, trigger me. And I'm trying to trigger her. I'm trying to say that it's crazy as shit. And
I'm
she's not
saying
even
the
going
draft
up.
should be totally optional for both genders, and if you don't sign up, you just can't vote. There
No, I
shouldn't be
don't think
penalties.
the draft should not be totally optional. I think the draft should be a draft because at the end of the day, if the future of our children and our nation depend on us fighting, then that's what it has to be.
No, but hear me out. Whoever doesn't sign up can't vote, which I will probably bet my bottom dollar that majority of women would refuse to sign up.
Well,
and
they don't
obviously
have to.
And so, no, but I'm saying if that was the policy, hey, you could only vote if you're in selective service. You're not required to, but you that's the benefit of it is you get to vote. Your vote matters. I would pretty much argue that at that point elections go 90-10 Republican Democrat.
What if like
maybe 80-20?
All the OnlyFans girls have to volunteer their vajayjays to help to stop the incel community. Now none of them will be incels. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's kind of their fault though. I don't know.
I don't have a microphone. Still.
What's wrong with you incels? Cheeks, you're not an incel. You're just trying to identify as an incel. But think about this.
He's appropriating the incel culture.
Think about this though. Think about this. All right. We have all these incels and they're on a watch list and they're
Technically he's boomer cheeks.
Like society will need to we got to kind of calm down the tempers from the incels. So what we do is all the women that are registered on OnlyFans, they have to go service the incels and make them no longer incels. Like, what if we made them do it like once a month? What do you think, Grid?
I mean,
Pearl's like, or not Pearl, Torsha's like based. Damn it, not working.
Where's Torsha at? I don't see her in the chat.
She's messaging me on Instagram.
Oh.
Let's see. What's another good one?
To come on my show and cause problems tonight.
How about we say
Hey, with this study showing that in 5-6 years, half of women are gonna be childless and without a man. You think that'll
Women
be
don't
the
care. They don't want children.
Instagram is for people that are banned on Twitter. Cheeks.
Cheeks, you should get one because you're never going to be able to get on Twitter again.
You're just gonna be like, "Go, dumbass."
No, they
Oh,
care.
man.
They start to care when they hit their 30s. I've seen it so many times. Like so many of my wife's
You
friends
know
when
what?
they're in their
I've
20s,
seen
they
a
were like,
mixture. I've seen a mixture. I've seen some women care, and I've seen some women like almost like pray for menopause.
I like, for example, it was anecdotal, obviously, so you guys might have different experiences. But for example, my wife's friends, for the most part, when they're all her friends that are single at this point, which is a good majority, in their 20s, they're all said, I don't give a shit if I find a man, if I die alone, if I ever have kids. Now, all of them, when I talk to them, because now they're all in their 30s, they're all like trying to find a man right now. All but like one is like, I don't care if I ever have kids or if my man leaves me. But she's like extreme, like leftist, like she's always posting about
There she is.
Palestine
That's
and
true, like
a bunch of shit. And she actually stands on it, so I can actually respect that. Like if she actually stands on all that stuff, like she's actually never wants to have kids, and she's like, no, I don't care if my eggs all expire. Like she's one of those type of people. I can actually respect that.
I think if women want to be able to get abortion, they should be. They have to forfeit their rights to autonomy. So it
Isn't that
either
what they
goes
want?
to a husband or a father. If they're trying to say like, hey, you know what? We are not responsible. We want to be able to get abortions and avoid accountability.
I think
Then
they should abolish child support then.
then they should not be able to have any say so. They should go live under their father's rule or a husband's rule.
And I think they just need to abolish child support. That should be totally optional, especially in California.
This woman is still prattling on over on Twitter about the
What if, like,
same
you-
stupid things.
What if you limited
We'll
the
do
number
that
of
for
abortions?
hours, Grid. Hours and hours. If you
I
just
have
leave that in
my
the
hand
background,
up.
we'll
It's
come
getting
back.
tired. I'm gonna have to
She'll-
go. I gotta start my show.
What time's your show starting so I could send everybody over?
8:05. I'll start the.
Oh, okay. You got like 45
I'll
minutes
start
or
the
so.
reel, yeah, in
Glenn.
20 at
Mm.
7:40.
We can revisit this topic again tomorrow if you'd like.
Yeah, that works.
Are you going to bed?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I can't go to bed now. It's 11 a.m. here, and by the time that it does come around to be bedtime, I'll be starting this friggin' 24-hour stream, and it'll be my birthday.
Yeah, that's right. Your birthday's tomorrow.
Yeah, 12 hours from now.
Yep.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Let's see.
I got a happy birthday from Andrew too.
That Natty is a feminist. I mean, she keeps saying, "No, I'm not feminist. I'm not feminist. I'm not." Literally everything out of your damn mouth is feminist.
Let's just be honest.
That's because of what I said to her the other night, Grid. A lot of what she's saying, she's still seething over the shit I said to her the other night. That's
How about
not
what
all
about
it
this
is.
take? Everything that every woman that agrees with men on like the issues or whatever is virtue signaling because they benefit from it somehow.
But I benefit from agreeing with women because they let
99.9% of women are feminists. I would say 100% of women are feminists.
Just
Would that include Pearl though?
He's paranoid. After
You
I
are a
told him he
feminist,
was gonna be
Isa.
Famous.
I'm not a
I think
feminist.
he's.
Yes,
Hey,
you are.
Glenn,
How
I
fucking
think
no?
I think she's paranoid after I said about her being gonna be famous and everyone's gonna be laughing at her and she's gonna go far. I think she's a bit paranoid by the seams of it.
How am I a
She
feminist?
is.
You offended me, Glenn.
We're all feminists.
No, I'm far from a feminist.
No, that's not true.
Did it to herself. I don't feel sorry for her. She did it to
How am I a
herself. All I
feminist?
did was warn her about the inevitable.
We're all feminists because we have all been raised in feminist culture for the last 60, 70 years.
I was raised traditionally.
Doesn't matter. You still lived in the culture.
Yeah, but I
You
rejected it.
assimilated. Your teachers taught you to you.
I
Oh,
rejected it.
Grid's a speaker now. Fuck yeah,
What?
Grid.
I rejected it.
You're a speaker.
I'm a speaker. Wait, I gotta mute you guys.
Now I got to go back to it.
I'm going back to it as well.
All right, Greg, you better do us right.
To get in the closet, no questions asked, you're getting in the closet. Is that correct?
Yeah, if that's the situation.
Okay, no, that's all I have. Thank you.
I mean, I would add that I think my husband would, if it was me, who found the robbers, and I was like, "Hey, there are robbers here," he would probably listen to me too.
Oh,
But,
he would? He would listen to you for protecting the family?
No, not saying to protect the family, but he'd
Well, that's
listen.
that's the hypothetical. The hypothetical is you're protecting the
What is the
family.
hypothetical?
I explained to you the hypothetical. Did you not hear
Oh,
it? Do you want me
okay.
to repeat it?
No, you didn't go through all the details.
I gave you the hypothetical. There's robbers currently breaking into your home, right?
Uh-huh.
He has the shotgun. They're going to be
Yeah.
coming in, right? Is he going to consult you on protecting you, or are you going to follow his orders and he's going to be protecting you?
Yes, I would follow his orders. He's my
You
husband.
would follow his orders. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you so much. No needed to
I mean, yeah, sure. Why not?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll chat with you.
All right. Does anyone else want to say something, or I
It's
don't know.
been very interesting listening. What
Right. Dark Hagel wants to come back.
do you consider yourself like mostly
yeah,
not
sure, why not?
feminist,
I'll-
or,
I'll,
or
I'll
kind
chat
of
with you.
feminist, or how do
I'm
you
really,
view yourself? It's been very interesting listening. What it? Oh, it's me. Do you consider yourself like mostly not feminist, or kind of feminist, or how do you view yourself?
Who's speaking? I can't see. Who is it?
Oh, it's
Grid
Greg.
One Motorsports.
Huh? Is it motorsports again?
It is me.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's because somebody else came up and then you moved and I couldn't see that you were speaking. No problem. Did you miss? Because I already explained this twice. Did you miss that? I'm just.
I must have. I will admit that I've been in and out a little bit, so I apologize if I've missed something important.
All right. All right. Well, I guess I have to repeat myself again. So, I believe
Well, it
that.
is a Natty.
No, I
don't
get it. I
forget
get
it's
it.
a
I
large
get it.
audience, so
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Sorry.
you're doing
I
a
don't.
good job.
I would say that like I am not a feminist because I don't believe that we can get rid of patriarchy, and I believe that the political movement of feminism, the goal is to get rid of patriarchy, maybe replace it with a matriarchy, or maybe just some kind of fluid nonsense. Now, I don't believe that everybody involved within feminism or who identifies with what feminism has done believes that. I think most women are just want to make sure that they have the right to be economically independent. But there's like 4 branches of feminism.
Natty, I'm sorry.
Hang on.
Okay, go ahead, Mom.
Okay, so pretty much, I would say the end goal there to get rid of the patriarchy. And the thing is, the way they define patriarchy is not the same way that, say, someone who is Orthodox or who's been influenced by Orthodoxy, I would say, defines it, because they don't view leadership in the same way. It's not based on like master slave dynamics or a kind of like hierarchy where the hierarchy is most important, because really you're supposed to be dying to oneself, following the example of Jesus. And I think that pretty much answers the question. I would say my lifestyle is not a I'm stay at home and homeschool.
So what does it
But
mean for the
that
man to
doesn't
be
mean
the
that
head of the household? What does that mean? When someone says that a man is the head of the household, what does that mean to you?
to me,
Yeah, to you.
well, so to me, it means that I like the way that Dr. Batista's has expressed
No,
it.
no, not him, just you. What does it mean to
Oh,
you when they say that man is the
it
head
means
of the household?
I have taken on the wisdom from this guy who's an Orthodox theologian, and the way that
I don't
he talks
care. I
about
want
it.
you're
Well,
speaking. I want to know your position. What is your
answering your
position?
question.
You're
I'm
deferring to other
answering.
people.
No,
You're
I'm
deferring to
answering
other
your.
people.
No,
I want
I'm
your
not
position.
referring to other
Stop
people.
really hard.
Stop
You need to
screaming.
stop getting
Stop
so
freaking out.
excited. You're the
What
one
does
who's
it
freaking
mean?
out on me.
What does it mean
You're the
when a
one who's
man's the
freaking
head
out
of
on
the
me.
household?
Give her
You're the one who's
explanation.
freaking out on me. If do you
Come
want
on.
the
And then
no,
you
Go
no.
ahead,
push
answer it.
back.
You're
Answer it.
not
Go ahead.
doctoring me.
Go ahead.
You're
What
not
does it mean?
She
doctoring
didn't
me.
provide
What
enough
does it mean?
You're
context.
not. I'm trying to do that, and you're getting all excited
Well,
because you
I'm
think you
trying
can
to do
doctor
that.
me.
Yeah, you're referring to someone else. I want to know what's in your
No,
mind.
I'm telling you. I'm
Okay,
telling
well, she's
you
getting her
my mind.
wisdom. She's getting her wisdom from
Let's hear it.
teachers and
Let's hear it.
other people. So let
Yeah,
her cite her
exactly.
sources.
Exactly. So
And
I
just let her cite her sources.
no, but he doesn't. He's not interested. He's trying to
No,
gotcha.
okay,
So
I'm
if you're
just
gonna do that,
clarifying
bro,
what you're doing. You're citing your
yeah, but
sources. Okay.
sure. But if you're gonna do that, bro, there's no point in me you going back and forth
Okay,
because
bro.
you're trying.
Answer the question.
No, I'm not going to answer your question.
You're not going to answer the question? Okay.
No,
Well,
because
sure. I
you're
guess.
not asking me
You don't have to
both.
answer it. I
Like
mean,
the common sense guy, he started off a little bit edgy and then he calmed down. So you follow his lead, yeah? Calm down.
I just asked a question. What does it mean? What does it mean to be the head of the household? What does that mean
If I
to you?
tell you what it means to be the head of the household, are
Yeah,
you
what
going
does
to
it mean?
shut
I
up
can
and
answer
listen?
it. It's pretty simple. I don't need to quote
Are
anyone,
you
and I can
going
just
to
directly
shut up and
answer it.
listen? Okay, goodbye. Otherwise, I'm going to drop you.
Sure,
Because you
bye.
are not somebody
Don't
that I
answer
can
the
have an
question.
interaction with.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Don't
Not
answer the
somebody
question.
else to have an interaction with.
Natty, you have to understand, you can't let them see. Okay, I'm trying to help you clarify your position as much as possible because I realize there's this nuance and all these issues.
No, listen, I don't need to take behavior like that from people. This is the
No, I
thing.
understand.
Other people
I
can ask,
understand.
other people want to ask
You don't
that
want to
question.
brace
It's
with
cool,
people, but
you know, he's trying to. He's just like, I know what she thinks. I'm gonna get her. I'm gonna get her. It's like, no,
She
bro,
thought it
this
was
is
good
not.
talking.
This is not what we're doing. Okay, we're not doing that. Fine. I was answering the question, and I'm not here to take your abuse. Simple as that.
okay, exactly. Okay, so he's not gonna keep talking, and you can answer the question.
Well, he's been dropped, so he can have a think about his behavior and
You
then come back.
didn't drop the right person.
Hello. Could you answer my question, Natty? I'm waiting
Yeah,
patiently.
she's gonna answer your question, Paul. Just let's let her answer it and give the context. Okay.
I just want to know her opinion, what it means. Head of
I
household.
understand,
Very
but
easy.
she's not trying to give her opinion. You have to understand, she's not trying to give her opinion. She's trying to cite.
But that's not answering my question. I asked
Source.
for what she thinks it means. Like,
Yes,
by
and
definition.
what she thinks what she
Yeah, and what I think
is
it
being
means has been
informed by.
influenced and informed.
She's just
Yeah,
trying to shirk
it's being
accountability from what it optically seems.
No,
Yeah.
Paul,
No.
no.
Yeah.
She's trying to.
Just answer it. I'm waiting, Natty. I'm sitting here waiting, and you're so abusive.
Paul,
just answer the
Paul,
question.
Like spec and log type situation. This is one of those things where it's an obviously bad faith question. It's an attempt at gotcha.
It's not a bad faith question.
Dude,
What does it mean to be head of household? What does that mean?
She's explained it multiple times, and so
Well, I didn't hear it.
You're in this type of Hegelian. It's this way.
It's not Hegelian. What does head of household
You
mean?
see things
When a
as
man's the head of the
dichotomies.
household, what is that supposed to mean? Could anyone answer that?
It means to
It's a
die
basic
yourself
question.
every day in service of Christ
Oh,
and
God.
lead your
No
family.
one's
How
gonna
is that
answer
hard
it.
for you to comprehend, Paul? It's
What did
not
you What did you
hard.
say? What did you say?
Natty,
Say it one more time.
hold
Could you
on.
repeat that?
Every
No, no, no.
Hold
Just
on 1 second. Hold on. No, hold on. You're not letting Paul. You can't talk over people. Let them answer. Natty, before we continue, can you please take Andrew off the co-host, and then we'll continue the conversation. Okay, and Everyone's speaking. Let people talk and make their point, and then you can rebut. Okay. There you go.
All right, no problem. Who was that? I know Dark Kegel gave her take on it, and I think, as far as I'm aware, she's given an accurate response as to, I guess, that's influenced by orthodoxy, I believe. And as I said, the Adam is the head, right? He is supposed to be being Christ-like and taking the fact that he's Christ-like seriously, and letting that change him. And it's head of household is not to do with like him being able to be some kind of dictator without God's love and God's grace. And you're supposed to pass the grace on to your wife, clearly.
Okay. You didn't answer the question. I didn't ask you what it's not. I asked you what it is. So when a man is the head of the household, like Christ is the head of the church, what does that mean? And you said it's not a dictatorship. That's not answering the question. That's
Paul, what do you
dodging
think
the
the
question.
purpose of marriage is? I'm curious. What do you think the purpose of marriage is?
Don't ask a question with a question. Just answer my question. What does that mean?
You're
Head of the
supposed to
church.
ask and answer
What does
multiple
that mean?
times,
Head of
and
the
you are
household.
upset that people are not answering it in a way that
You're
lets you
spurging.
accuse you of being a feminist. This is
I was
obvious.
accused of spurging
Dark,
here.
I
You're
think
spurging.
you said it when a lot of people were talking, so it didn't come over clearly.
Can you hear me now?
That's why he asked you to say it again.
But
What
when
I asked
answered,
is, what does it mean when a man's the head of the household, like Christ is the head of the church? What does that mean?
For a second. Be quiet for a second.
And you said not a dictator.
Be quiet for a second. I gave I said about 3 different things, and I gave
Prattled,
both.
but you never answered.
Okay, prattle, like that. When you use the word prattle,
Yes, you prattled, didn't answer.
that means that you are.
That means
like,
you said a bunch of things, but you said nothing at all. You just prattled.
No.
What does it mean for a man to be the head of the
You didn't
household?
comprehend what she said does not mean she didn't say anything. Are you Orthodox?
So Natty, are you going to answer the question? Or assume I'm not. Assume
did
I'm not
answer the question.
Orthodox. I
Yeah,
asked you a
that's very
question.
obvious.
Can you
I
just
was
give?
respectful to
Can you
you.
just give a direct answer or not? That's what I want to know.
I answered the question, and if you.
All right, guys. I gotta go. I gotta go. That's fine.
Yeah, like, this term prattle. When I was in Curse Root Lodge Discord channel, which has got this guy called John or whatever his name is, as the server owner, like they have this setting that if you say something that they don't like, yeah, then and if you're a woman, it responds saying "woman prattle," and I was like, "Oh right, this is a server that's supposed to be helping people that want to be Orthodox, and you've got this setting that responds by saying, "Oh, you've engaged in woman prattle." I just thought that was interesting. Anyway, Nick.
I agree.
Stand
He's
up.
clearly a misogynist. He's clearly a misogynist.
No, he might not be, but the fact that he's using that term and that term has been used in those circles, like he wasn't even using it appropriately just now because I answered his question and he just wanted to try and see if he could pick something, but he didn't. He didn't do it.
Well, I think he was being combative a little bit and definitely coming like he didn't seem like he was coming from a positive space. But at the same time, we just need to give these people very clear definitions because it's like obviously so much context is wrapped up and obviously people don't know when it comes to these vague terms. They've been misinterpreted so many times.
It's not even that. Terms can be used differently, just like people can have different definitions for certain things. Subjective. That's why
Yeah.
legal definitions change
definitely.
all the time.
Yeah, and that's the whole point of my conversation earlier, where I was saying that he's using this term gynocentric, and when he's using it, he understand the implications of it, in its entirety with its popular usage online, yeah, and who it appeals to. Because as far as I'm concerned, they are fostering a really like disgustingly misogynistic culture with that stuff. Okay, and pretty much anyone who's like entered that space and that realm is like even those who are kind of edgy, and I used to be kind of edgy, we're like, whoa, what are you guys doing? And then they really are doing this like intense rationalization of it. And unfortunately, there are a couple of members of clergy that are encouraging it. So, but that's a whole other thing for another time, I'm sure.
Yeah, but even when you talk about that, Natty, you end up having to define as well, what do you mean by a disgusting misogynistic culture? And then you also have to break down specific external forces that might be affecting specific things.
A man using
Oh,
misogyny.
Layla. Don't say that, Layla.
Layla, that chick, is that Layla? Oh, is that
was
someone
Layla.
else?
That was Layla.
I'm joking.
No, sorry. I
No, but
couldn't,
all I'm saying is that when you say these things, you have to end up describing in context these other things as well. You can't make the statement so broad.
No, well, the thing is, there's lots of things that Andrew and a lot of his like followers will say, and you hear them, and you're like, okay, that is some intense blame shifting
still
and
muted.
accountability, blaming,
I don't know why.
and a whole narrative regarding modern liberal women. Yeah.
Am I the only one here?
And like, I don't understand how anyone with half a brain at this point can keep
So-
on thinking that that's acceptable, especially
But then when
if
you
you're
make a statement like that, then when
they
you make a
pulled me
statement like
down.
that, you have to describe. So what is it they're saying? Give an example of it, right? And then a descriptor to some extent. And then,
yeah, I know.
After you say what they say, describe what you think they mean by what they're saying.
I know that. Nick's got his hand up. Do you want to ask a question or something?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can we change the banner to "This is massive"?
Grid, you got to call her a
feminism?
bush pig.
What?
Grid,
call her a
There's no massive coat feminism going on here.
All that's going on. That's it. This is all pure cope.
Cope of what? Sorry.
It's pure cope. Have a good day.
What's pure cope?
Coping it out.
What is?
That's very typical.
pure
That's
cope?
very typical.
What's pure cope though? What is it specifically? That's pure cope.
This whole session, since it's been over, it's pure cope.
So hey, do you want to use your words and support that with evidence and clear examples, please?
Oh, Andrew said
Just
this.
ask the question. Let them respond.
Peter White this. It's just all cope. It's all cope. Like the dude said, if someone broke in your house, and your husband, my husband would also look to me too. Like get out of here with that. It's this.
I'm not sure how are you reframing what I actually said.
And the fact that the three of you are talking about people with half a brain. Oh my God. Oh my. Yeah.
Talking about who?
I don't think he has much to contribute. Someone else. Does anyone else want to talk?
Well, I would, but you banned me.
I think it was the lowest IQ we've had represented in the space.
Yeah. I don't like to talk about people's IQs, but yeah, I understand.
Well, boys will be boys. I want to make sure the rad pimps hate me.
Mongs will be mongs. You know
And
what they
cunts
say.
will be cunts.
Hang on. Felipe, that's who was it I just made speaker? Great. Hang on, here we go. Felipe, I tried to make you speaker. You put your hand up. I don't know what happened. Oh, you're speaking now. Okay. We got you and Warrior and who else? Sigma requested. Where's he gone?
Grid, unmute your mic.
Hey, Natty,
and
how's
say
it
some
going?
shit. Say, listen, you bush.
Ah, it's
pig."
all right.
What is
this was this was an
crypto-feminism?
interesting surprise. Huh?
What is crypto feminism? What does it even mean? Can you explain the whole space?
I don't know. Basically, what happened in this space is that we started talking because there was a space earlier that Brooke was hosting. Someone called me crypto feminist. I was trying to get them to explain what a crypto feminist was. And then some guy started shouting.
All right, sorry about that, guys. We're back.
Right.
He started shouting and swearing at me. Then I started this space to talk about it. And then Andrew Wilson turned up, and then me and him had a long back and forth. And then this is the after chat.
Oh, I see.
This is the Cope stream.
So do you have something? Were you around? Or have you just turned up? Sorry.
I wonder what made them think you're a feminist. Maybe it's
I just
because
need
you say
somebody to
some
call
base
her
stuff
a bush
that I
pig,
agree
and
with
that would make my day.
that they don't like.
Okay.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sigma's back, by the way.
Oh, Sigma. I haven't heard that guy in months. Oh, God. Sigma.
I really don't want to be involved. Please, I beg you.
Oh, there you are.
Oh no,
Long time
Layla,
no
what
see,
happened,
Sigma.
Layla?
How's it going?
What happened?
Hey, you brought me up. Thanks, Natty.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to say something?
Hey, Natty, thanks for bringing me up. Can you hear me fine?
$20.
We can hear
Call
you.
her a bush pig. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, Natty. So I don't have any proof of
pig.
this,
Apparently him.
but it must be true because I'm saying it. Mr. Wright does not like pineapple on his pizza, and Mr. Wilson hates pineapple on his pizza. So their viewpoints can never be aligned. However, Brian Atlas likes burritos, and Mr. Wright likes burritos. So maybe, just maybe, they can be aligned. However, you or Post-Truth said, to quote, Andrew Wilson's monkeys will come after you in your DMs. So who else uses monkeys to refer to humans? By your own logic.
Flying monkeys?
What does that assume?
Just call her a
You mean
bush
the
pig.
flying
Unmute
monkey?
yourself. Call her a bush pig.
Racist.
Do you mean flying monkeys? I
Is that you talking
specifically.
about? Are we talking about racist?
She never said flying monkey. She said monkeys.
Has me muted.
Are we talking about racists now?
Oh, am I racist now? Oh, geez.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Actually, I
Layla,
am.
that's
By
not what
your own
That's
logic,
my
I'm just trying to.
favorite flavor. That's my
Felipe's
favorite.
I'm just going with
actually
your
bringing
logic.
forth a very good logical point.
That was a fun. That was fun.
They
Thank
have me
you.
muted.
Thank you. Thank you. That was fun to listen to. I like
Let me
pineapple.
know when you're ready.
W
I like
Layla.
pineapple. Pineapple's nice. Yeah.
Hey, what about me?
I
don't get a compliment?
Andrew Wilson, and
You
I
know
was
what they
not,
say about pineapples, Layla, right? You know what they
Oh my
say.
I was not favoring anyone in the debate. I was trying to help as much as possible, keep things organized. I wasn't, I'm a girl's girl now, so.
Yeah, Natty, she was
Who
backing
won?
you up.
Who won the
hardcore.
debate? Who won the
Listen, that was
debate?
well done.
I didn't
Well
watch
played,
it. Who won?
Layla.
Who won? Who won? I didn't
All
watch
right,
it.
this is dumb.
Sigma
I'm hanging
realizes
up
what I
now. I don't think
realize.
Grid, you're
That's
gonna get to
so.
speak.
Who won the
Yeah,
debate? I didn't watch it.
Yeah, there was a lot of backup, a lot of assistance.
That was weak sauce. Pure weak sauce. That's funny. All right. Well, Grid.
Hey Glenn, is Brian Rallis really an egalitarian, or he just says that for the streams?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't think he's an egalitarian.
He says it a bunch on his streams.
I just left.
Yeah, your stream's about to start, right?
Yeah, that and that. They weren't. I was muted, and she's just ignoring me. Stupid.
She's too busy trying to get her bitch friend back on her side because everyone's
Yeah.
against her.
I know.
Hey Grid, would you agree with Glenn that everyone raised in the West is somewhat a feminist?
Yeah, I think most people are. Yeah.
So you would say you're a feminist too?
I believe that at some point I had feminist tendencies for sure.
Oh, so you're not saying like they'll always be that, but maybe you'll go through a stage in your life where you might be.
No,
into those.
you don't know how much indoctrination you actually took.
Oh, I did not realize it until like I wanted to say when I was like 26, 27, when I realized all I should have like learned in college was bullshit. And I went to college in LA of all places.
I mean, I think that you just have to really, kind of understand that there's no oh, wait, didn't hit. Whoops, sorry. I had hit the wrong button there. And my mic was unmuted. So that was cool. Sorry.
No worries.
Let me mute this. There we go. All right, sorry. Now everybody's blowing me up saying, "Hey, you idiot. You're not muted." Anyway. Anyway, it was pretty funny, really. They wouldn't let me talk, but that's all right. I asked her, because look, if the other guy that Paul dude hadn't spurged out, I could have let her right into the, well, you're still a damn feminist trap.
Yeah.
But that Paul dude spurged out. She thought I was him and fucking kicked me down. I was like, what? Come on. Damn it. Oh, well. That's okay. That's okay, man. I'll go start, I'm gonna see if we can't have a good stream here and talk some shit. Been a long day though. Been a lot of man stuff. Painting.
What did you do?
Car parts. Painted car parts, worked on
saw
my
that.
airplane a little bit. Yeah. I got a bunch of stuff that I need to get done. One of the minis before I put the airplane in the paint booth, and I'm trying to do that like really
Nice.
really quick. Yeah, John Smith, aren't you going to be in my stream, bud? You going
Is
to
his
help?
name not John Smith?
His name is John Smith. He's
Hey,
everywhere.
Grit, do you live on the West Coast too?
I do not. No, I had a house out there for a while. I've been out there. I have lived out there for months at a time at various times.
What state?
Oh, California. I was in California.
Oh man, yeah. I legitimately hate going back. Like when I went to do Jubilee with Glenn, I told my wife how much like every time I go back to LA, how much more of a shithole it becomes. It shocks me.
See, I can't go to LA, man. Can't go to LA.
Great. Did you see the beginning of this stream when I brought up John Smith? Did you see what he did?
I did. I put a comment about him being the gay version.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That was
he's the gay guy.
fucking comical.
The funny thing is, it was not just was it funny, it was gay.
It was pretty gay, but
Pretty gay.
but it was hilarious. Like
Gay in the best way.
yeah, like he's the best gay.
The best kind of gay.
Yeah.
I,
And then there was some like behind the scenes craziness going on. So when I had Pearl on, like somebody wanted to come up and like have
Dude,
a
Flo today. What the fuck, man? I had to agree with that bastard. Like a lot. The hell's
I
wrong with
tuned
him?
out because of all the training talk. I was
you
just
flew
like,
you agreed with Flo?
Yeah, like on a lot of things. I was like, what the fuck?
You guys just become best friends? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's still lame as fuck. But
Anson Knowles comes in with a $5 super chat. Goes, how about those chicks on whatever last night? That chick in the first chair was a real fixer upper. She'd be perfect. She'll be perfect
if
she stopped shaving her pits.
Yeah, he's got this thing, man. At least he's consistent.
Anson,
we're gonna get you help, buddy. Gonna get you help.
Yeah, good. Flo was like going in on the
Melanie
furry. Yeah,
the Furby.
Yep.
My dog's literally outside the door about to bust my door down because my son won't let her in the house. It's funny.
Yeah, like
you can't hear her thumping on the front porch on the porch.
No,
like thump.
No. And it's like, so the only reason why I stayed on as long as I have been was one, you know, of course, the main reason was to just redirect everybody to you, Grid.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that, man. That's buds.
That's really the only reason.
Yeah.
No, somebody wanted to come on, and I didn't let them, and I said, no, you can come on later. So I had Pearl on, and I wasn't going to have people come on that was just going to start some drama. I already had the Pearl's on. Who else?
Melanie on, Flo
Melanie on. Yeah, there was a bunch of people on, and we were already in a discussion. If this individual wanted to talk drama, I said they could come on later.
So why do people hate Pearl? I don't get it. Like,
well,
do you think she doesn't really
I don't
believe
want
what
to
she believes
hate
in?
her. I think Pearl kind of weirds people out with some of her positions.
Yeah, I think
Like how?
they're just mad because she's not part of the sisterhood.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's fair.
Yeah, but it's like,
So-
you know what's funny, when a man's like a feminist, like I don't know if you met any of those dudes, or you remember any of those dudes from Jubilee that were on the Democrat side. They were on the feminist versus men's right activists Jubilee debate too. And like
Yeah,
I
the
wouldn't
ones the one that Pearl was on.
yeah, the one the Pro was on. And like I don't look at those men as like they're anti-men. Well, maybe they are, but like I wouldn't, like I still took pictures with them, I chit-chatted with them, I had dialogue with them. I wasn't like, oh, you're not a man, so fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, just have a difference of opinion, and I might find
No,
it
I
incorrect.
did that. I didn't take a picture with any of them. I'm like,
Was I the only person you took a picture with?
yeah.
No shit.
Yep.
Oh.
I knew that
Anson Knowles
Anson-
comes in, goes, Furbies need love too. Stop the cap.
I knew Anson would come to the rescue of the dude that dresses like a girl to go out with girls.
Yeah.
Figure that shit out.
But Anson Knowles just probably wants a good wingman.
That's
You know.
it's
No, like I you know, I said, you know, in the back chat, like, hey, you know what? You come on later. And that's why I kept the stream up, and nobody came on later to address me. But yeah.
Oh, they want to address you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what'd you do now?
Told the truth.
Hmm.
I mean, technically, that's what I did.
Just give the stapler back and end the war.
I don't even have a stapler. I don't staple anything.
Angry Casper, what did you miss? You missed.
Oh,
Pearl and
Casper,
Furby
you have missed a lot.
and Flow State talking like
Flow
less
State and Grid agreeing
is weird.
Like,
I could have
and then
been.
we had a
high from the
furry.
paint fumes, so
We had
I
a
could have been
furry
high
up
from
here.
the paint fumes. I'll have to watch that again and see. I could have been. I could have been under the influence.
You were probably distracted from all the painting.
Yeah,
You were huffing paint.
and the sanding and everything else.
You were huffing paint. That's what it was. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. So, well,
I actually
Yeah.
probably do need new filters for my mask.
Hey Glenn, I think you already told me this, but why did you not really conversate with anyone? Just because you thought the left side was kind of weird?
no, I just don't really talk to people that I don't want to talk to. And plus, like the whole fucking thing was like already annoying the way that the format was.
I legit thought it'd be at least like 3-on-3, because like when they
I
do
thought they would at
those-
least do 5-on-5, if anything.
Yeah. I don't get why they did it that way, because I'm like, why did they get so many of us and only want one person from each side to talk at all times?
Yeah, I thought it was dumb. But they're like
Yeah.
trying to make it like an election. You guys have to elect your speaker. Shut up.
Well, like, why can't we elect 3 people or 4 people? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Because I feel like for example, with the, I don't want to get into it, but on the immigration problem that was
Mhm.
debated, if we would have had, because the guy we chose ended up not being as strong as we thought, and I'm sure he's gonna look even worse on when the video comes out. that if we would have had 2 more people up there, like when they realized, hey, he's kind of weak
He's
on this,
making you read that, you know.
he could have, someone else could have come in and just spoken that situation, you know. But
Yeah,
because
I
me
said, read
grilling
the
him,
super chat for me.
me,
Yep.
the number of times in my life I've worn a dress and heels isn't 0. Don't hate the player. Feminists are pink on the inside too, and they need a different kind of peacock to get their attention.
Thank you, Anson Knowles, for the $10 super chat.
Lord Real Commander, am I meeting up with are you meeting up, Will? I guess that's with Millionaire
With
Bachelor.
Million Bachelor.
Actually, I was supposed to head to New York day after tomorrow, but I don't think so. I think my wife's coming. I think instead of me going there, she's coming back here, and we're gonna. We may go to the lake this weekend.
Get away.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
it's like the last nice weekend, probably of the season, and we're kind of hoping nobody else will be on the lake. But yeah, if I was going, I would meet up with him, and I will. I mean, I go to New York all the time, so it's not like it's a big deal.
Oh, are you going this month?
This month?
Yeah, I'm actually going there in like
I was supposed
a
to
week and a
be.
half.
I was supposed
2
to be
weeks,
going
actually.
this week, but
Hmm.
I try and avoid New York if I can. But
New
I
York
try
and
avoid-
California. You just
I try to avoid
them all.
California like the plague.
Yeah.
Ironically, I have so much family there though, but I try to avoid it like the plague.
yeah, that's that. I have an apartment in Jersey City,
Mhm.
which is right across from Manhattan.
So you're willing to go to Jersey, but like not New York?
A man's got to have limits.
Okay.
Well, if you go to Long Island, it's not as bad. I got family out there, so it's,
Yeah, Long Island. I've been to Long Island.
Long
I mean,
Island's
well, I
nice.
mean, I've been all over New York, but
Yeah. New York City is a
the,
shithole though. I don't get how people live there. Like I get it if you have to get into finance or something, you kind of have no other option.
Yeah.
But damn, New York's a fucking shithole.
I mean, New
York
York
City.
is New York is so bad, man. You know, it's actually it's interesting that New York is now, especially New York City, is so bad now
Mhm.
that it makes Jersey look good.
Yeah.
Jersey's like a great option, and that's
Oh yeah.
just,
No,
that's just sad, man.
it reminds me, Glenn, too, during the Jubilee stuff. Like, remember when they were bringing up like, oh, well, Trump got indicted for 34 felony counts and SA shit
Yeah.
and da, 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 da. I don't know if that's gonna be on there or not. But in my mind, I'm like, this is stupid because one, both of those cases were in New York City, and I think in the felony case, they didn't give an option of like not finding him not guilty. It was just 3 different types of felonies that they were given the option of. So no matter what, he was going to be found as a felon, and all they wanted to do was to make him a felon. I was going to say this, but when I never got the mic during that back and forth, but I'm like, when people think of felons, right, they usually think of like a murderer, a rapist, maybe a robber, right? No one thinks of like, oh, you did something wrong on your taxes. Like no one thinks of that. Like obviously that technically is a felony if you upcharge it to that, but no one thinks of, oh, he's a felon. He screwed people on their taxes. Like no one, who gives a shit about that, right? Especially when they did it a long ass time ago. But it was just kind of like playing on the words. Like they want to look through what actually happened and make it look worse than what it actually is. And just with the SA stuff, like that lady Carol, she later went on CNN and she creeped out the the host of CNN saying that grape isn't necessarily physical; it could be sex and this and that.
I gotta do the thing of the thing. I'll see you guys.
All right, I'm about to send everybody over to the thing of the thing.
All right, cool, man.
But yeah, I'm
Alrighty.
just like, and then when they asked that dumb question, I don't know if it's gonna be on the show too about would we vote for someone who actually did that. They're just trying to see how far we would go. But I mean, like, dude, on the left, they didn't care. Like, they don't care if Bill Clinton talks up at the DNC. Like, Bill Clinton talked to the DNC, no one gives a shit, right? And then
Mhm.
Biden's been accused of shit too, but no one cares. But as
Oh,
soon as
he's
the
the hair
concern-
sniffer.
yeah, but no, and then he's actually been not charged. He's been accused of shit too. But the thing is, there's obviously money for charging Trump or going after Trump, especially with Carol. What she got, like 60 million, 70 million. So when people hear that, yeah, they're more willing to do it. Just like I don't know if you remember that doctor from Michigan State who like did a bunch of girls stuff to those gymnastic girls, And then like Michigan State, I can't remember how much money they put to the side, but they put a bunch of money away to the side to like help the victims. And then some girls started coming out, not like a big chunk, but some girls started coming out saying that they were victims, but they never even went to Michigan State or they never were with USA Gymnastics. They were just trying to grab some of the money out of the pot. And I don't remember if they got countersued or something like that too, but like they were just kind of like actually really affecting the real victims of those crimes because nothing happened to them, but they just saw it as a money grab. So they said, okay, yeah, he did it to me too, just to get some of that pot. You know, so to me, it's just a bunch of bullshit. Like just saying, like, if you don't want to vote for Trump, that's fine. You think he's a prick, that's fine. But don't just make it up shit because obviously, I don't see none of you guys saying that Bill Clinton should have spoken at the DNC. I didn't see nothing about you guys saying that Joe Biden should have been not even ran. I'm sure all those people voted for Biden. So like what, like you saying, oh, like that Trump didn't have the right to be president because of X. Like it's just a bunch of bullshit because you would still vote for someone that did the exact or been allegedly did the exact same crimes as Trump, as long as they had a D on their name instead of an R.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of like hypocrisy and bullshit.
Yep.
I won't be on
guys,
here now.
I'm about to send you guys all over to Grids. Thank you very much. I waited.
Sorry, Glenn.
Oh, no, it's not you. I waited for someone else, and they didn't want to come up and talk. They only wanted to come up and talk when Pearl was here, which is kind of weird. But you know what? It's all right. We're moving on. You guys have a great, wonderful day. And you know what? We kicked ass.
We pushed on with our own styles. Glenn Lawrence leading the way.
Let's go.
Make 'em sway. From the struggle to the peak. Standing tall, we ain't weak. Building bridges, tearing walls. Driven force, we heed the calls. Celebrate this race sky high. No limits now, we're gonna fly. Helping men, spreading the word. Together strong, our voices heard. From the struggle to the peak. Standing tall, we ain't weak. Building bridges, tearing walls. Driven force, we heed the calls. Celebrate